Hi, hello, and welcome, guys. Apparently, I am Tupaloop. For some reason, it did
What?
not
Did it?
swap my name, but that's okay because everything is broken.
Well,
Everything is awesome.
how are you doing this morning, too?
I'm doing good. What is going on?
Oh, buttons were clicked, and it still is not doing anything. So maybe
Okay,
it's just broken.
I think the link is not working. Yeah. Well, when we go to break, we'll fix that problem.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. For now, you can be Toop.
All right.
So, Toop, how are you doing today? What are you expecting? How was your night?
It was good.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been on the Ezreal train.
Mm-hmm.
And getting rolled by Detonate Draven. So
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, the Detonate Driven deck is pretty good, and I'm surprised we really haven't seen any, at least on stream yet.
yeah, not on stream, but I do know that Coco is on some variant of Detonate Draven, as well as I interviewed the guy who was the top seed yesterday, and he was also on Detonate Draven.
Nice. So
And,
then we should absolutely see one in Top Cut.
Yeah, we should definitely see at least, well, probably two in Top Cut. But that said, I got in the interview, we got to talk to him, and you know what he said?
What?
Call shot's got to go.
You know,
We were talking about this just right before the stream started chat, so I figured
yeah,
I figured I'd annoy NA45 just a little bit.
yeah. I mean, it's sad because I don't think the Ezreal deck functions without Called Shot. So you ban Called Shot and you kill Ezreal, which I think Ezreal is a relatively fair deck compared to Draven. Ezreal is just like a control deck, and like I think I talked about this yesterday. I forget if it was with Toop or Toop.
The true Toop.
But Ezreal is, in my opinion, really the only kind of true control deck in the game right now. So it would be, in my opinion, a little bit of a shame to lose that and then go back to everything being tempo or ramp or aggro. Like there's no control besides Ezreal. So that being said, Set 3's coming out. That could change things very easily.
Yeah. I mean, here's the hoping. I do hope that green gets a little bit more love. Purple obviously got a lot of love. They made a better Kalama.
Yes, they did. And
It's a
unfortunately,
Kalama that
purple.
gives you a battlefield in purple.
Yeah, and
because
it's
purple needed
huge.
more.
It's huge. Why is it huge?
Well, because purple was a weak color.
You're right. My bad. You know, purple, as we've seen, needs a lot of help. And
Yeah, it's been
just doing their
underperforming.
best.
It's not even 100% of the meta yet.
Yeah, we've had some times like that in Yu-Gi-Oh. I've heard it's been like that in Magic as well. So
Yeah, I mean,
stuff.
Magic for the longest time, blue was objectively the best color, and now they've done a really good job of just balancing out all the colors to make them, strong. Each of the colors had their own like unique flavor and reasons to go into those colors, but like if you were looking at all the eternal formats of Magic, it was blue plus color. It was never just that color. There was one example where that was true, and that was just exactly goblins for a little while in Legacy. This was like 10, 15 years ago. Mono red.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it was like black red for a little bit, but it was basically just a mono red aggro deck, and that was the only one that could exist. And then there was also red deck wins for a little while, but that didn't really do that great. And then they unbanned a specific card in blue called Time Spiral, and I remember when that happened because the week before I had bought it for $1, and then it spiked to $100.
That's insane. That's quite a spike.
Yeah, well, that card is still just that good.
What does that card do?
Each player shuffles their deck and hand and graveyard, right, and then draw 7, and then you untap 6 lands.
And how much does this cost?
6.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that card seems pretty strong.
Yeah, and then you have to exile it, but like,
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares?
And there's like this there's this blue card that came out back in the day, way before this card came out, called High Tide. It cost 1 blue to play. your islands tap for 2 blue
That turn, or is it like
for that turn. Yeah.
Okay.
So then you tap 6 lands, you really get 6 or 12 mana, and then you draw 7 cards.
Yeah, that seems really, really, really dumb.
Yeah, it was a combo deck. You went, and then you won.
And then they died. Okay,
Yeah.
incredible. I love card games.
Card games are fun.
Yeah,
I like
they're
Magic
fun.
because like there's like pure combo decks where you just do that and then you win.
Yeah, yeah. Yep, Yu-Gi-Oh has those too, though. I have always been more of a control player. I love control. I love drawing a ton of cards and then saying, which of my 10 counters do I get to use this time? And at least that is what Yu-Gi-Oh tends to be, is a lot of interactions and building resources. I know control in Magic, I've heard, is a little bit different.
Yeah.
And for instance, in Magic, you have stuff like Stax decks as well. Though, is that more of a commander thing?
Stack deck?
Yeah, Stacks.
Yes. Yeah.
That's like a commander thing, right? Where you just say no one can play a card, and
Yes.
I win eventually through some means.
Yeah, so basically the whole purpose of Stacks, it's actually like a weird control variant. It's they call it Stacks because it's just like you're stacking these effects, right?
Yes.
But originally it came from this card called Smokestacks, which it was like a mutually assured destruction. It was an artifact that cost 4. At the beginning of your upkeep, so at the start of your turn, you put a counter on it, and then each player sacrifices permanents equal to the number of counters on it. And so you would play cards that worked in tandem with that, where everyone would sack permanents, but you would just sack the smokestack. And then your opponent would lose a permanent, but you would just lose the smokestack. Or you would sack a land for a turn, and then, or sack a creature that gives you back a creature, right? So then, you wouldn't actually lose anything, but your opponent would, right? And so then this whole archetype came like, okay, well, how do we have these, mutually assured destructions, but really it affects my opponent more than it affects me. And as these cards came out, more and more effects like this came out, and then it became an entire archetype. So that's how it works. In Magic nowadays, there's like a whole bunch of things that like say non-creature spells cost 1 more, non-creature spells cost 2 more, and then you just keep putting these effects on, so then no one can really do anything, and you just have creatures that are on the field that all have this effect that slow the game state down to a grinding halt, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna beat the crap out of you.
Yeah, I have
really
not
fun.
played it or played against it, but I have had some of my friends who do play Commander complain about it endlessly.
It's unfun to play against, but let me tell you, it is very fun to play.
So it sounds like you're telling me I should go buy a Commander deck of this, show up at a random pod at my LGS, and say, do you guys have a spot?
Yes. You won't have a spot for very long, but for those brief 10 minutes where no one does anything, it is pure joy.
So how quickly will they know I'm playing Stax?
As soon as you play Thalia, they're just going to groan, and then you play a second Thalia effect, they're going to be like, oh, he's doing it, isn't he?
Oh, this sounds like a blast.
It is legitimately very fun. It is very fun.
See, I have a hard time taking like the complaints too seriously when everyone in that mode, at least from the people I've interacted with, everyone is trying to do their own unfair thing. So
Yes.
why am I not allowed to do my unfair thing when everyone else is doing like
Oh,
make
because it stops
infinite
everyone
creatures
else.
and
It stops everyone else from doing their unfair thing. That's the whole point of stats.
like one of my core memories about Magic, because I don't have many, is sitting down and playing with one of my friends, and my friend turns to me and he's like, yeah, this is my really cool combo. And then he goes and has infinite turns. And I'm just like, so that's okay.
Yeah.
But then like me trying to, I don't know. I was just like, it feels very targeted.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyways, silly stuff.
Yeah, no, I really love how like, the card pool is expanding that much to where everyone has their own little niche that they want to follow. And I'm really excited to see how Riftbound evolves and allows us to do that. I think, honestly, Baron Nashor is going to allow that a lot. And it's really going to halt a lot of these aggro decks that just, like, make it too easy to conquer, because conquering 3 battlefields in a turn is much different than conquering just 2. We've seen that in like the multiplayer formats where holding becomes a much more reasonable approach once you get to that final point threshold. So I'm excited to see how that goes. And then the fact that, Baron Nashor a lot, like, yeah, I'm really excited to see it.
Yeah. Have you played any of the multiplayer formats at all?
I did. I played 2v2. It was cool.
Nice.
Yeah, 2v2. I had Master Yi. That was like the only deck that I brought for in Vegas, and we were just like farming tickets. And yeah, Master Yi is really, really broken in 2v2.
Yeah, because he buffs your teammate too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had some people at our locos. They were like, "We have the perfect 2v2 strategy," and it was like Yi plus something. I forget what the other one was. Was it Ari? I don't remember.
Because Ari's effect also works for your ally.
Yeah, it was something like that, and they were like just farming 2v2s apparently, which was very funny. So
Azir and Ornn is nasty in 2v2. Okay.
I have not experimented at all with Ornn. I just read the card and I was like, this is cool. Unfortunately, anything based on equipment cannot be good right now, at least in those colors, in my opinion. So, like 3 caveats on there.
Yeah, mine got really weak set 2. Mine was super strong set 1, and then it just kind of, they were like, you guys get premonition. And we're like, hey, it's not even that good. They're like, yeah.
Yeah, Frigid Touch, Premonition. Was there anything else?
No.
Bilgewater Porum. Don't forget him.
Oh, what's this called?
Is there another one that I'm
It's
missing?
not Bilgewater Poro.
Is it not?
No. It's a much cuter name.
No, I'm gonna look
The
this
Pirate
up.
Poro?
Yeah, is it not Bilgewater Poro? Oh, Plundering Poro.
Thank you. Yep, that's the one.
There it is.
Plundering Poro.
But he's from Bilgewater, so
He is from Bilgewater.
same thing.
Yeah, but no, what was the You also got what's it? Pickpocket?
That card's very good, actually. I think that might be
Okay,
the best.
all right. You know what?
best
Mine
blue
mine
card.
got a few tools. Like it also got Bellow's Breath, but like what I'm saying is the tools that it got, like by comparison, right? Like you're like, okay, like look at my Bella's Breath. They're like, okay, cool. Look at my Ezreal, and you're like, oh, yeah, that doesn't hit it, does it?
Yeah. I mean, Blue Ezreal is just an absolute shame because that card's cool, but Purple Ezreal is so good. It's like, why would I ever play Blue Ezreal unless I'm playing Ornn? I think it's Ornn that plays Blue Ezreal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the Spellsonger with him is really cool.
Yeah. So, yeah, they just decided they're like, yeah, this purple color, yeah, someone's favorite.
Yeah, very clearly.
Someone's favorite.
I'm gonna guess Dave Guskin because he's the director.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna need you to break all color. What's the word for it? Color
Combinations.
Well, I was gonna say the
Identity?
thing. Yeah, I'm gonna need you to break all color identities, but only for this color, and it's also got to be the cheapest color. You got to be able to play with like 5 runes or less the entire game.
Yeah.
Got to be able to draw your entire deck, so you can play all a bunch of 1-ofs because you're gonna see them.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is true. This so far, all you're saying is balanced. I don't see what the problem is.
It's just so depressing when you're building a non-purple deck right now because you look at these purple decks and they get to play like 5 to 10 1-ofs because they will find them if they want them. Whereas I'm playing green, I'm playing Master Yi, and I have to play 3 of everything because I'm just not going to find the cards if I don't play 3 of it.
That's true.
Because I'm going to draw maybe 5 cards the entire game, maybe like 7 or 8 if I'm on Dreaming Tree.
Actually, I was talking to my buddy Kendall Burdett, one of the pros in the Lorcana scene. Very, very good player. And he was talking about how Master Yi actually, essentially, every time there's a combat, you get on guard.
Yep.
Which is true.
That's one way to look at it, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's not any card. That is one specific card.
It's true, but like you do essentially get the effect of a card every single turn, which is neat.
Yep, that is cool. That is true.
So, all right, it looks like these players are actually getting ready to set up here, and it looks like it's going to be Victor versus Ezreal as the win and in. Yeah, this should be an exciting matchup. I would like to be able to fix the names, but that is a problem for another time apparently. So we'll deal with that later. But
Sounds good, Toop.
I hate you right now.
Have you played this matchup at all? You said you played Ezreal. I have played it, and I actually found it not super good for Ezreal, personally.
Speaking of tubes.
Ooh. Toop number 2?
Yeah. I'm tube number 2. That's the original tube right there. Yeah, we can't. It's broken.
It's broken.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, there's the real tube. Wait. There.
I got shades on inside.
I wear my sunglasses. Wait, that doesn't really work.
Well, it's nighttime now, apparently.
We gotta just turn the lights out.
The pairings are up and everything, so they're getting every seat and sit down. So
Yeah, well, they're setting up. It's almost started. Yeah,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, not the sunglasses at night. Okay.
All right. Yeah, let's see if this is fixed. Oh, actually, you know what?
Just refresh it, maybe.
Nope.
Nope, it's broken.
At least this is
what can you
working.
do? Is it?
Click it.
All right, we're gonna click on something.
We're checking. We're just checking. We're doing some IT work right now. Okay, at least that's
That
that's
is working. So,
all right.
back to what I was saying. Have you played this at all? You said you played Ezreal, right? So
Yeah, I mean,
how do you
Victor is becoming much more popular as the set continues, which I actually am really excited about. I think people are just getting sick and tired of playing Draven mirrors, which is fair, you know. I'm not a huge fan of playing mirrors all day. Like, I want to play, right? But I don't want to play against the same deck every single time. And I think right now it's very clear that Draven is the best deck in the meta. It has 3 different flavors. I think we've kind of come to realize that Detonate right now is probably the strongest. You know, again, one of the top players that I played against or interviewed yesterday, he was the same one who said that the call shot needs to get banned, but he said drawing more cards always rewards the better player, and that's true, right?
Yep. You do get to express your skill when you actually have avenues to express your skill. Because when you are playing, I found this in Houston, and I was very frustrated with it. In the first Houston regional, I took mid-range E as a result of my testing versus some of my very good friends, and it performed excellent in testing. And then come the event, I ended up doing pretty poorly. I think I was out by like round 6 by just playing against not very good Kai'Sa players, just slamming Falling Star. Like, they draw Falling Star, I slam it.
Yeah.
And then I'm just looking at my hand, and I have 3 cards in it because the E deck didn't draw that much, and you don't have options to beat these bad plays. It's just like, what do I have to play with? Versus Kai'Sa that has like 9 cards in hand because they're Stupefied, Dreaming Tree, play Yordle.
Yep.
So,
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I think that's the issue, right? It's like I play Ezreal, I discard my scrap heap, I draw 3 cards. I play a treasure trove, I detonate it, I recycle 1, and then I channel 1, and then I draw 3 cards.
pretty
Like
good.
it's just draw 3, draw 3, draw 3, draw 3. It's incredibly oppressive. So.
I don't want you to be me the whole time.
All right. Oh, itchy leg. I got a bug bite under my knee, or like whatever this is called. I don't know. I'm pointing to it, but okay. Anyways, let's get to the game here. Both these players are revealing their first battlefields. Looks like it's gonna be Valmon's Lair and Voidgate. 2 pretty clear-cut choices, I think, for a lot of these decks on the blind. But Victor right there, I just saw a Sprite's Call. So we were talking about how it has synergies with Victor Leader, but I haven't seen it at all here in set 2. So surprised to see it.
Yeah, I mean, both the Victor builds that we've seen on stream have been more of homebrew builds. They have not seemed to share a lot of similarities with the best of list. So I say the best of list is because the Bologna and the biggest one were essentially the same list, swapped with like a couple cards. I believe it was different players though. Right?
Did we see 2 Victors? I saw 1 Victor.
Yes,
with
there was
you.
one yesterday, and now this one. So 2.
Oh, okay. All right. So this, yeah.
All right, so
Yeah.
Ezreal getting to start off, and I see a stack deck, two
Into a
stack
stack
decks.
deck.
We get the see. We're already.
Stack in the deck.
Well, I was gonna say we're already like almost the fifth way through the deck. Like, actually, wait, is it more than that? So
1/8,
35
right?
cards,
Slight-
35 cards in deck,
One
right?
yeah, slightly less than one. No,
So 6.
1/6. Yeah, 1/6 through the deck.
Yeah, that's crazy. Like
Yeah.
that's as far as I will get some games with like other.
With Yi.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, it must be nice.
Yeah.
All right. So, anyways, very quick turn from Victor, honest broker token. I mean, you love to see it, things going fast. So this is something I actually really have not liked is when I play the Ezreal deck is dropping the fizzes too early. And maybe this is a symptom of his hand just not having a lot going on. But I personally don't like dropping the early fizzes. It doesn't feel super good to me because I want to be copying the Bellows Breaths and stuff. And if you use the fizzes too early, then you have to go like Morbid, get back fizz to actually do it. So I guess it depends how many fizz Alfredo is playing. If he's on like the 2 build, fizz build, which is Alan's build, or is up to 3. I know I've had some friends who have bumped it up to 3 because they felt it's one of the best cards in the deck, which, I mean, it is.
Yeah, I think in the right position, Fizz can be the strongest card in the deck. I remember, so earlier this morning, I was playing against that friend of mine, Kendall Burdett, and I had the opportunity to play a Fizz, or so to Bellows Breath, play Fizz, Bellows Breath, Arcane Shift, Bellows Breath, and then that would have cleared 3 Rosses, but I didn't see the line until after the game.
It can be hard to see those sometimes. Like, this Ezreal deck is not easy by
Yeah.
any means.
Toolkit decks are never easy. They are fairly difficult to deal with,
Yep.
or to learn, I should say.
And this is why one of the reasons I am not a fan of this matchup is the Victor deck has so many kill avenues that if you do want to put down your Ezreal ever, yeah, it's very hard to have that Ezreal stick. And maybe Alfredo made the conscious decision on the last turn that it's like, I can see 3 cards with a stack deck and a Fizz. I can play the Ezreal. The Ezreal is probably going to, whatever I play is probably dying. So I would rather have my Fizz die than the Ezreal.
Yeah.
I don't really know what you can do to keep it safe outside of playing like a recall, but a lot of these decks have cut the recall. So at least Alan's list has cut the recall.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the recall. I remember in Waco
Retreat.
we got to see it, but that was definitely much more of a homebrew. It was pretty interesting. I don't think it actually ended up managing to make its way to the finals, but it got pretty far. So Bella's Breath is just going to hit 1-1, and that Stupefy looks like is going to be able to finish off that second recruit. So definitely going to be able to, at least for the time being, stave off that little bit of aggression that this Victor player has been able to develop. And it is going to be up to Nigel to kind of gain control back of this tempo. Victor is definitely a very strong deck once it gets its lead. We got to see yesterday, it kind of had this really powerful way of just slowly committing to the board. Not like some sort of deep effect, but looks like this Bard here are actually going to
Wow.
be played. So not a card you see too often. It does allow you to play to an empty battlefield. So we're going to see exactly how Nigel decides to move his units. Putting it in the Void Gate is a little bit risky, but yeah, it looks like he is going to just instead bring it to the Violent Maw's lair, move that Honest Broker to the battlefield. Yeah, I mean, Bard, definitely not a card I've seen played. When you play me, you may exhaust your legend as an additional cost to play me. When you play me, if you pay the additional cost, move any number of units to an open battlefield. Okay.
Yep, so kind of pseudo-accelerate onto an open battlefield.
He can move himself.
Yeah, I guess you're right. That is...
He could have moved to, so it says an open battlefield, so I assume that you're only allowed to choose one. But it would be interesting if you could do both.
This is one of those things where it's like, Riot, please fix the wording on your cards. It would be
Yes.
really nice if things just said target. Okay, so this is definitely not Alan's build. Alan does not main deck the shovel. The shovel, I believe, is sided, though it is good in this matchup. It is actually very good in this matchup.
Yeah. I think I would have liked to have seen him probably play the shovel first, but I guess he just has no way to develop the fizz right now. So makes sense that he just didn't want to commit to it yet. But it looks like he actually put the fizz onto the bottom of the deck rather. Just wants to be able to find it later on. A little bit surprised to see that though. I think I would have again just liked to have had him hold on to it. And then next turn, you know, if he was able to hold on to it for this next turn, he would have been able to, at the start of the turn, play the fizz, maybe even, you know, just stupefy the bard or something, just kind of get that free card out of it, which would have been nice.
I would have to guess that the reason he's committing so hard onto this Ezreal here is he really wants to dissuade Nigel from just shoving Bard up onto it, as Ezreal is small and it is Valmaz. So get off. He cannot easily get off of it here.
This is true. Yeah, it is going to be very difficult to get off this battlefield. We'll have to see if Nigel has some sort of cold week or not heart bargain. What is it? Hidden blade.
Oh, wow.
Oh, it looks like another bard potentially. Nope, 2 recycles, so it might just be a vengeance instead. And rather, it is a 1,000-tailed watcher. So just going to fully commit to the battlefield here, see what Alfredo has to do. It's going to be a Wages of Pain onto that 1,000-tailed watcher, just to be able to get rid of it for the time being. Wants to be able to, you know, answer exactly what's happening here. But unfortunately for him, it's not quite enough damage yet. This Ezreal has been subtracted by 3, so it is only 2 might currently. So instead, he's just going to choose the Bard, take the trade.
I'm a bit surprised Nigel's committing so hard to this Ezreal. Because if you're asking me, I think it would have been pretty safe to just push up the Watcher, right? Like, what's the punish for 2 mana?
Smoke screen.
Which he discarded.
Right. I mean, he could have smoke screened Wages of Pain, and then he would have lost his.
Yeah, but he
Watcher.
discarded the smoke screen, right? Off of the Ezreal earlier.
Right. But you don't know how many your opponent is running. Is the whole.
You're right. I guess. I'm just so used to the Ezreal deck now that most of your tech cards are one-ofs, right? Because you can just keep using with Fizz. So if you do see one gone, it's probably gone. But that's a good call-out. Maybe Nigel doesn't know that, or maybe he's like, well, I can't trust that. Because maybe it would be very bad for him with what he has in his hand if he did lose that Watcher.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's going to be able to get the hold here, and Nigel has been slowly creeping up on points, is already at 5 points, and Alfredo is just kind of slowly bleeding and falling behind here. He has to figure out something quick because this last rites hasn't been really able to do anything yet. And hopefully with it paired with this Vex on the coming turn, he will be able to do something. But yeah, now this Rally the Troops is going to come out, which means that every unit he plays for the rest of this turn is going to come out buffed. We see an 8-cost unit in his hand. I'm not sure what that was. But we don't see any other units in Nigel's hand. He is 5-2, so this deck has been performing at quite the high level. Looks like it's just going to be another Bard. And he's going to move that 1,000-tailed Watcher to the other battlefield. I like this a lot.
Honestly didn't know it could do that. That's pretty cool. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
And then he's just going to bring it right back to base.
Does need to exhaust his Victor for that, but yep, there we go. I think I see a Imperial Decree in Nigel's hands.
Yep, and it says 8. I don't know what that 8 cost is. It could be Downwell, even though that's not the colors. And then he would be disqualified.
Well, he got here. You gotta give him credit.
All right.
Comes to Stupefy. Maybe is he gonna like go for a Bellows here, or just trying to cycle? Could just
I think he's just trying to cycle here. I don't think he actually has anything that he wants to commit. So.
Yep. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. So this should be a big turn here for Alfredo. Nigel doesn't really have a ton of runes here for an interaction, and you have the last rites plus potentially shoving up Student or Vex, whichever one I guess you feel safer about. Though I imagine you probably go for both here. Is at this point Nigel is 1 turn away from winning. It does kind of stink for Nigel that he wasn't able to develop a lot of tokens with the Imperial in hand, but against the Ezreal deck, it's pretty hard to develop those wide boards anyway.
This is true. Those Bellows Breaths do
Yeah.
a lot of work. So
Yep.
a very different build, right? Because the last one was a token-heavy build, but this one, not at all the same thing. We do see a Morbid Return in Alfredo's hand. So curious to see what Alfredo does as a response. We did get to see, a lot of what makes that Morbid Return worth it to play in Bologna, but not quite here at.
Ezreal and stuff from the discard. And, well, I guess we'll have to see if he does want to play the Ezreal out. I imagine he does, as he did put it right on top of his trash. Makes it very easy to find. And, yep, it looks like he is going to play out the Ezreal here. Tap 3 and a seal. So finding all 3 seal early did make this a lot easier. Lets you ramp up.
Yep. So now he has to decide a card he wants to discard. I think it has to be that Vex, just because otherwise he really doesn't have any value from the things that he's doing. So he's just going to go ahead and fire off this call shot, hopefully find something a little bit more impactful to do with his turn. We've had a plethora of technical difficulties this morning, but that's okay. Anyways, this call shot doesn't feel like it's been very good here. I mean, he got a Bellows Breath, it looks like, and a no, he got a called shot and I think a stacked deck. So second called shot going to come out. He's just trying to find something more useful. Finally, he gets himself something like a Frigid Touch, which I think is exactly what he was looking for. Manages to find himself his third called shot. So that is going to be very impactful on this turn. I assume he's just going to fire off that third one right now. It might have been better just to hold off on it and then use that Ravenbloom student. Excuse me.
Yeah, it makes the math weird. It's not something that people think about generally. So I think I agree with that.
Yep. And then finds himself a Fizz.
Maybe set up, well, he doesn't have enough. He could go like a repeated Bellows with a Frigid Touch, but that doesn't even out the Bard unless he has a Stupefy as well.
Yep. And now, well, he does have access to a Rebuke. Nigel has to have some sort of answer to what's going on. I'd like to see, Nigel potentially do something like Imperial Decree, Bellows Breath, just answer the board outright, and then, continue on with his turn, because I don't think Alfredo has any answers to that. He does have the Rebuke, but a Rebuke on something like a Bard or a Thousand-Tailed Watcher doesn't feel very good.
Yeah, both of them are not targets you really want to rebuke because they're just coming down again and they're getting more value.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, right? The Bard comes down and what? Just does the thing again. So,
yeah, it just gives him an essentially accelerate option again, which is a little bit rough because one of the things that the Victor deck at least traditionally struggled with, it has some more tools now, but at least traditionally in set 1 struggled with is it didn't have good accelerate options, and now you have Zin and Bard, it looks like, has a couple good options. And the Watcher, I guess. He is on the board. Can't forget him.
Yeah, Thousand-Tailed Watcher, one of the best rares out of set 1. Arguably the best rare out of set 1.
This is true.
Looks like this Victor is going to come down, and 4 going to be recycled. We have to assume it's his third and final Bard. No, it's going to be a Sprite Mother. Just wants to get this Sprite out, be able to utilize the Victor instead. Does not value this Imperial Decree as of yet. There's just too many runes available. And I think Nigel might be playing a little bit too timidly here. Just personally, it feels like he should have been a little bit more aggressive, gone for the Imperial Decree line if he did have that Bellows Breath. But it's either he just doesn't have that combo or he has other plans in mind.
I mean, this does set up for a Decree on the next turn, assuming that he does get to keep all these bodies, because you will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bodies at the end of this turn. It is pretty easy for Ezreal to wipe that, though, right? He does have the Fizz in hand, and then at that point, it's just the Fizz, Bellow, and then Frigid. You're not wiping everything. The Watcher's a little bit out of the range generally, but you don't need to wipe everything. You just need to get rid of, like, Victor and the tokens, and you should be good.
Yes. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see if he finds a way to deal with this Victor before all of these units get too big. And, well, it looks like he's going to go for this Arcane Shift. It is going to cost 3 as well as a power here. So a bit expensive to use this effect, but it will allow him to deal 3 damage as well as discard a card and find 2 more. I will say, though, that the Arcane Shift is not going to be put into the graveyard. It's not allowed to be put into the graveyard through its own effect.
Yes.
So would hope to see that he does not make that mistake, as it can be an incredibly game-warping effect if it does do that. There it is. He's going to move it out of the graveyard.
Yeah, I am a bit surprised he pushed so aggressively to keep this student, because the student still is getting run over by like a Watcher, right? Like it is only at 4 now.
Currently, yes. But he still has that Frigid Touch in hand. So when he Frigid touches twice, he will be able to be much bigger than that Thousand-Tailed Watcher, and that'll be 5-3.
Well, he only has 2, right? So he can't repeat it.
Oh, right, you're right.
Yeah.
So it would be 5-5.
Which does trade. That isn't nothing. I feel like I want to save the Frigid Touch, though, as a part of a board clear combo here for the next turn. Like Fizz, Frigid Touch, repeat Bellows.
He did discard the Fizz.
Oh. Okay. All right. Well, he knows things.
He's got something in mind.
He knows things. I don't know things.
Yeah, so Nigel just trying to redo the math here, trying to figure out exactly how he's supposed to overtake what's going on. And it would be, I would say it's a little bit risky to try and go into that Vex. So the Vex is a 7, and then if there is that Frigid Touch, which we know there is, that would be pretty punishing. And then also the fact that just reducing those costs by a significant margin is a lot to deal with. So he is actually going to go ahead and rebuke this Thousand-Tailed Watcher, which, I mean, I think if I'm Nigel, I'm kind of happy about that. And then I think for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay, fine.
Yeah.
We'll just pass the turn, and hopefully next turn he can find himself that Bellow's Breath that I think he is looking for. But for now, Alfredo gets to hold both these battlefields and gets a huge reward in doing so. We'll also be able to hold and potentially utilize that last rights just that little bit more.
Yeah, Nigel can. I want to say I've lost the math a little bit, but I believe he still could crash the Bard here and get the token out of it, which I wouldn't hate. I mean, getting rid of a body and the tokens are effectively full units with that Imperial Decree. See if he does remember the math on the Ravenbloom, though, because there are no counters on the board, right? Neither of them have been using dice to track these.
Yeah, it would be nice for him to track it properly. It is a 5, so stack deck, Arcane Shift, Rebuke. Three spells have been played this turn. That is a 5 might unit. There it is.
Yep, there we go. So, yep, 5 into 5 here if he does opt to go for this, which, like I said, I like. I think Ezreal units are, there are less of them, a lot less of them, and again, especially with that decree in hand. The only case where I would disagree is if he does plan on going for the Watcher on the next turn rather than the decree, because then the Bard is better, right? Because it has more might, and you do get to just naturally swing over things. So it looks like Nigel's trying to decide what he wants to do, and I mean, playing out the token makes me think that he's decided, well, maybe I don't need to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it might even just behoove him still just to go for the trade while it is available. He knows his opponent is fully exhausted. It would be 1 less unit on the battlefield. It would require Alfredo to exhaust 2 runes just to be able to get that Ravenbloom student back onto a battlefield. So just going to go ahead and offer the trade for now. And yeah, there goes that Bard, but he does also get a recruit token back. So not a complete, oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah, it's nice. You just get to flip the buff over.
Yeah.
Makes it nice and easy. All right, so 5 units available for Nigel for the following push. And Vex is going to get to play out a unit here, but Alfredo paid a lot of power the last turn. So now actually only down to, what, 6, 7 runes? It's
Yep,
not a
so
ton.
he did draw the card, which means he's no longer available to utilize that last rites.
Yep, and the only option there I want to say is, well, actually, Fizz is there.
He had Fizz, Vex, and the student, so he had 3 options.
So actually, Fizz is a pretty good option because it does let you immediately. I want to say there's a Bellows. I've forgotten if we've recycled it already, but a Bellows copied by the Fizz, wiping all the tokens would be a great start.
Yep, and we see Bella's Breath right off of that stacked deck there.
Nice.
So, I mean, he's going to be able to get rid of all these tokens for now, and Victor does not let you. Victor does not let you reutilize those effects. So, this Bella's Breath is going to be very impactful here. Just no longer able to get rid of those or replay those recruits, I think is the word I'm looking for. Yeah, and I mean, Alfredo just going to go ahead and continue to bolster his front lines here. Is able to get his Ezreal onto that Void Gate. It is unfortunate that he has to send the Ezreal into the battlefield, but I think he's okay with this here, especially because he has this Bella's Breath in hand now. So he's just going to spend 1, get rid of 3 units, draw a card. Does have to recycle a blue, but I think at the end of the day,
if you're not losing, you're fine with that, especially as the Ezreal deck. I can be down 7 points and game's still winnable, right? So definitely not super unhappy with it, though. Yep, all right, there goes the Bellows. And I guess opting to not repeat it then, so it doesn't look like he's going to be trying to take out the Victor and the Sprite Mother this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the Frigid Touch, so it might have been worth it for him to repeat it. It would have cost 1 extra energy, but maybe he just wants to hold on to as much runes as available for the opponent's turn. He does have a ton of spells to play on his opponent's turn. He's got that Rebuke, as well as Frigid Touch and a plethora of other spells. So going to just utilize as many runes as he can and go ahead and pass the turn. So now Victor is going to have to figure out how to get himself back into this game. There is a hidden card. We have to assume it is that Fight or Flight. So now Nigel has to figure out how to get around a Fight or Flight as well as this Ezreal.
Well, it's probably Wages. Ezreal doesn't play Fight or Flight.
Why not?
Because people are net decking Allen, and Allen doesn't play it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough.
That being said, I mean, Alfredo is not playing Allen's build, so hey, could be a Fight or Flight. That is true. That is true. Absolutely. Yeah, Allen actually plays 0 Fight or Flights in the main or side deck.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, Alan is an insane player, so I honestly I believe that that's probably
He's
correct.
like, I will not temporarily deal with things. I'm permanently dealing with everything, which, good man, good man. So what is Nigel going to do here? Obviously, he has enough runes for the Watcher. I believe he's at, 10 here? So a lot of stuff to work with. Can't imagine he would be dropping a Decree here with no tokens to work with. This is where I would like to see, Decree Bellows. It would be so good.
That would be... Oh. No. 8. Okay, so the Thousand-Tailed Watcher going to come out yet again. I mean, even if he does have a Bella's Breath here, it could be utilized quite in effect. I think really the only thing that he is going to be able to hit is this Ezreal, but I think I would have rather done the Imperial Decree line if he did have it. So I just have to assume that it's not there. But he will be able to go ahead and go into either this Von Maw's Lair, utilize this Sprite Mother to get rid of either, well, actually of just the Rasa. But if he does send in the Victor, you can go ahead and get rid of at least one of them. He does also have to play around this Rebuke if that does happen. This Vex is incredibly annoying. Being able to just reduce the cost of Rebuke by half is such a problematic effect.
Purple's so good.
Yes.
Purple's so good. You do need to make sure that you're playing around wages as well, as it is. If you've done your research, you will know that that is generally the only card that there's probably one that I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but generally that is what Ezreal is hiding. At least again with Alan's list, with which most players are not decking. So,
Yeah.
but that being said, the only thing that's losing to a wages is actually they all are except for the Watcher.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he does opt to go. Wow. Oh, wow. Okay.
Actually, this is a pretty interesting line here. It avoids this Vex for the time being, and those units are trapped in that Vile Mausoleum. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's that wages. He's just going to go ahead and shoot the Victor down. Take the trade with the Ezreal.
Now he still does have.
Oh, that's right, because the Void Gate actually does
Frigid
1
Touch.
extra damage. So
There's a Rebuke and a Frigid Touch, right? Or is he
yeah,
hasn't
it was
used the
Rebuke and Frigid
yet.
Touch.
Okay.
Yep. Just doesn't want to recycle all those runes. So, yep, just going to go ahead and pass the priority back. Going to go ahead and use the Rebuke on that Thousand-Tailed Watcher. And now Alfredo has to figure out how to deal with this Sprite Mother for the time being, because he's just used all his Rebukes, does not have access to that Fizz, but he does have that last right, so could potentially utilize it next turn. And, well, this Frigid Touch actually does allow Alfredo to get over this Sprite Mother, because it does not have the restriction.
This is true.
So I'm going to go ahead and -4 it. And it's going to go right down to 0.
Yeah, one of the
Oh.
more
And Alfredo actually does not lose the Ezreal.
correct. Because it is one of the set 2, set 1 differences, right? Is
Yes.
most of the set 2 cards don't have that 2-0 or 2-1. Well, unfortunate there. This is why knowing card, actually just picking up and reading the card is pretty important, because cards generally, not always, but generally do what they say.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I wish I could say always, but Riftbound,
There's always
Working
those
on it.
growing pains.
yes, absolutely working on it, and hopefully that won't be an issue come sets, I think 4, right? Because set 3 they had everything written.
Yeah. Oh, it's already there.
Yeah,
Good on you.
I got you. I got you.
IT man, Fritz.
That's me. That's me. That's what my grandma always used to think. Is she's like, "You're a software engineer. You help me with my printer." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I will do that, Grandma. Thanks. I love
I don't
you."
know if you know this, but I'm technologically illiterate. I can just write spaghetti code.
Claude, do my story for me. Sorry. Anyways,
You know, side note,
yeah.
I actually did think about investing in Claude, the company. I forget.
Anthropic.
Yeah, Anthropic.
Yeah.
And you have to do it like through some third parties, because it's still privately owned. And I wish I did.
Yeah, that would have been a really good decision. Come, what was that? 2 or 3 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
That would have been a really good one.
My buddy, who's a he's a stock investor, and he was like, it's not a good time to invest in anything. And then also companies that spike by 2,000% is very risky to invest in.
Yeah. At that point, you're buying at the peak, and then it'll drop.
Yeah, but apparently that was not the peak.
Apparently, these are things that we can only see in retrospect. And when we have our time reversal moment, and when we go back to the embarrassing moment 20 years ago that we wish we could change, you can now invest at the right times. So, you're welcome. I got
Oh
you.
man, yeah, I almost invested it. I almost bought like 10 or 15 Bitcoins at $6.
Yeah, I have a friend in high school. Well, I guess I say a friend in high school. Oh my God, that's been like so many years, 15 something years. But he had a bunch of Bitcoin back in high school, and it was a few $100s each, and he sold it. Yeah. So now he Could have had a lot of money.
Yeah, right?
But he did make a lot of money off of it at that point, so you can't be too disappointed, right?
No, you can't.
All right.
All right, so this Bell's Breath here is just going to go ahead and take out this Plundering Poro, make things even more difficult for Nigel. This game is getting pretty derailed, and it looks like this Ezreal's managed to stabilize. I mean, it really felt like he was on the brink of destruction, and unfortunately for Nigel, he just hasn't found his own Bellows Breath. And really, it just feels like, what are you supposed to do with this? So, I mean, look, he's forced to stay into this Vile Maw's lair, which is really Nigel's only saving grace right now. But until Alfredo's content, I mean, he doesn't really need to leave the battlefield.
This is the problem with the non-purple decks, like we were talking about. I forget if that was on air or before. Is that you just get to play all these. You find every card in your deck with a purple deck, whereas you're playing blue, yellow, and well, you got your Stupefies, and I guess Consult the Pasts or Hidden Blades, but that's kind of it for draw. So it's very easy to go through an entire game or even an entire match and not see cards.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to Called Shot. I mean, this card is just too powerful of an effect, and for some reason, it's a common.
That's a good thing. Imagine if this was like
a rare.
One of the full arts. Is that what they're, the rares? Like
I don't know. I'm just saying, imagine if that was a rare.
Yeah. I think it goes common, uncommon, rare. So I think you're right.
Yeah. And then it's like super rare, ultra rare, giga rare, spaghetti rare. I don't know.
Imagine if this was in the Watcher slot. Imagine how much that.
Yeah, that would have been rare. Yeah.
Like what? It's got to be like a $60 rare or something. What was the Watcher at its peak?
Yeah, it peaked at like $50.
Okay, so this would be more, because more decks play this.
Yes.
That would have been quite bad. Quite bad. So that is the saving grace here, is that even though the card is very overpowered, it also
somehow Stack Deck is an uncommon and this is not. So
yeah,
just gonna go ahead and send in this Thousand-Tailed Watcher. Try and just overtake the battlefield. Nigel understands that he is in a heap of trouble and is just hoping that that is going to be enough. And unfortunately for Alfredo, he did already play his Fizz. So Nigel's going to go ahead and bolster the back or that front line just that little bit much more. Go ahead and hide a card as well, it seems like, in this Sprite's Call. So finally going to be able to utilize this Sprite's Call after keeping it in his opening hand and just not getting a chance to fire it off at all this game. So Alfredo will have to figure out how to get over this hidden card. He assumes it's a hidden blade, but it's not. So yeah, Alfredo in a very precarious position, does not want to see that, and, well, will very likely just spend 3 to play an Ezreal, draw some more cards, and continue to dig through his deck.
Looks like he has his own Watcher, but unfortunately he has paid power pretty aggressively, so will not be able to play that. That would make things a little bit more simple. In fact, that would make it very simple. It would just be shove up Fizz. See if you have... Actually, it doesn't quite work, but... So... Oh, wait, he does have enough for Watcher. Never mind.
Yep, just going to opt not to play his units.
7, 8. Okay. So 8 runes. If you played Watcher, that would be all you do.
That would be all you do, and then he'd have to have...
You would lose to the Hidden Blade, if there was one. Okay.
Yep.
So repeated Bellows. Going to put some damage counters onto that Watcher. Does he
4
still
damage, in fact.
Does he have the Frigid still?
I think so.
Oh, that works.
But he's going to go ahead and use that Wages of Pain, and then there it is. There's a Sprite Call. But that's not going to be able to get Nigel that point. So Alfredo is at 7 points.
And there's another Wages? Is that the hand?
That is another Wages. So that is going to be able to take the game. And yep, Nigel's going to go ahead and scoop it up here. We're going to go on to game number 2. Alfredo on the brink of destruction managed to hold on for dear life and really just keep that Vile Maw's lair for much longer than I really feel he should have. I would have liked to have seen Nigel utilize that Imperial Decree. I think that would have been a better use of his time. But unfortunately for him, decided not to do so. And, well, because of it, I felt like it did end up costing him this game. So hopefully here in the sideboard, he will be able to find something a little bit more useful to do with his turns. Maybe he's not on Bellows Breath, which would be very surprising to me, but definitely possible.
Yeah, we haven't seen either Victor that played yesterday or today play that card. which is very surprising to me. It seems to be one of the best possible combos in the Victor deck is Bellows plus the Decree or Bellows plus a Watcher. It helps with these very wide boards, but no luck so far. Maybe he's opted to not play it, or it's just unlucky. Very possible.
Yeah, I mean, I remember I was playing Yi, and I went into like 3 Dravens, didn't see any of my Kalamas.
Yep, that Kalama, it's a hider.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still won 2 of those games, though.
Oh, yeah?
Matches. Yeah.
Nice. I like the punch first card in that matchup.
They're
never
like,
play
hey, look at
around
all
it.
my guys. And you're like, look at my fist, idiot.
Well, it helps too when. Did you still play Dead Bloom in your list or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, it helps when you have like the Dead Bloom because this 9 runes is representing like 13 might, which does get through most things, which is kind of nice.
Yes. Yeah. Unless they miracle you. And that was the decks that I lost to were Miracle Dravens.
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, oh, look, I'm doing nothing. I'm doing nothing. I'm like, yeah, I'm winning. And then they're like, hey, what about 36 might in a single turn? Is that cool? And you're like, no, actually, it's not. Well, they're like, well, sucks.
Yeah, there's not really a good answer for that in the Yi deck, unfortunately. You don't really have a lot
Or
of
any
options
deck,
for
really.
wide. I don't know about that one. I think blue decks uncheck power.
Yeah, no, that doesn't stop them.
No, it doesn't stop them from doing it, but it does stop them from actually holding afterwards, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
yeah.
I think.
No, but they just go bush. They get to 6 points. They go bushwhack, and they go, boop, you die. And you're like, yeah, I guess I do.
Gotta stop them. Keep them on 5 points. Yeah.
Yeah, good luck.
Yeah, I know. I guess you can go. Decree Bellows those are action speed.
That's true.
You could do that. That sounds insane, but technically you could. Oh, yep, someone did catch the Ezreal thing. Yep. Nope, he did pay 3. He paid the repeated with the reduced costs.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, he did repeat the cost. So, yeah, you're absolutely right, Cheddar. But unfortunately for us, we are not judges. We're not allowed to interfere or call a judge for these players. We are just here to report on what is happening. So, another player caught it, which means that we just have to continue on forward and hope that it doesn't cost the Ezreal player the game, but it ended up not. So, that is going to be the case. Looks like both players are on start of the game effect battlefields here, in that there's an Arena's Greatest as well as that Obelisk of Power. So hopefully Nigel will be able to finish this game a little bit faster than Alfredo wants. But for the time being, Ezreal is just going to come down, going to go ahead and recycle 1 rune. No Seal of Discord for the time being. And, well, we didn't actually see him discard a card, so he's not able to call shot until the card is discarded. Well, that is, again, we're not able to stop the game.
We cannot chain reaction, or we cannot chain actions to react. Or I cannot speak. We cannot chain actions to triggers. So.
Yep, I think he just forgot to discard.
Did he forgot the?
Yep, he forgot to discard.
Me when my opponent has 8 cards in hand on their first turn.
Yeah.
Purple is just that broken that it can do that. Trust
me. It certainly can, especially when you forget to. I mean, even after
Wow.
you forget to do your thing. So.
Where is Nigel's? Didn't he make a token as well, or no?
No, he forgot to do so.
Okay. Unfortunate. So, a little bit of a rough start, but
for both of these players.
I think the rough start goes a little bit better for one of the two. But we'll have to see how this one goes. I mean, pushing up with the Poro, you do get the, as we talked about, it is not a Bilgewater Poro. It is a plundering Poro.
Yeah, this Poro is going to plunder and go ahead and get Nigel a gold token. That gold week is going to be able to deal with this Ezreal here, and because he did recycle 2 runes on his first turn, he is going to be stuck on 4 runes here on turn number 2, which means that there is going to be no Vex coming down as well, which means that Nigel just has that little bit of reprieve for that just that much longer. And so now Nigel feels like he's in a fairly comfortable position, I would say. Going to be at 3 points, can go ahead and retreat the Plundering Poro if he so chooses, can also make a recruit at the battlefield and then retreat the Plundering Poro to be able to get that trigger just that once more, and might even opt to Okay, so not going to utilize that Bard. Just going to go ahead and Sprite Call and bring
Yep.
back that Plundering Poro, get that 4th point, and then make another recruit. So honestly, off to the races, doing quite well for the time being, and we'll have to see if he's going to be able to keep up this tempo.
Absolutely. And this time the recruit does hit the battlefield. The recruit does actually hit the battlefield, which you love to see.
Yep. Well, last turn he played a recruit so that he could call the week to recruit.
This is true.
So this
is true.
Yep. And then there we go. Stupefy going to be utilized. It looks like he's got a Bellows Breath in hand. Just going to go ahead and clear that entire field. Everything going to get stripped away, which means that the Sprite no longer going to have any effect onto the game. And, well, Alfredo gets to draw a card as well as utilize that Morbid Return, get back that Ezreal, and he's doing great.
Yep, this is just what you want to see as Ezreal. You pick away at the board and you say, I'm playing purple, so I'm going to keep seeing cards. You're going to run out of cards. I will say one of the benefits with the Victor leader, and I experienced this when testing with my friend who plays Victor, is if you do get into an endgame scenario, like I say true endgame, like when you are looping Morbid Returns and Fizzes, it does get a little bit spooky because you do have to clear the recruit every turn, otherwise you lose to like top deck Zins and Watchers.
Yep.
So you do get put in this bad spot where you're like bellows, and the yellow deck has a lot of removal, so they will be removing a lot of your stuff. And you can just randomly lose to like Hidden Blades, which is very funny, because if they get onto odd points and they Hidden Blade, and then you have to shuffle your discard and you lose the game. Just funny little things. But so Victor leader does come out and playing a token. So we'll have to see, does Alfredo have an answer to this, or does he opt to maybe build his own board a little bit? Say, it's okay, you can potentially go the 6 points, but I will develop my own units.
Yeah, I think Alfredo really wanted to develop this Ezreal here on this turn again. And he is a little bit weary to do so, which makes sense. I mean, this Victor has been in a pretty heavy tempo position. I will say that the missing of the recruit ended up not mattering just because there was that Bellows Breath. He would have been able to target both of those recruits at the end of it. So it ended up not actually having as a big of an impact as we would have expected it to. But, you know,
yeah,
thank goodness for that, I guess, overall.
Still sucks, but
yeah,
what can you do? So
you can raise your fist in anger
at yourself, and then you give yourself a little soft punches to the face because you don't want to bruise that handsome face.
No.
This is not okay. Yeah, just passing over. He has wages in hand. Does he have a stupefy? Yeah, so wages stupefy the deal with the Victor leader. If the Victor leader does push up,
and then you will be able to draw 2 cards as well as get a gold token.
Yes, this is true, and hopefully that will allow him to then ramp up on the next turn, as he does need to actually deal with things. Because I mean, Nigel is getting closer and closer to victory. For probably be at 5 points after this turn.
Victor.
The victory. This is true.
So, Nigel going to be at 4 points here. Going to go ahead and recycle 1. And then Hidden Blade his own unit.
Wow, okay. That's a very aggressive Hidden Blade. Interesting. Generally, you see that just hidden and then...
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I wonder what he's looking for here, that he's opting to do it on his own turn. Maybe he needs another unit to develop. Oh, excuse me. Sorry, my apologies.
I think that has to be the case here. So, did end up finding himself an honest broker. So, does find that one unit to develop, and then just going to go and make a new recruit and pass the turn. Really just gets to eat Alfredo's entire last turn, which, you know, feels pretty great, actually. Alfredo got to do nothing that turn, which means that, you know, drawing 2 cards, playing a unit, you do recycle 1 rune. Sure, why not?
Yeah. I honestly did expect Nigel to try to go up to even points and go on to 6. It does look like the players have not updated the scores yet, but he should be on 5, correct?
I think he actually, while holding priority, decided to go for the Hidden Blade rather than score the point. Just so that Alfredo couldn't do anything like a Wages of Pain or anything of that sort.
Okay, fair enough. Heads up play from him. So for a touch here, and unfortunately going to look like a Bellows is going to wipe out everything. The Ezreal played, so things get a lot cheaper here.
Yeah. So there that goes, and well, Nigel will at least be able to get a gold token out of it,
Yes.
which is sort of something. But yeah, no more units available, and Ezreal just keeps doing his plan. I mean, this feels like Alfredo is slowly but surely taking control of this game and really starting to stabilize. I mean, this is incredibly risky here for Nigel. The fact that he has so many small units means that these Bellows Breaths just have such insane value overall. And, well, he finally does manage to find himself that Seal of Discord, so he might just opt to play it here. Looks like that is going to be the case, and going to go ahead and use that power right now to play a called shot. Finds himself a couple of answers. Might even opt for this Mind Splitter just because right now there's no real threat on the side of Nigel, and I think that is the case. And so now we see a Fizz as well as a Wages of Pain, and looks like it's going to be that Fizz.
Yep, finding the Fizz is very important because it does allow you to utilize that entire discard toolbox. And we know that pretty much everything important is in there already. You have the Morbids, Morbid singular. You have the Bellows, you have the Wages. I think there's a Stupefy, there's a Called Shot, everything you can want. I will say this card right here is one of the things that has made testing versus this Victor deck so annoying when I'm playing Ezreal, is my friend is main decking 3 pickpockets, and it makes it brutal because you have to deramp so much without those seals, and he gets infinite free gold between the honest brokers and the pickpockets.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense. Like, it's one of those things where you have to deal with what's going on the battlefield. And those seals, they kind of quietly provide a ton of value as the game continues. So I think these pickpockets have a lot of value. It might even consider just putting them in your main deck overall. I know I have in my Ezreal deck just to be able to deal with these Draven players just that much easier. They're all playing 3 Seals of Discord in their main decks. So just a very easy way to answer a lot of what they're doing. And then some players are even opting for a couple of one-cost things like Cole in the Rats Reel deck that was there in the early parts of the meta, which I think has been shifted away from just because of how successful Allen has been on his Ezreal list. And yeah, I mean, there's a couple of other one-cost equipment that some players are playing and things like Lucian. But these, it's just kind of off to the fringes here. And so now Singularity is going to come down, and 2 cards going to be recycled there to the bottom, and it's going to eat Alfredo's entire turn, but Nigel is just going to continue to do nothing. So
yeah, that's a really expensive turn, especially with no seals in play. I mean, Alfredo just has not been able to ramp up at all this game, and Nigel is now on the 10 rune turn. Like, eventually you do need to establish units as Alfredo, like we talked about.
Yep.
Is you do need to eventually establish units and be able to start doing things. Otherwise, Nigel just gets the token value every single turn. Which this game, personally, looking a lot worse for Alfredo. That being said, this might be the breaking point here, as Nigel did have no plays except for a token. So maybe he has no more units in hand. I think we know he has a watch. Did we see him with a watcher? I don't remember. But
I don't know, but it looks like Alfredo's considering going for this Mind Splitter here, and he might even just opt to play that second seal that he just drew, just because essentially it costs 0 this turn if he does do so, and it looks like that is going to be the case. Nope, it's going to be that Fizz instead. And he's just going to go right for that Bellows Breath, get rid of that one recruit because he's got nothing better to do with his turn. And, ooh.
If he did have the Mind Splitter, I think I agree with that. Yeah. I like that a little bit more. Huh? Didn't he have to do it in the other way?
Yep, and Nigel's giving him the grace.
All right. Fair enough. Yeah, so essentially he played out the Fizz and then played out the seal, but you have to play out the seal, then the Fizz. That being said, correct. Nigel seemingly okay with it. So if the players are fine with it,
nothing we can do.
Let them have at it. So Sprite Mother coming down. This card has been pretty good this match so far. The tokens generating a lot of power, but a Wages says no.
Yep. So just going to continue to eat away at the removal tools from this Victor player. Zen Zhao going to come right down and I loved this patient play here from Nigel. I think this was a very good way to utilize this Zinzao, right? Stupefy is going to come down, but he already used his Wages of Pain, and he's just using the Stupefy just to draw 2 cards because, well, he already used his effect. So 3 and 2 recycled, or sorry, 4 and 2 recycled. Just going to go ahead and use that Vengeance.
Yeah, very pain. Wait, so yeah, he paid a bunch of gold this turn, so that's why he's able to do this. It was the Sprite Mother, the Zin, and then the Vengeance, which comes to 12 power. So,
Yep, just
Okay,
showing that he has the runes available to do the play, and he certainly does. So,
yep, this will be a bit harder to clear as the the might is spread. You'd have to do like a repeated touch onto frigid touch onto Sprite Mother plus Zin, and then a repeated bellows plus like a stupefy. So it's like a lot of pieces here. If you did want to clear everything,
yeah. So
how many cards does Nigel have in hand? Have you been able to catch that?
1, 2, 3. Oh, Nigel.
Yeah.
Alfredo's got at least 1.
I figured the Ezreal player might have 15 cards in hand, but I'm more curious if Nigel has like resources left, because that's the scary thing when you're playing against this Ezreal deck is when you just run out of resources.
I mean, he did develop 3 cards this turn as well as player recruit, right? It was 4 for the Sprite Mother, 1 for the recruit, 3 for the Zinzao, and then
Played the Vengeance. Oh, there we know. We see the hand. Okay. Hey, there's the Decree Bellows combo that we've been talking about for ages. So it looks like Alfredo is just opting to say, hey, I'm skipping my turn for this, but I now will have full knowledge and hopefully can deal with everything you got the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, look, an Imperial Decree by itself isn't going to be too impactful. He does need to there it is. Ready the Victor. He is going to get that hold point, bring himself all the way up to 6 points. Going to go ahead and bring that recruit up, getting himself up to 7 points. Yep, and I like this patient play here a lot. I think if he's drew his Bellows Breath, I think it's going to be better to play it now, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. Just finds himself a Plundering Poro, and we know that the last 2 cards in his hand is just 2 Imperial Decrees, so nothing too exciting in terms of Nigel's hand, but now Alfredo has to figure out how to deal with everything that's going on. He does find himself his 3rd seal, also has himself access to that called shot, but yeah, I mean, he's kind of went through a lot of his removal tools, so it might be pretty difficult to stop what Alfredo has.
Oh, no, you can't do this.
Well, he's trying to eat this Imperial Decree right now. And then, I mean, the hard bargain is not going to stop what's going on.
I don't like this at all. So what I thought the play was, and maybe this is better in the, like, I don't see his full play yet, but I thought his play was going to be attach last rites, push up onto the obelisk, conquer, get the trigger, play out Ezreal, play out Fizz, repeat Bellows.
Did you see what he did there?
What did he do?
That was incredibly intelligent here from Alfredo.
What did he do?
The Imperial Decree resolves, and then he uses the Bellows Breath to shoot the 1-cost recruit, as well as shoot 3 units on the back line.
So he baited him into using the Decree and then says, all right, you're going to lose everything. Hey, you're right. So Alfredo has the sauce, and I do not.
Yeah, I mean, very, very heads-up play here from Alfredo. Just going to absolutely punish Nigel for that Imperial Decree. I think Nigel was not happy about that at all, and just going to go ahead and use this recruit to try and go into this Imperial Decree. Going to utilize this Arcane Shift as well. Going to go ahead and shoot the recruit, use the Mind Splitter to go back to base, and very likely eat that pickpocket as well. And so now all he's stuck with is just this Imperial Decree left, and yeah, Nigel is out of resources.
Yeah, that was very intelligently played by Alfredo, like you said. Hey, there's a reason he's here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would have liked to have seen Nigel just go for the pickpocket first and then allow your opponent to use some sort of action, but sequence it wrong, and it has a heavy punish for it. So
absolutely.
Now this last rites is going to get fired off, and, well, things are just going to continue to go from bad to worse.
Yep. See, this is now where things do get pretty scary, as now the last strikes is going to get to play stuff out. You know, your opponent is essentially dead drawing. There's not really too much that you can draw here that as like a one card. It's kind of on Alfredo to make mistakes. Like, if I'm Nigel, I'm like, please mess up. So here comes out the Fizz, and the Fizz then repeats the Bellows. And so this is where you can be very aggressive and just say, I'm clearing a unit every single turn. And then this Fizz will get to go up onto the battlefield on the next turn. And wow, we have a Rasa as well. Okay, so starting to develop. The only thing that would be a little bit annoying, and Alfredo is still going to be fine with it, is if he does like top deck.
Ooh,
Like,
how many cards
Bellows.
does how many cards does Alfredo have in his graveyard? Is it at least 10? I think it's like 8.
He has put stuff back for last right, so that's actually a good call out. I would need to see him look through it again.
Oh. Both of these players making a little bit of mistakes here. It is early in the morning, so both these players still just waking up. But this Rasa, as well as this Vex and this Fizz, is just going to make things incredibly difficult. And Nigel not feeling happy about how these sets of turns are going. I mean, there's 5 minutes left in the round. Both these players are playing incredibly slow, so this hold is going to be able to trigger. We'll have to see if there is an Ezreal in the graveyard still. But a stacked deck is instead just going to get fired off. Does not want to deal with any of the cards in his banish pile as of yet. Just going to go ahead and move this Vex up and try and hold for just 1 to 2 more turns.
Surprised he doesn't trigger. Maybe he did put the Ezreal back at some point. So I feel like having the Ezreal out, at the very least, you don't even need to use its on play if you really don't want to. Ezreal does say May, right? Let me see. Ezreal.
I don't think it's May. It says discard a card.
No, you were right. So that is mandatory. He would have to discard. Maybe every card in his hand is perfect.
Yeah, it could be the case.
Could be true. Could be true.
I mean, he did use the stack deck. You could have just discarded the stack deck and drew 2 cards.
Yep, that is true. That is true. All right, here comes out the Zinzao.
And now, this Imperial Decree will be able to come out with impunity.
Is there? I thought Alfredo has a hard bargain.
Oh, that's true. There is a hard bargain. So, looks like this Imperial Decree is going to try and come down, but there is that hard bargain. So,
Yeah.
boom. Hard bargain going to come out. Not going to be able to cast it. And Nigel's going to go back to the drawing board. Only 1 card remains in hand. And while he does have access to all these runes, this hard bargain just proving to be incredibly detrimental to what Nigel had in store. And, yeah,
Why
just
did
going to
they
go ahead
give
and pass the
purple
turn.
a counterspell?
What?
Why did they give purple a counterspell?
Well, it needed more help.
Oh, okay, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, it wasn't the best color yet. They just needed to make sure.
Okay, you know the poor purple players. They needed help. You're right. You're right.
And then they weren't sure that purple was the best color in set 2, so then they made Baron Nashor.
See, I'm really hoping that they have like one of these neutral camps for each color, and that green and orange finally got like broken cards. Because honestly, I think orange is pretty bad too. It's like
It does have Punch First, and I think that's one of the most powerful cards.
it has Punch First, and it has Aurora, and then like it has some okay mid-range units like Lucian, but that's like kind of it.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and Nigel just falling further and further behind, unfortunately for him, just falls really victim to everything that Ezreal has in store. And
Yep.
while that one last card doesn't really help him, and he's just going to go ahead and give that handshake off. And very, very well played from Alfredo. I mean, game number 1, it really felt like he was on the brink of destruction there, but Nigel just couldn't find that Bella's breath to push him over the edge there. And then game number 2 here, made a couple of mistakes. I think really the biggest one that punished him was that pickpocket play, but I don't think that there was enough, even if he did manage to do that. So
Yep. It is something you have to keep in mind when you're playing these slightly lower tier decks. And I think Victor can do things, and it has demonstrated it can do things, as it did get top 8 at Bologna, right?
yep.
It can do things, but your margin for error is so much smaller than these other decks. You cannot afford to make these mistakes, whereas the Ezreal, the Draven, the Aurelia, they can make some mistakes. Their deck is just inherently stronger, and they have purple cards in their deck. So they can make these mistakes because they're going to see more cards, they're going to have more options, their cards are higher power. But when you're playing these other decks, you can't. You have to play perfect. And if you don't play perfect, you're just going to lose. So.
Absolutely. So, Tupaloop has Tupaloop two Paloop has left, and Sasuke's back. So, I'm glad to be back. But yeah, I mean, I think both these players played pretty well. I think it's pretty clear that Alfredo was playing overall better. I think he saw a lot of lines that neither of us probably would have in those moments. So really glad to see just this toolkit deck being able to fire off on all cylinders, and hopefully we'll be able to see him here in the top 16 because he did manage to get that win.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely missed the bait decree into Bellows. That was very nice. So
yeah,
good. Shout outs to Alfredo there for playing peak performance right near the end. So
absolutely. So yeah. We'll have to see how Alfredo manages to do in the rest of the tournament, or if he is even going to be able to make it to the top 16. I do know that there was a couple of players that were like X1, 2, so maybe those people will bubble in before him. I'm not sure.
X2 is above X1, 2, right? Because you have more points. It's a point per win, and you have 3 games that were not wins, as opposed to 2 games that weren't wins. So, all right, here.
Yeah. I think you're right. Yes, I think you're right.
Because he would be 5. So 5-1-2 is 5 times 3, 15 plus 2 for ties. Ties are 1 point, and versus
18 points.
Yeah, 18. Right. So
yeah.
You are 1 point ahead if you do go 5-2, 6-2. It was 7?
Yeah, 6-2.
It was 8 rounds.
Yeah. 8 rounds.
Okay.
Yep.
Threw me off when they added that round yesterday. I was like,
yeah. Yeah, they were supposed to do 2 rounds today, but I'm glad that they decided to do that extra round last night, just because it makes today just that little bit much shorter, so we do get to get out of here and catch those flights if we need. I know you're flying all the way to Austin via car.
Absolutely. So. It will be an awful journey with the TSA closed down, and I will be very sad. Be very sad and very tired and very lonely in my car.
Yeah.
On the airplane.
Yeah.
Yes.
The car plane.
Yes, the car plane. No, I am going to be absolutely miserable when I forget if I talked about this with Toop or you, but I am going to France for Lille in about a month, I guess. About a month.
Yeah, it's like early April, right?
Yeah, and I absolutely hate long plane flights, as you can see by my stature. I do have the long legs. And
you don't like being cramped for what, like 10 hours plus?
On economy, I wish. Where do I find business class seats with someone else paying for them?
You should have said in this economy.
In this economy. I did say it.
There we go. All right. Well, let's take a look at what's going on. Let's see if there's anything going on in the top cut yet. No, nothing coming up at the top cut yet. So we're just going to pull up the brackets here real quick. Okay. Yeah, I mean, pretty clear cut as to what's going on. Ezreal, I think, honestly, the better deck than Victor, but there's been just so many Victor players here in East Texas, so a bit surprised to see that. I did see a couple of Master Yis that were on the cusp, X2s, so hopefully one of those can make it into the top 16, but obviously a lot of them today are going to be these Draven players. Draven just absolutely dominating the meta. Called Shot, Ezreal, just 2 of the best cards in the entire game right now. And then you get to pair it up with all of these incredibly efficiently costed units that are in Fury. So Draven just absolutely going to be able to utilize it the best. Being able to win combat is nice. You only draw 1 to 2 extra cards per game, but it really forces your opponent to play around that effect. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I personally am hoping we see a Volibear in top cut, and we did see one at X1, which very close if he is able to be one of the top X2s or even just win today.
I think if you were X1, like if you were 5-1, you could have drawn the next 2 rounds, right? Because wait, no.
Well, he won the last round yesterday, so he was going into this round X1.
Yeah, okay.
So
X1
he could have
won.
just drawn and then guaranteeing it, but we don't know. Again, some players opt to, especially now that there is an advantage for having a higher seed in top cut, you could just want to play it out. Say, I want to go for that top seed. I am going to get to go first, get my choice.
Yeah.
Maybe Volley doesn't care as much, though, because it is a ramp deck. It's like, well, does it change that much? I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, I typically like to go first, even in ramp decks, just because, like, then you're not going first.
Then your opponent can't play a 2-drop on turn 1, and I can
Yes.
play Trumpet.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, exactly. Just because one of the big things for me personally is like I get an extra card because I'm going first, right? And then I mean, I'm probably going to be. I want to be at that 4 rune threshold so I can Catalyst Advance anyways. So I mean, whatever. I waste 1 extra turn to do it, but I mean, you know, if I have a mobilize, I'm still going for that turn 3 Dazzling Roar anyways, and then, you know, we're off to the races. So for me, it doesn't really have too much of an impact. But yeah, hopefully we'll get to see some more Volibear in this top cut. Besides that, any other decks that you would like to see in this top 16?
The Kalama.
The Kalama?
Yeah, we got to see at least one. It can be Jax, it can be Master Yi, but we need at least one of them.
That's fair. Or Lucian.
Oh yeah, true. True. Are there any Lucians on this? Or
Yeah, right here, the 2% mark.
2%ers. So what?
Right under
Probably
that
3 of
Jax.
them? 3 of them maybe?
3 or 4.
3 or 4? Okay.
Yeah, I think there were X2 yesterday. We don't know because like there were X2 at the start of round 7, so I don't know if they won that round and they were on the cusp or not. But if not, hopefully we'll see more Lucians. I know that the Llama's really great into Draven specifically, and then you pair it with that shenanigans that combo Lucian is able to do. It can do a lot of work.
Yeah, hard to deal with. The purple deck targets a lot. I mean, most colors in this game target. There really isn't too much that doesn't target outside of like unchecked power and
Thousand-tailed Watcher.
yeah, Watcher. Yeah,
That's about it.
not much. Or Miracle Draven doing a 40 might turn.
Yeah, that's true.
That also
you don't
does
really
it.
need to target for that.
Yeah. So do we have interviews today?
Let's see. We do have an interview ready actually here with Alfredo. So we're gonna go ahead and go and send it off to the interview, and then we'll send it off to the BRB screen.
Hi, I'm Tubaloo, but I'm here with Alfredo. We just saw you win with Ezreal. That was a crazy game. I saw that game one when you played against him. You were at I think you were at 1 and he was at 6, and you kind of came back and won. Tell me about that a little bit, because there was a lot of gameplay going on, a lot of stuff you had to do.
Yeah, sometimes when you're playing against aggro decks with that kind of deck, the hard control, you just wait the perfect time to get the comeback. Because if you overcome in the beginning, you're probably losing too much resources into little things, and then you can overcome with those resources at the end.
Yeah, well, that definitely makes sense. What made you want to choose Ezreal for today's event?
Yeah, Ezra is a pretty no-luck deck because you see almost the whole deck every single game.
Yeah, you do.
So you take a lot of the micro decisions that overcome the final of the game. So that's why I choose Ezreal, because it's too low luck, and I don't like to depend on luck like.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get that. So right now, are you locked in for top 16 right now?
Yes.
Okay, well, congratulations on that. Is there any shouts you want to give out to anybody? Or is there any? But before we do that, what matches do you want to see when you're playing Ezreal, and what matches do you not want to see when you're playing Ezreal?
I just don't want to see Aurelia with good luck, because I think Aurelia is just lost to itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if Aurelia have a good hand, just win, no matter what you do. So I just don't want to see Aurelia with good luck. That's
So you good against other matches like Draven and stuff like that? What's the matchups you kind of want to hit?
Yeah, I think it's 50-50. So
Okay.
it depends on how I perform in those games.
Okay.
But I think it's 50-50.
Okay. Well, Alfredo, is there any shouts you want to give out to anybody before we go?
Yeah, to all my friends from here from Houston, they introduced me to the game. I just met him through the game, and that's what made me play, my friends.
All right, well, you can see Alfredo's locked in for top 16 with Ezreal, guys. We'll see you guys later.
All right. Well, we got to hear it there from Alfredo. It looks like he's going to be able to be into that top 16. So excited to see at least one Ezreal in the top 16.
Absolutely.
So we know that there's going to be at least one non-mirror match.
This is true. And hopefully, well, we know there's a volley, right?
We assume there's the volley.
That would be crazy if there wasn't.
I mean, he could have just decided not to draw, then lost, and then bubbled out.
That is true. I'm praying he did not. I want to see a volley.
I want to see a Volibear as well.
All right. Well, do we know when we will be getting the formal announcement for top 16?
It usually takes about 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay.
So probably, I don't know, we've been talking this whole time since
Yeah.
then, and we saw that the round was like about to end when we were talking. And at this point, there's no more time in the round, so we don't know how long it's going to take before they actually fully decide to get started. But yeah, head's itchy a little bit.
See, that's why you got to wear something on your head.
I feel like that would make it itchier.
Does it?
Yeah, because then there's less oxygen.
Oxygen?
Yeah,
What does that have to do with itchy?
your head breathes.
Does it?
Your body breathes.
I don't feel air coming in and out of my hands.
That's the whole point of gas.
I don't believe you and your mystical science.
Your mystical science. All right.
I believe the power of thunder bears.
That's fair, actually. I believe in the power of Thunder Bears. Hopefully, we'll get to see the Thunder Bear in the top
Absolutely.
16. But for the now, we'll just send it off to the BRB screen. And when we're back, and when we're back, hopefully it'll be with that Volley Bear.
Absolutely.
So, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you in a bit.
put the audio on it because we got to have the audio. We're back.
Now we're back.
Yeah, we had the audio was off. You know, got to make sure it's off. You know, so people can't hear me yelling at y'all in the background.
He's mean. He says things like, "Sasuke, you're really good."
I
Like,
am.
Whoa,
I am,
dude. Why would you say such kind words?
I don't recall saying that. I can neither confirm nor deny these accusations. So, we do have a good game for you right now. It's a little bit different. So,
Yeah, we got Eric Liu.
let's talk about Eric Liu a little bit. So this guy's won 2 Jinx Metal Cards, correct?
Absolutely.
So this is Eric Liu. This is actually Eric Loose Cannon. This isn't just
Eric called shot loose cannon.
yeah. With
There
all the
was
above.
another nickname that you gave him too.
Yeah, I forgot. I was saying a bunch of stuff yesterday. I was freaking out. When you saw his board, it was crazy.
It was popping off.
But we're gonna get to that. We got him versus Ezreal, so we got a good game. This is a good game. I'm excited for this one. So let's pop on over there and see what these guys are doing. They already got their champions out. Let's see what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like the game's about to start. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
3rd seed versus 14th seed. So
Oh.
Alfredo barely just bubbling in, but still does manage to bubble in, and looks like, yeah. Obelisk of Power is going to be on the blind, which means that the Traveling Merchant is going to come right down from Eric Liu.
Discard some cards right there, and let's start drawing some.
Yeah, just going to start feeding his discard pile. Hopefully get his
I just want to see him pop off.
Rasa online sooner rather than later.
Oh.
That's the word I was looking for.
I called him LC yesterday for Loose Cannon.
That's right.
That's right. That's what it was.
Yep. And this Jinx is going to come down here on turn number 1, which means that
Wow.
yeah, he's just going to go ahead and move that
Discard, and
Traveling
then
Merchant.
she's going to
discard
ready.
that. Yep.
Nice.
And now, what's really cool is that he will be able to use that Jinx, conquer into that Zon Warrens, discard yet again,
and
then bring it right back to base.
Yeah. Wow. Just off to the races on turn 2 so quick.
Yeah.
We're here for the long haul here. This game's gonna be quick.
That is actually so crazy. I mean, this Jinx is already showcasing what she can do from the chosen champion zone. Just a really, really powerful effect. I mean, being able to ready multiple times in a turn is incredibly difficult to deal with. So this Ezreal's going to come right down, and that means that these Ravenbloom students are going to be able to get a lot of work. So he's just going to discard his 3rd Ravenbloom student. Doesn't really need it for the time being. Does have ways to get it back from the discard pile in that shovel.
Yeah, you got the shovel.
And the Morbid Return.
I think isn't it a spear?
It's a shovel.
Is it a shovel?
It's Yorick's shovel.
Gotcha. Okay. Looks like a spear to me.
Wait. Oh, he uses the Stupefy. Okay.
Yeah. Let's get rid of that merchant. Students just probably like the best 2-drop probably in the game, unless. Can you give me another 2-drop that's good?
Yeah. I mean, there's been a couple of tier lists, and most of the people have put Tide Turner as the best 2-drop.
Oh, I can see that now. I
Yeah.
think, set 1, definitely Ravenbloom student was there. But Tide Turner is pretty good. Does she have like 50 of those?
I have like 60.
Nice. Just buys. This guy's a Tide Turner. He just buys them.
Been turning the tides on him.
Yeah, they call him TT for short.
I don't even know
Tide
what that
Turner.
means, chat.
Tide Turner. TT. Wait. He can't even drink his. He's trying to drink his water right now. He can't drink it. That's funny. Looks like Loose Cannon over here is kind of thinking what he's gonna do next. Oh, they're gonna go in there with Jinx. Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah.
He's going for it.
Gonna go for the smoke screen.
Smoke
Okay.
screen. Giving that girl a -4.
So he might be forced here to use this.
You think he's gonna rebuke his own?
Yeah, he's gonna rebuke.
Oh, rebuke the.
Yeah,
Okay.
because he's gonna be able to discard again, bring her back up to 2, and then he's gonna
With
play
his-
the
with his
Ezreal
yeah.
discard again, and then bring her into the base. So smokescreen not really gonna have any effect as of right now. She's gonna go up to 2 because he's gonna discard. Might even discard that Rasa. Looks like that is going to be the case. She's gonna go ahead and ready, and then he'll very likely bring her back to the base.
Oh yeah. Okay. But look at he's got. Yeah. That's just he's just going in, tagging the base and coming back out,
All right, gonna go ahead and stacked deck instead. Wants to see if there's anything that he might want to use. It looks like he picks up. Wait, Gonna go. Okay, shuffle first.
Every day I'm shuffling.
It looks like he grabbed himself a called shot,
Yeah.
and
This is when the deck pops off, man. It's time for called shots.
yeah. So now he has to decide whether or not he really wants to utilize the Jinx. It looks like it's not going to be the case. Just gonna go ahead and play this Battering Ram while he has that opportunity. He's played 2 spells this turn in that Rebuke as well as that stacked deck. So Battering Ram.
Yeah,
costs
costs
3.
2 less. Yeah, 2 less. Yep. Really solid card. I didn't think it was that good until I saw like this stuff going on, and then I'm like, now I see it. I see it.
Yeah.
I just got to see it in action, you know? I'm like, huh, what is that? Looks a little crazy. Then when I see somebody like just throwing a bunch of stuff on the ground, I'm like, okay, I got you.
Yeah, there's a couple of cards that like don't always make sense when you see it
Yeah.
in like theory, and then you see it in practice, and you're like, whoa, that's way
Or you
better.
play test it, and you're like, this is called. I think is this synergy? What am I seeing here right now?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's just one of those things.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Raven Blue student a little bit afraid of what's going on inside of Eric Liu. This Jinx just going back and forth between the battlefields has been incredibly obnoxious and very difficult to deal with. So does not feel like he has enough space for it. So he did draw himself a Nocturne. So very likely just going to go ahead and send the Jinx into that Zon Warrens, ready her again, and then just get rid of that Nocturne. And yep, that looks like that is going to be the case. Bring himself up to 4 points here. He's going to go ahead and ready her again. And then bring her right back to base. This is...
Over and over. Let's do it.
Yep.
Ooh.
And then this Super Mega Death Rocket going to be able to get rid of this Vex before she's able to do anything of the sort. And now he has to decide...
Don't want her doing her tricks.
Do you go ahead and play this Ezreal? Looks like that
I think
is
you
going
go for
to,
it. Yeah. Let's do it.
Going to pitch the shovel, in fact.
Oh, my gosh. His
Last
shovel.
rights no longer going to be available. And that Jinx is going to ready. So, brings her into that obelisk of power. And now Eric Liu is at 5 points. So, he's going to go ahead and discard with that Conquer. Bring back that...
Super Mega Death Rocket.
Yep. And now there's well over 10 cards into that discard pile, and Eric Liu's feeling pretty good about his position.
Can we bring up that Super Mega Death Rocket real quick?
You sure can.
I want to see what it looks like. I love the artwork on that thing, dude. It's so cool.
It looks like Mega Death Rocket.
It looks
Super.
so cool. Look at it. Just it's all grinning and stuff. It's coming at you. It's gonna.
It looks super.
You're not gonna. It's not gonna cause your death. It's gonna cause Mega Death.
Rocket.
Super Mega Death. Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you looking at me in my eyes? It's kind of crazy.
I don't know.
Looks right in my eyes. Rocket.
All right. So call shot going to go ahead and get fired off here from Alfredo. He needs to figure out a way to deal with everything that Eric Liu is doing. I mean, he has himself all of the cards set up for an incredibly explosive turn on this next turn. He gets to bring the Jinx all around the battlefields, bring her right back to that base, and then set up for that final push on the last turn. And he will be at 3 cards in hand. He might even just opt to hold on to that called shot for just one more turn. But
Nice.
with this Mind Splitter coming down, it's actually going to prove to be very difficult to go ahead and close out this game. He might just opt to get rid of that Death Rocket or even the called shot.
Yeah.
Looks like it is going to be that called shot
He's
here.
afraid of more stuff. He can get like Nocturnes and stuff in play and everything like that. Makes sense.
Absolutely. So now Alfredo has to deal with all the shenanigans for this next turn.
A lot of shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
A lot. Oh, we're going for it. Let's do it.
Just going to go ahead and let that Raven Bloom student fall to the wayside here. Just wants to be able to get that point while it is available.
I think did you draw all 3 Raven Balloons?
He did, yeah. He discarded one earlier.
Yeah, now he's discarding the other one that he returned back to his hand.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, he's got a stacked deck. Looks like gonna play it. Oh, he's gonna play a card hidden.
Very likely to be a Wages of Pain here.
Yeah, Wages of Pain. The one that deals 3 and then you get Gold Gear exhausted.
Yep.
Yeah.
So now Eric Liu has to play around that. He might even just use the Death Rocket to just get rid of that Ravenbloom student and then remove that hidden card. So we'll see. We'll have to see how he decides to navigate the rest of this turn. But 1 card hidden, 4 cards being exhausted, or 4 runes being exhausted. I am curious to see how Eric Liu decides to navigate this turn, but he might just start with the Battering Ram. But yeah, I mean, really going through all of the different avenues he has available to him. We didn't get to see what that last card in hand is. So stack deck going to get fired off here from Alfredo. And this Wages of Pain going to go ahead and try and force the trade. And I think he's fully aware of this, so just let that trade happen. Instead, that rocket going to shoot down the Ezreal. Didn't quite get to see what that last card was.
No, he's so fast. Oh, here we go. Jinx going. Oh, no.
Oh, nope. Ah, heap.
Yep. Hard decisions, you know. This is top 16. This ain't just.
There is no time on the round, so
Yeah.
no need to play
We'll
quickly
be here for 2 days. Oh, a Vi. Okay. Is that Jinx's sister?
So the Ezreal just going to come down into the battlefield because he can't discard, and I think that was another Super Mega Death Rocket, so this Jinx very unlikely to go on to the battlefield here. He does have quite a few options, and just going to go ahead and pass. He's got all of the safety in the world for the time being, and it really is going to be up to Alfredo to deal with this Vi, this Jinx, and this Rasa on this following turn. He's only got that Mind Splitter to deal with. The Ezreal is on the battlefield as well. So
He just drew a singularity. Did you see that?
I did not. Yep,
Yeah.
I do see the singularity now.
Yeah,
Very
he's
likely will be coming down here as
Yeah, you got to pop that off, dude.
you do need to deal with this Vi.
Yeah. I'd probably take out. What are you going to take out? What do you think you hit? The Vi, and then what else?
The Vi and the Jinx, I think, is the much bigger of these two threats.
Yeah, even though the Ross is at 6.
Yeah, but the Jinx is
Yeah.
way bigger than
He
6,
has
actually.
potential. But he has less cards in hands, though, so let me see.
You will be able to draw 2.
Let's discard. Discard. What do you discard? He's got some good cards in hands. Got to figure out what he's going to discard.
Stacked deck.
Oh, really? The other 3 must be really good then.
Yeah, I mean, the stacked deck just lets you find cards and...
Yeah, but it's 3 cards, though. 3.
Yeah.
Not 1, but 3.
So 1 and that gold token going to get exhausted.
Oh, he's.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
he
the
didn't give. He
block.
don't care about the Vi. And then
Interesting.
he can Ezreal here, right? Yeah, let's do it. I guess he didn't care about the Vi. Like,
He must have a rebuke in hand.
yeah, I think he does. So he's like, whatever. Whoa, what do we got there? Nocturne.
Noxus Hopeful, it looked like,
Looks like a
an
Nocturne.
Ezreal and a Nocturne. Yep.
Yeah. Discard that. What do we got here? 2. It's a big board. He's gonna do it smart. Not gonna go way over.
I think he's just counting the amount of cards he has in his discard pile.
Let's see what he does. How about that? Oh, there's 4. Whoop. I'll put that back in. Yeah. What else could he put it back in?
I'm not sure.
Because
I'm trying to think of all the avenues that Eric Liu has available to him. But
I mean, he
I'm
could
just
do
not-
5 for now and then attack in there because 2 open. It's obvious you got to rebuke.
Well, the other issue is you have to play around the stupefies.
Yeah, I mean, you could go 1 more, I guess.
You'd have to recycle 7.
Yeah, okay, 7. Yeah, that gives you plus, so you get 10, so you could
Yeah.
get stupefied
Twice.
twice. I wouldn't count 2 stupefies. I'd look at his, I don't know how many he's played yet. I'd have to look at his graveyard, his trash, and see what he's got. Wait, let's see what he got.
So
One,
it looks like
2.
he's recycled 8,
Okay.
9.
Oh, okay. He's like, you're not. I ain't getting rickrolled today. He does have 1 stupefy in hand. 2 stupefies in hand, actually. Look at you. He might have 2. Yeah, 2 stupefies, 1 rebuke.
Gonna go ahead and set it in.
Let's go ahead and
there's
just
that
rebuke it.
Yep.
Yep.
His discard piles off the. Okay, there it is.
Yeah. Put that back in there. Oh, let's play a Noxus Hopeful. I think he's gonna play some. Is he gonna play it? You play Noxus Hopeful? I don't know. He's got 2 of them in his hand.
I think it's a battering ram.
No, he's got 2 Noxus Hopefuls and a battering ram.
Yep.
Wow.
So just going to go ahead and force out the rebuke while he has that opportunity. I think this makes a lot of sense. He's just going to continue to play this patiently here. Doesn't really have a defined board, if you will.
That's what I like about Ezreal. Like, you can kind of be down in the dumps, then you kind of come back slowly. You're just creeping up there, you know? You're just creeping up.
Yep.
Getting a lot of advantage with your cards and drawing a lot of cards, and it's good.
So going to go ahead and fire off that Stupefy. Very likely to throw out a Bellows Breath at this point. So both the Vi and the Ezreal down to 2, and we'll have to see if he does have that Bellows Breath, but I'm not sure that he does.
Oh, I think he just drew it.
I think he did just draw it exactly.
This guy.
Yep,
Yeah.
there it is. And so he's going to be able to get rid of both the Vi and the Ezreal now, and Eric Liu, at this point, is going to be struggling to find a way back into this game. He's got basically a turn left.
Oh, he's going call
Gonna
shot.
go ahead and fire off the call shot first. He already knows he has the answer, but just wants to find a couple of things to do over these next couple of turns as well.
Ooh.
Just to be able to control the board a little bit more and hopefully find some other avenues to maintain his control over this game.
Ooh. Okay, so... let me see. Oh, okay, there it is.
There it is.
So he stupefied the 2. Those 2. And he's able to get rid of them because he's doing... Oh, he's got a total of 6 damage, right? And he can divide it among whatever.
And then he's got that Frigid Touch in hand as well. So
Yeah,
he
so
might
that's-
just fire that off as well.
Yeah, he should.
And then just get rid of that battering ram. And
Wow.
now Eric Liu just completely cleared the board, or has had his board completely cleared in his back line, which is absolutely devastating. And Alfredo might just be able to close out this game now, considering how efficiently
and
he's
Rasa?
used all of his cards.
Wow.
And this Rasa going to come down and continue to maintain control of this game. That Mind Splitter, taking away that call shot, was a huge setback for Eric Liu.
Yeah.
So now this Bushwhack going to come down.
Oh, he's going to play 2 Noxus Hopefuls.
And yeah, that Bushwhack top deck may have just sealed the deal.
Oh, my gosh. Double Noxus Hopeful. He's going to be able to conquer both.
Yep, and I don't think he played around the Bushwhack here, and you could see it with him shaking his head, a little bit disappointed in himself for not playing around that. First hopeful, second hopeful going to come down.
Yeah.
And he's a little bit upset. Yep, definitely shaking his head.
Wow. He could have left the thing there and won, right?
I think he
I think
needed
he-
to
well,
keep
he had-
on.
yeah.
Need to maintain his control over the
But he
battlefield.
pulled it
but
back.
He pulled
moved
it back.
Yeah, he moved it back.
And he's putting his hand to his head here. He's a little bit disappointed in himself for it. So
What? Wait, what? Wait, what's going on?
He's just upset.
No.
He made a mistake. And there is a judge there just making sure that you know, everything is maintained. And yep, he's just a little bit upset of his own, you know, his own plays, but that's okay. There's a lot of pressure on the line, so a lot of these players, you know, that they're playing for thousands of dollars here. This is a lot of money on the line, and he made a big mistake, and it's going to cost him here this game number 1, and it is what it is. So we'll go on to game number 2, but Eric Liu going to be able to take game number 1
I guess
with that Bushwhack top deck.
What do you think he was trying to play around? Maybe like something? Like, what could he be playing around if he didn't have the Mind Splitter there? Like, what makes you want to move the Mind Splitter back? I thought he was going to keep it there.
I'm not sure.
Because there's nothing on the board, and like
Rebuke maybe, but then
rebuke, but like what can take the Mind Splitter, dude? Like that comes out that like has it's ready, you know?
yeah, I mean, right? Even chat says it here. Yeah, not sure, but
Yeah.
Eric Liu going to be able to take game number 1 here. Alfredo definitely upset with himself on that gameplay to pull back that Mind Splitter. Definitely going to regret that, but it is what it is. We're going to move on to game number 2. Hopefully he can shake it off and bring himself right back to even and find a way to come back in the series.
Dude, and then he top decked the thing to like make your guys come in and play ready. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
I
Well-
don't speak Spanish.
Or some. No, I got it. Don't worry about it. I'm Spanish.
What is, yeah? He
Gooch.
says he's Spanish, and then he's pulling up
Google Translator, go.
Google Translator. Okay. So now if I'm Eric Liu here, I probably want to side out these scrap heaps, find a couple of more cards to play that just help me in the matchup a little bit more. It looks like he's pulling out 2 hard bargains. Yeah, that sick top deck from Eric Liu definitely got him the win. I mean, he really only had 1 turn to find it, and he did manage to find it.
Interesting. Yep. Came at the right time. That was a sick rip. You're right, Burner.
Do you think that's a burner account?
Maybe.
what I
You
did
never
there?
know. Yeah, I see what you did, dude. Everyone saw what you did.
Thank you. Thank you, chat.
This game will live on forever. That was Ezreal. I love the. Did I tell you I got 3 alternate art Ezreals now?
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm glad because I had one that was like not altar art and it was like bad. I like him in the suit. It looks like a pimp.
He looks pretty cool.
Yeah, he does. He looks like a sharp. Everybody
dressed
goes,
man?
yeah, crazy for a sharp dressed man. You know that song?
Have you seen ZZ Top like in person? His beard is like
No, I haven't seen him. He's like a wizard,
his beard is longer than my hair.
like Merlin.
Actually, I think it's
from the-
slightly
from the
longer
old
than
show?
Merlin's. Yeah,
From
I
the
know what
old
you're talking
show?
about. Yeah,
You know what I'm talking about? Like Lorcana, Merlin.
it's like down to his knees, dude.
Dude, the other. Let me look up the Merlin from King Arthur. His beard's pretty long too.
It might be the same length. I'm not
Let's
sure.
take a look
but
here. Let's
it's
see.
pretty
I'm
long.
gonna find out. Merlin.
I wish Merlin was better in Lorcana than he is, but he's not. Everybody worry about a sharp dressed man. All right. So
Whoa,
Alfredo's got to go ahead and shake himself off and just be ready here for game number 2 to be able to take it back.
Look at that. Beard's all the way down to his almost to his
Okay,
feet.
yeah, same like that.
God, that's a lot of beard, dude. How do you take care of that?
It's simple. You don't.
All right, it's fair. I wonder what's gonna side in here against this Jinx. Like, what cards can you bring in? You think? If I'm playing Ezreal, what am I gonna bring in?
The Ezreal deck, I'm actually not quite sure what you bring
think-
in.
bring in
Because
a
I feel like a
pickpocket?
lot of your tool. Actually, the pickpocket would be pretty good here. I think that's the only thing that you really do have to
Yeah,
bring
that's what I was
in.
thinking too.
Because besides that, everything else kind of already does what it's supposed to in the deck. It's just Alfredo legitimately made a small misstep, and it cost him the entire game. You know, it was a risky line to just bring back the Mind Splitter. Was afraid of Rebuke, but didn't respect that Bushwhack could come down, and that the last 2 cards in Eric Lu's hand was Noxus Hopeful, and that ended up being the case. And because of it, Eric Lu takes game number 1, and now Alfredo's got to shake off those nerves and bring himself back to equilibrium and find a way to get himself back into the series, because these are untimed rounds. You can take the time that you need to. And, yeah, I think if he was a little bit more patient, I think he should have said, okay, do I lose to a Rebuke? The answer is no. But he did legitimately lose to a Bushwhack.
Yeah.
Plus 2 units. So, yep.
All right, let's see what we got going on here. Oh, we got a stack deck and Noxus Hopeful, and I can't see that other thing. It might be an Ezreal.
Looks like it's a 4. Might be Ezreal, though. I don't know. I can't tell if it's a 4 or a 3.
Looks like a 3.
Finds himself a Super Mega Death Rocket. So if that is an Ezreal, he will
Yeah,
be able to
it looks like an
utilize
Ezreal. Yeah.
Yeah. Raven Balloon Student going to come down here on turn number 1, and Eric Lu does have stack deck into that Noxus Hopeful if he so
Yeah,
chooses.
let's do
Looks
it.
like that is going to be the case.
Let's go.
Finds a Nocturne, going to go ahead and recycle that, and then pick 1.
Man.
Finds an Ezreal. Not going to be able to play it this turn, but will be able to develop as well that Noxus Hopeful.
God, 2 4-drops on turn 1. That is
Absolutely
crazy.
crazy stuff here from this Miracle list. I mean, the triple Nocturnes do a lot of work, and they're going to continue to provide a ton of value here for Eric Lu. And now
So-
Alfredo really can't develop anything onto the board.
When I stack deck, I look at the top 3. I play a Nocturne, then I get to choose another card to take to my hand.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
yeah. Stack deck gets even more value.
Yeah. Let's get rid of Called Shot. Ban Called Shot. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, well, I mean, I actually kind of agree. So I think Called Shot might be a little bit too strong. I think that they were trying to do some fun, cool stuff.
Yeah.
Experimental stuff. And I really do hope that Riot continues to experiment with effects like this. But
yeah, but sometimes you just gotta get rid of stuff.
yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, it goes over the line. And Called Shot may have been the card that went over the line here. It might be Stacked Deck that's the card that's over the line. We don't know the actual stats on the cards, so Riot obviously has a lot more stats available to them than we do ourselves. I know that there have been some really dedicated statisticians that love Riftbound that have done some stuff. I know that there's been like a with the Challenger TCG guys, they had a fan make them a what's it called? A list of all the best players, like an ELO based off of all the best players. I think it was Alan ZQ, Prismaticism, and then I forget who the third player was.
Ooh, Super Mega Death Rocket.
Randy was 4th.
Oh.
Yeah, just gonna go ahead and fire off that Super Mega Death Rocket, get rid of that hidden card, and then go ahead and bring in that
Man.
Nocturne.
He's kind of behind a little bit here. You know? Oh, he's got 2 Ezreals in hand?
And then he's gonna discard that Ezreal. Interesting.
He has another one in hand.
And then you go ahead and conquer into that Silver of the Storm. He is going to be forced to recycle here, which is a little bit punishing, but I think for the time being, it's going to be pretty safe. I don't think Alfredo wants to go into that battlefield for at least a couple of turns.
We got to get
so then Noxus Hopeful might be able to get 2-3 points off of
Yeah,
this.
we got to. I definitely like he's going to stay on those and get these points while he can, because like once Ezreal starts, like late game, Ezreal starts to get really, really good. So good to get those points early. Very grindy deck.
Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, Alfredo putting his hand to his head now, and I think in a very difficult position. I mean, that stacked deck, finding that Nocturne on turn 1 into the Noxus Hopeful, a ton of pressure early on, and just really turning on the gas, I think much faster than Alfredo was ready for right now. And the fact that he wasn't able to protect his Raven Balloon Student is even more of a punish. So instead, Alfredo's just going to play this patiently, develop this last rites, allow Eric Lu the patience and the safety net, if you will, to go 2-4 points. This Ezreal is going to get developed here onto the back line, which means that Eric Lu is going to be able to find 2 more cards, keep that
Fizz
graveyard
and
just that little bit faster, And
The
yeah,
Fizz and a Noctis Opal.
I think it was a battering ram.
Is
Actually.
it battering ram?
Yeah, it's 5.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, there is. Yeah, I see it's a battering ram. And then the Super Melee Death Rocket, and then we got a what is that on the end?
That's
oh,
a Rasa.
Rasa. Yeah.
So no actual interaction in hand per se, but
Still some good cards though.
still some very, very powerful effects. I think he's probably going to want to get rid of that Fizz if he has the opportunity, just because there's no cards in the graveyard that he wants to interact with. I mean, he could possibly want the Called Shot.
Or a stack deck.
The stack deck might be worth it. But
Yeah, I mean we could get another Nocturne. Just play and throw it out there.
yeah.
Oh, there's that Vex.
Now that Vex is a little bit risky, but he is going to go ahead and put that last rights on it, just to keep it out of that Super Mega Death Rocket range. But now Alfredo will have to recycle 2. So it looks like it's going to be a stack deck and a Stupefy going to be put back into the deck.
Huh. Okay. I mean, you got to get some people on the board right now. I mean, he's gonna start overwhelming you. You got to start having a guy out there. But isn't that okay? So the Death Rocket can't kill it, right? Because it's a 7.
Yep, but now Eric Liu is going to start firing spells off left
Oh
and right
my
here.
gosh. Is that
Does find a battering ram as well. Looks like he is going to take the battering ram, so one spell played this turn.
Might as well do it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Gonna start counting them right there off the screen. First spell going to be developed. 3.
Oh, would that make the battering ram
Fizz
go down?
is going to make it cost 1 less. Yep.
Yeah.
And then so the Fizz will make it cost 1 less. The Called Shot will make it cost 2 less.
Oh my gosh.
So it looks like he is going to start doing the Miracle Draven stuff, but with the Jinx deck. And then this Called Shot going to get put to the bottom after the fact. So 2 runes exactly available.
We can play a ram or a Opal. Oh, there's a ram.
And it's just going to be the 1 battering ram and pass.
Uh-oh. What are they talking about? Oh, no. Okay.
So he does have the Brain here Thundersong for the following turn. So Alfredo will not be able to interact.
Oh, my gosh. He can do that next turn?
And Eric Liu
He's
might
got a
just
Thundersong in hand?
take this game out very quickly. He does have that Thundersong right there in the very back. You can see it.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
There
oh,
she is.
Man, that's just going to... We play that next turn, we can just take over both locations, and then we can win.
Very, very well played here from Eric Liu. Just, I mean, honestly, a little bit lucky with that first stack deck being able to find that Nocturne. But, I mean, you put 3 Nocturnes in your deck for this reason.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, very fast start here from Eric Liu, faster than Alfredo really was ready for. And so now Alfredo has to find something quick because this board is incredibly overwhelming.
Yeah, it definitely is. I guess you can try and draw some cards, see what you can get.
It's going to go ahead and discard that Morbid Return. Hopefully find something more to do with his turn. I think he's trying to find one more Bellows Breath because he will be able to get rid of both the Nocturne as well as that Noxus Hopeful with that Bellows Breath and the Frigid Touch that he has in hand, but I don't know that we saw it. He does manage to find himself a stacked deck. I think he did. We do see that that Bellows Breath. So now Alfredo has to Frigid Touch both the Noxus Hopeful and that Nocturne, and then go ahead and fire off on all cylinders here with that Bellows Breath.
There we go.
So, gonna go ahead and fire off another Called Shot.
Yeah, see what we can draw.
Gonna bring himself up that second Called Shot, or third one, I should say. Right? Third one? Yeah, third one.
I think so. Let me see. What do you got going on? Is that Pickpocket?
Couldn't quite see what it was, but yeah, Called Shot just doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Allow you to see
Just a ton of cards.
800 cards out of your 40-card deck.
Cart's busted. Let's see, what has he got in hand here?
I mean, at this point, surely
another
he has that Bellows Breath, right? I think that is the
Yeah,
Bellows
he's got
Breath
one.
and
He's
the
got one
Frigid
right
Touch.
there, yeah.
So, yeah, he will be able to fire that off, be able to kill at least 2 of these units. And now, Alfredo considering all the avenues. There's a little bit of sun glare there coming up. Nothing that we.
Yeah. He's just trying to figure out he's doing some math here, man. Ooh.
Yep. He needs to be able to get rid of 3 of these units this turn. Really wants to get rid of that Ezreal just to deny the ability of the Ezreal to make that called shot, just as broken as it is. Does have the Frigid Touch, has that Bellows Breath, and is just considering what is the best option. Gonna go ahead and fire off his 3rd and final called shot. Finds a Singularity.
Ooh.
But the Singularity isn't quite enough here.
Yeah.
Only able to get rid of 2.
We definitely needed that earlier.
Now,
Interesting.
he might fire it off, honestly, into the battering ram and possibly that Nocturne as well. And that might be enough. We'll have to see. He's going to be forced to mill 2 from the minefield. Does find himself another Bellows Breath, but does he have a Fizz in his graveyard? Doesn't look like it. So, I think it's 5 runes available. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, he's
no,
outside.
6. So he can fire off.
I mean, I guess he can, like... There's 5 that
So-
are untapped. I think that other one's...
The Frigid Touch costs 3. The Bellows Breath can cost 1.
Yeah.
And then he does have a smoke screen, so he can actually get rid of 3 units here with this Bellows Breath combo. We'll have to see if he finds that avenue. There's a lot going on in his mind right now. Because 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you smoke screen the battering ram, and then you Frigid Touch both the Hopeful and the Nocturne. You do use pretty much all of your runes, but at least you stave off almost all of the aggression for the rest of this
Yeah.
game. And then it will be up to Eric Liu to find his way back into it.
Yeah, you gotta have a lot of removal. Get rid of these creatures on the board and stuff and characters, and that has to go. Because he just vomits them out, man. You gotta keep shooting them down.
Yeah.
What's he gonna do? What are you
He
gonna
is
do,
considering this
Alfredo?
Bellows Breath.
What you thinking, Alfredo? Let's see what you got. Oh, there it is.
So he
What's
does
next?
have to recycle 2 blue. No, Rambo Slag. Vex is not in combat. Combat only happens when there is.
Bro, he's really thinking this turn out, man. He's like, no mistakes today.
This is a very difficult turn to navigate.
It is.
And now, all this damage is going to get marked. We'll have to see how he decides to finish out this turn.
Yeah.
But I believe the play is shoot the battering ram, shoot the nocturne, shoot the hopeful twice, and then use the smoke screen to get rid of the ram, and use the double frigid touch to get rid of both the nocturne and the hopeful. So, gonna mark the Ezreal for 1 damage, which means that he's opting to shoot the Ezreal with the frigid touch.
Here we go. Okay.
So he's gonna leave the hopeful and the fizz.
I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, you got to get rid of the bigger threats, so.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Eric does have 5 cards in hand, so this Ezreal is pretty threatening.
Yeah.
We know that there is no called shot or any other repeated effect in his hand, but Alfredo obviously does not.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing two to the fizz.
Yep. So there's the frigid touch.
Okay.
Which means that the Ezreal and the Nocturne very likely to go here. There's the Ezreal, there's the Nocturne. And now that smoke screen can finally come down. And shoot this battering ram. Yeah, I mean, very, very well played here from Alfredo. Finding that line, I mean, there is an absolute ton to think about there, but really, that's just his best avenue back into this game, and he manages to find it.
Alfredo's definitely utilizing his cards really well, like, you know, not like over, you know, playing too much and stuff, but he's just trying to, you know, keep the guys off the board, and that's what you got to do with this deck. Oh, you play something, kill it. Oh, you play something, like, kill that.
So let's see how many cards are in the banished pile. Looks like 9 or 8, which means that these Rasas are 2 runes each. Got, I think, 1 Rasa, 1 Noxus Hopeful. Now Eric needs to look at that bench pile and find what he has. But there's only 3 runes on Alfredo's side, which means he doesn't have to worry about the singularity for this next turn.
Oh, okay.
Gonna go ahead and trade.
Okay.
Force that Vex away while he has the opportunity.
Oh, okay. He's just going to clear the board.
I like I like getting rid of the
What was that, 3?
Vex.
2 spells? Okay, there's 1. That's 3
Yeah.
spells, right?
Yep, and then he can hopeful
They
plus
can-
battering ram if he so chooses.
3, 4, 5. Yeah, he could. That's before, and then he can do 1 for the ram. You're right. We got to rebuild the board if we're going to do this.
So,
Come on, let's do it, Loose Cannon. LC!
yep, 3 being exhausted here.
Let's go. Wait, what? Oh, he held the hopeful.
Oh no, it was only 2 spells played:
Was it? I thought it was 3.
the Death Rocket and the
Gotcha.
Rasa.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay. That makes sense.
So no singularity available here for Alfredo, but also no units available for Alfredo.
Oh, we can't even singularity this turn?
He cannot singularity, which
Oh,
means
that's a beating.
that Eric might just get this 2-0 even after all of that play here from Alfredo, and honestly, very well navigated from him to find that avenue back into the game, but that early start from Eric just really running away with this game right now, and it just feels like there's just not enough in the gas tank for Alfredo to really come back into it here.
Yeah.
You'll have to find out if he can figure it out, but just right now it just doesn't seem like it's possible, so just wants to look at that graveyard one more time before making any of
Man.
his final decisions.
Maybe if he had
But-
one more rune, he could, like, do the singularity and take out both of them. God. Crazy.
Was absolutely forced to do what he did, but couldn't
Yeah.
find it in him
No,
to
you
finish
had-
out this game.
Yeah,
so
he had to.
yeah. Alfredo going to go ahead and start with the stacked deck, but no Bellows Breath means that he has really no easy access to this back line.
Yeah.
And he's not on Rocket Barrage. So
Stack deck. Let's see what we can get. Oh, we got a rebuke.
A rebuke will be able
That'll
to
help
save
us.
him here.
That's gonna help us. That's gonna help us. And then we could Singularity next turn.
He won't. Oh, yes, he will. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Oh, you know what? He's gonna have to pay 1, 2.
He cannot pickpocket here either because that pickpocket
Is it cost
costs
blue?
just one too many runes right
Dang.
now. So, gonna go ahead and pass the turn, but unfortunately here for Alfredo, Eric Liu has the answer in this Bryn here.
Oh, he's gonna rebuke.
Gonna go ahead and fire off this bushwhack as well. Hard bargain gonna be cast here. He can only you do it for 2. And I think Eric's okay with this.
He's like, I'll pay it
He doesn't need to worry about the
because he's gonna try and go for it this turn.
does not need to worry about the rebuke here.
Can he just
Yeah.
replay the Rasa though, and then
Yeah.
comes and play ready?
Yeah, I mean, his best bet is to rebuke here this battering ram, but there's just nothing left in the
Yeah.
gas tank here. Alfredo shaking his head, understands that there's nothing he can do to it. So very well played, but unfortunately for him, just not enough in the gas tank there. Was one rune away from being able to utilize that
Yeah,
singularity on that
yeah.
previous turn.
That's sad.
But forced to use his runes that way because otherwise he was just dead on board on that prior turn. And yeah, I mean, very well navigated from Eric Liu. Going to be able to take that swift 2-0.
Definitely a good game. Both players played really well. You know, I know we had when you're playing high at a competitive level like this, sometimes people make misplays, and it just happens. In your day 2, you played yesterday all day, then you're staying in a hotel. Sometimes I've been to events where I don't get good enough sleep and stuff like that, and sometimes you do some plays, you're like, my mind's an idiot, So there's been times like that. So
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you always beat yourself up in those moments too, really hard. And
I always punch myself. I'm like, God. I give myself
all
black
right,
eyes
relax.
and stuff. I'm like, man, what were you thinking? And then somebody's like, I hate that when the person comes in, they go, hey, I need to talk to you after this game. And I'm like, dude, go away. Like, I'm trying to win here. But they saw a misplay I did. And I know JJ knows what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking. JJ does that. It's really funny. So OG Killer, yeah, he knows. But it was funny when they used to do that to me. Because when I first started playing, I need to talk to you after this game. I'm like, okay.
all right.
But we got some more games coming up. We're gonna have Sasuke and NA in here. I'm gonna be doing some stuff in the background, and then I'm gonna head home back to Waco because I gotta go to work tonight. But you'll have these 2 amazing casters there again, Sasuke and NA. So we got more to come. We got top 8, we got top 4, and then we got the finals.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we'll be streaming that all day today, and we'll bring you guys some more cool games. And we'll try and pick out some different decks besides getting that Draven on Draven mirror that everybody loves so much, But other than that, nothing much. What do you got? You got anything?
I mean, I'm just excited to see Eric continue to make
Yeah.
this deep run here. He's
Yeah.
all the way into the top 8 now. So I don't know if these players are going to decide to split the top 8.
Yeah.
Because 25,000 divided by 8 is a good number.
What did they pay out to? They pay out to top 32?
I think they pay out the top 32, so
Okay.
obviously it's not like top 8. But my point
Yeah.
is, whatever's left of that top 8 pool, dividing that up, whatever, I don't know what
Yeah.
numbers, math,
Oh,
you know it.
also too, guys, we're not from Houston, so we came here. We went and had. Remember, we had Trill Burgers last night. That was pretty good.
That was pretty good.
Trill Burgers
They have
is good.
Really good fries.
Yeah, I'm just trying to help, bro. Yeah, I know you are. It was just funny when people used to do that to me when I first started playing and stuff.
Did Volibear make top cut? I think it did.
We're gonna have. Hopefully, let me see if they have that graphic of the top 8.
Scroll down. Yeah, there it is. Top cut.
Let me see. No, they don't have it yet.
Oh,
Wait.
They do.
Is
Go
that?
back.
There it is right there. Let me look
Top
at the.
cut.
Here's
Top
the
cut,
bracket.
metagame.
Right here, but it's not on there. Oh, there it is, right there.
Boom.
Boom, there it
There
is.
is a Volibear.
9
Dravens. Oh
Jesus.
my gosh.
That's
All right.
so Oh,
Two
we're the
Victors actually managed to make it into that top
Yeah.
16 as well.
one Volley Bear. Yeah, the Volley Bear made it. Made top 16. Here's the what we have right now too. Let's go ahead and bring this up.
More than 50% of the top 16 is Draven. Oh my goodness. Yeah, let's go to the top break. Let's go to the bracket cuts here.
Yeah, here we go. These are the guys that are in it right now. They're what's this?
So David Nunes.
Huh.
That doesn't seem right.
Yeah, bracket's a little crazy. We're gonna go. We'll wait on that one.
Because it seems like David Nunes,
It's on there more than once.
well, it looks like he finished the entire series.
Let's go back to this one. But yeah, here's the top cards and stuff. Most played cards again.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I am surprised about, though, is the fact that the Aurelias did not have a good showing this meta. Second most played deck, only one of them managed to make it into the top cut here.
Dude, but what's crazy too is 2 Victors are in top 16. That's cool.
That is cool.
I like me some Victor. Victor's fun. You're like, I'll make one token. I'll make one token. But yeah, Victor's gonna have some good matchups and stuff like that. So, a good little variety. Maybe those Dravens are gonna kick each other out. We'll see what happens.
We have to assume that at least 3 are going to get taken out.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see. We'll see what happens.
So 3 will get taken out. We know there's 1 Jinx.
Yeah, we
So
just
you'll
saw
have,
that. Jinx.
You'll have 6 Dravens, 1 Jinx,
We
and
gotta-
then 1 non-Draven deck.
Jinx just running wild in top 8, being a loose cannon. You know.
There we go.
LC. All right, guys. We'll have some more gameplay coming back soon. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Okay. I didn't even put it on the BRB screen.
Hello and welcome everyone. I am NA45 here at the CCS 25K Houston Invitational Qualifier with Eric here. We have just cut to top 16 and we just finished our first round of 16. So do you want to tell us how the tourney is going so far?
I think the tourney's going pretty great.
Yeah?
I faced like a semi-wide variety of decks, mostly Victor, Draven, Ezreal, Aurelia. You know, as good a variety as I could expect.
Yeah, and you just won the round of 16, so moving to top 8 with Jinx. How are you feeling about that? Are you still confident in the rest of the matchups?
I'm feeling pretty good. You know, my matchup against Miracle Draven is a bit rough, but everything else I'm somewhat confident in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for Eric here to take the underdog deck all the way to the finals and hopefully win it. So thank you for stopping by, and I will cut it out. I lost my... Hello.
And we're back. I called it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
6 Dravens. 2 non-Dravens.
Yep. I mean,
So we're going to watch more of Eric.
a couple heroes.
Eric is the hero we need.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And he's still playing Draven, except
He's not playing Draven.
it's Draven.
He's playing Miracles.
He's playing Draven.
He's playing Miracles.
He's Draven with like a few different cards.
Those few different cards is all we need, baby. Because otherwise, it's 7 Draven.
That's true. That's true. And it's funny because we do have a 8 for 8 with the purple color.
That's true. Yeah, purple.
Color is good. Yeah.
No, it needs more support.
We need Baron Nashor.
And more.
Now.
More.
Rift Herald.
Yes.
I don't know how they would do what they would do for that one.
Rift
but-
Herald will probably be chaos just because it is.
Yeah, it's literally purple.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't do Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai isn't purple.
But Rek'Sai isn't purple.
Yeah. So they aren't doing all void stuff as purple.
But Rek'Sai's not the Void.
Rek'Sai's
He's
void.
Shurima.
Is
She's Shurima, I think.
she looks like a void creature.
Oh, you know
I'm
what?
looking
Actually,
this up.
no.
Nope,
You
nope.
might be right.
Rek'Sai void.
I might be wrong.
Her thing is literally void rush.
That's true. All right, I'm wrong.
Is
I'm
Rek'Sai
gonna
void?
stand. I'm gonna die on this hill, and I am dead.
Merciless void spawn.
Yeah, Void's okay.
Well, you know what?
I'm very
I'm
wrong.
right. I will take this to my grave.
That's fair. I'm basically burying my own grave right now. So
Oh, I respect it.
all right, we're just waiting for these players to get set up. They're looking at their deck list, the opponent's deck list right now, because the deck lists are open at this point. You it's like if you were to code, it's open source.
Yes.
Yeah.
OSS, open source.
Now you got to figure out a best way to exploit it.
Yep, and this is I guess it's a little bit less prevalent in this game, but a good example would be like in Pokemon. If anybody out there has played Pokemon, there are some cards that say, well, these
I don't
cards
think anyone's ever heard of Pokemon.
Really?
Yeah.
I've heard, I feel like a few people have heard of it. At least like two.
At least two?
At least
you're
two
one of
people
the two.
in the chat. Okay, me plus at least one chat member. So I'm going to make this analogy for that one chat member, okay?
Okay, all right.
So it's like if I get to look at my opponent's deck list and I see, oh, they have 0 outs for retreat lock. Okay, I'm going to retreat lock them the entire game. There you go.
Okay.
For you Pokemon player out there.
Okay.
I'll see you in Houston next week.
Have you heard of? There's this new Pokemon that came out.
Okay.
Because actually, I'm really big into gaming, so I know about Pokemon.
Oh, okay. You're like
Yeah.
pretty deep.
Yeah, pretty deep.
Okay.
You heard of Pikachu?
Is that the one that rides like a surfboard?
Has. Yeah.
What about like been on a Van Gogh painting?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah. Dang. Okay. Well, maybe I have heard of it. Just like in passing. Just
Yeah.
in passing.
Yeah. It's not like a poster child of the game or anything like that.
Have you played the new Pokemon game? What is it called? Poka
Oh yeah, that one. No, I
Poke-
haven't.
Pokemon Animal Crossing or
Pokemon
something?
Animal Crossing. Yeah, no, I haven't played that one, but it does look pretty fun actually.
I heard it's actually good.
Yeah.
Not really my style of game, but
I don't like Animal Crossing, so I wouldn't play it.
yeah. I have never played that game either.
I tried Animal Crossing. I was trying to get into it because a lot of my friends were like really into the new one that was released like a couple of years ago,
Yeah.
and I had the Switch at the time, so I was like, "Fuck, screw it, I'll just try it.
Yeah. Was
And
it
I didn't enjoy myself at all.
good? Not a single bit. Did you go fishing at least?
Yeah, Pokapia. Thank you. Pokapia.
No, he says Poketopia.
Poketopia? Maybe that's it.
I have no idea.
I just skipped the 2.
The two. Pokapia. Sounds like
Sounds like a Pocket-topia. Pocketopia.
in my pocket.
We're waiting for this game to start, Chad. We're out of ideas. Our brains are melted.
There's like a point after so many rounds, and this isn't even a super long tournament. Thankfully, there have been much longer ones. Like
It's true.
when I'm sure you've done some of the casting of the regionals. Those are where your brains melt.
The regionals?
Yeah.
I haven't gotten a chance to cast it.
Well, not at the regional. I mean, like online. Like, have
Oh.
you? Yeah. Like that's where brains get melting after like 13 rounds of Swiss, and you're like,
Where am I?
oh, and we have Top Cut after this.
Yeah. And then it's only for like $30 too. You're like, first place gets $35.
35 whole dollars. You could buy. No, you can't buy Poketopia with that. That's probably $60.
You can almost buy Poke, but
Can you? Isn't it like a
I
full
have no
price
idea.
game?
I was making a joke, but then I screwed up the word, and then I just kept going with it.
Okay. Well, could you buy a llama with it?
You could buy at least one Kamala Llama, my mom.
All right.
Yeah, the words are really not coming out of my mouth correctly right now.
And we get no llamas
Kamala.
in Top Cut. Isn't it
Kalama?
sad?
Yeah, no Kalamas.
Nope. Zero. Nada.
All right. Well,
Ooh, looks like the game's almost started.
there we go.
All right. So it is our favorite friend Eric is back on
Yeah,
the
I mean,
Jinx.
he's making a deep cut, so hopefully he continues to find success here. And,
Yeah. So we got the reverse versus the Zon. I mean, I am a little bit more convinced on the Jinx deck. I think before this event, I was very much, wow, it's just worse Miracle Draven. But it does do some things differently, which is cool.
yeah, I think one thing that I really enjoy from it is the Super Mega Death Rocket. I think it's
Yeah.
proven to be quite the handy tool. Being able to deal 5 to a unit anywhere is really difficult to deal with. I mean, Draven also struggles with it. I mean, I think the Miracle List doesn't struggle nearly as much just because it vomits, 6 units in a turn, and killing 1 unit for 4 runes is really not that impactful at that point. But yeah, I mean, he's just going to go ahead and start off with the stacked deck. Go ahead and find himself a card that he wants over these next couple of turns and continue on his merry way. We'll have to assume that he's just going to pass the turn unless he has himself another stacked deck to play. So,
I think I see another stack deck, though, opting to hold it. Maybe he's got to play for next turn lined up already. He's like, I don't need to use this quite yet.
it might be Noxus Opal. And so Andrew here going to be developing a Treasure Hunter, I think one of the big winners of set 2. Really just one of the best 2-drops in the game right now. But it does also lead me to believe that this is a mid-range style Draven list rather than that Miracle Draven.
Yep, Treasure Hunter. Initially, I thought it was the best 2-drop in the game, but the problem with it being the best 2-drop in the game is Draven is the best deck, and pushing up 1 might units onto battlefields is not really something you want to do.
True.
And if you're going to move him, well, he's going onto a battlefield generally. So, unfortunately, held back a little bit by that, but still a very powerful card.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he will be able to potentially just go onto this Reaver's Row, and then, that treasure or traveling merchant will also, be able to go onto that Reaver's Row, trigger the discard, but it will allow Andrew to trade no cards because Eric Liu is not playing Draven.
This is true.
For another gold token. So, I mean, that kind of feels pretty safe for me if I am Andrew here. I think he's just going and mulling over all his available options. I do see a Rebuke in his hand, so that is something that he could be considering. And then also could be on something like Ride the Wind that I do know a lot of mid-range lists are on. So I'm not really sure what he's considering here. It feels like the Reaver's Row is a pretty clear-cut decision overall. Could be opting to try and go for the Zon Warrens and maybe Tide Turner, shift back.
See, this is what I was complaining about, though, with Untimed Top Cut. Like, it's the second turn of the game, third turn of the game, and that was like 3 minutes to push up Treasure Hunter. Like, I think that it is important to be able to make the correct play, and it is cool to give the players the time to do that. But at the same time, one of the big skills of the game is playing at a reasonable pace, right? Is being able to make these decisions within a certain amount of time. So, anyways, does opt to play out the Treasure Hunter, get a couple gold tokens, and now play out the Tide Turner, move the Treasure Hunter, and does get a lot of gold tokens, and that should be readied, as it is Ride the Wind. Yep, there we go. So, gonna get 4 gold tokens. It is insane off of 1 Treasure Hunter.
And he doesn't want to bring it back?
Well, I don't think he's passing over yet. Yeah, we haven't resolved the combat yet, so.
Okay. All right, there we go.
There we go. So another one.
Yep.
Will not be paying power for probably the rest of the game.
He is a rich, rich man.
Yes. All that gold, you'd think he's Smog.
Lord of the Rings reference for all of those who don't know. And it looks like he actually picked himself up a second Draven Vanquisher, so a little bit shocked to see him running any of those in the main deck.
Wow.
Not very often that you will see that in the main deck of these Draven mid-range lists. So, yeah, we'll have to see what Eric decides to do with this turn here. Can't quite see what he has. I do see a Rebuke and a couple other cards, so it looks like he's just going to go ahead and trigger the Traveling Merchant with that Reaver's Row, and then the Reaver's Row is just going to go ahead and protect that Tide Turner. And so now, Eric Liu.
Yep, just pulls right back, nice and safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eric playing pretty fast. I guess he had plenty of time to plan his turn out. So there comes the card you were talking about before.
That's Super Mega Death Rocket taking out that Treasure Hunter. No more gold going to be utilized.
Yet. Could play more. So yeah, obviously Andrew has to read the card. Not exactly a super common card to see. What is cool with the rocket is that you can use it a bunch of times. I'm sure you guys were able to see it plenty of times in Eric's previous features, but you can use this card up to 3 times in one turn.
Yes, but you'd have to have it in your hand
Yeah, absolutely.
to start because he's 1, then discard, then 1, then discard, then 1, then
I
discard.
wonder how many plays.
So Kaiza going to be the card that comes down
Yes.
here. And yeah, Eric just going to go ahead and trigger that discard. I think he doesn't really need this rebuke. And yep, they're just going to go ahead and get rid of it. I think he drew a Nocturne. No, it's a Rasa. But this Traveling Merchant is going to be able to just move around the whole set of turns here. And, well, I mean, Andrew was able to draw 2 from this Kaiza, which is very convenient. But that does give Eric the opportunity to kind of clap back here, if you will. He does have the Vi, and then Eric does only have 1 rune available because of this, which means that he's just going to get rid of this hard bargain. Doesn't really want to utilize it right now. And yeah, Eric just putting his hand down, making sure that his cards are visible, that his opponent is aware of those cards, and Andrew just going to go ahead and take the time to make any final decisions before passing the turn.
Yep, and I mean, big turn from Draven, getting a lot of draws there. Yeah, I know. So Ronald Sunkist 9633 is my biggest fan apparently. So thank you, Ronald Sunkist.
Yeah.
Appreciated. You know, my knowledge on llamas is quite.
What's your knowledge on Kalamas?
I think you know more about me about the Kalamas. I only know about the llamas.
They're
But
calamitous.
Someday. And
You know who else has a big fan?
Yeah,
Draven.
it's true.
He has
What?
the biggest fan.
Yeah, he has the. Is it literally his greatest
Draven's
fan?
biggest fan, yeah.
Or
That's the
is it
overzealous
biggest fan?
fan.
Oh, overzealous fan. Does he? Does he have
They
that in-
renamed it. They renamed it.
Does he have that in like the?
It's Legends of Runeterra. It's literally the same art. That's
You're right.
Draven's biggest
You're right.
fan.
I forgot that they did that. That they just like stole. Actually, this came up because I do paint over cards, right?
Mhm.
I do painting over on
You alt
Twitter.
You alt arts.
Yeah, and I had someone make a snide comment to one of my. You know how Twitter goes, right? People make
Yeah.
silly comments, and they were upset that I didn't know that the card had a full like expanded art from Runeterra, and they're like, "That's not how the card goes." And I was like, "Oh." So I got flamed on Twitter because I did not match. Apparently, the dude's hair was different, and I drew him bold or something.
Well, how dare you not know everything?
I know, right? I mean, this is how things go. All right, what's
Ronald, now you have to take it back. He doesn't know everything.
Yeah, but I know about the llamas, so you know we got that. All right, so Eric going up to 5 here. Andrew developing in the back. I mean, there's quite a few.
He's like, whoa, 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 whoops,
wait.
whoops, 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 whoops.
Yeah. So making sure we want to distinguish the battlefields in the base here, and there's the Death Rocket. See, this Death Rockets are crazy.
Yeah, this Death Rocket has been putting in a ton of work. I don't know how he tapped. Okay, there it is. He's fixing that.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
1, 2, 3, 4. Did he recycle one? Oh no. Yeah, shouldn't there be one more?
There should be one more. I think
Okay.
he miscounted his runes, but there's supposed to be a judge there to make sure that that doesn't happen, but it did. So we're
Yep.
just gonna complain
Okay.
like Twitter.
Or maybe we missed one. It's possible.
No, we're complaining like Twitter.
Oh, okay. I do like complaining like Twitter. That is
Yeah.
like one of my best features.
One of my best features.
Yes. You didn't know that? You
I didn't.
Well-
the more you know.
I'm complaining that you didn't realize that. So
Oh, you know what? There you go. Yeah, you're proving your point well.
I'm really disappointed by the lack of llamas, though. Like, come on. They're so. I guess the Lucian, unfortunately, probably lost in the last round or either bubbled out. Unfortunate. I am curious to see if we will see any of the Detonate Dravens. So that is the kind of third build. So there's the Miracle, the mid-range, and then the Detonate build that popped off a little bit in Vegas. I haven't seen any walking around, but, I mean, could still be out there.
Yeah, could be. Could
Man.
not be.
Also, yeah, you're right. You know, you could be very sad and be the one volley bear and match up into a Detonate Draven.
Yeah, and then you lose into the top 8, or lose your opportunity for the top 8.
Well, he did lose, but it was a valiant effort. I did actually get to watch the end of that game, the Volley Bear game, and he was one mite off, and he actually had the win. It was game 3.
He might have gotten it.
Round of applause for Sasuke, everyone. But all right. Anyways, back to the match. Eric building a giant army in base.
That was unbelievable. All right, we're gonna I've derailed this conversation a little bit too much, but yes, Eric. Eric is just counting all his cards, making sure that. Oh, I think he's being informed that he forgot to exhaust one or something.
I mean, with only one rune up, it really shouldn't make a difference because the only thing you're playing with one anyways is like a stack deck, so wouldn't really make a difference here if he did end up exhausting the one extra rune. Is on odd points, which is a little bit unfortunate, and you don't really want to be on the odd points here. It does mean that despite Andrew being at 4, he is a turn ahead, as he will go up to 6 on the next turn, and I can only assume he does double conquer. Like, it seems pretty impossible that Eric has any way to defend.
The fact that this Vi is getting stripped away is definitely a little bit punishing.
Well, he played a stack deck, didn't he? Or did he
He
just
played the seal last turn, and then he played a stack deck this turn.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the stack deck wasn't actually played and it was discarded off of something. That would be my only guess. I don't know.
All right, we're complaining. I told you, Cruz, we're complaining like Twitter. Don't fix it.
Yeah,
all right?
yeah. Just let us be the.
Let us be Twitter idiots. All right.
Yeah, this is the. I am the world's biggest complainer, and you will not take that away from me, or I will complain. So stack deck coming out. I see. Okay, I see a Forerunner in the main deck. I mean, it's going to be a pretty solid card. One of the advantages of the Jinx version of this deck is that it does actually have removal with the rockets, and the Forerunner is going to say, I don't care.
Yeah, the Forerunner is really good because, I mean, it is out of range of that rocket, but also into this Jinx deck where it is kind of very heavy on its removal style. Just being able to have a unit that sticks around for a turn or two, even if you do remove it, you get those 2 mech tokens back. It can enable a lot of different opportunities. So going to go ahead and very likely pick up that Ferris Forerunner, and there it is. So I'll have to see if he decides to put it onto the battlefield with the Tide Turner, just to make things a little bit awkward for Eric, force him to kind of almost overcommit, if you will, to try and take this battlefield back. And it looks like that is going to be the case. Going to use his final gold token that he used from that treasure hunter. I mean, this is just absolutely insane here. He's able to get so much value and is going to go ahead and hide a card as well. And now Eric has to fight through not only this Ferris Forerunner, but has to find a way to stave off the aggression on that following turn as well.
Yeah, it is going to be pretty rough here. You have to not only clear out the units, but deal with that hidden, and then make sure that you do not die on that following turn. Because how many cards? Is that only 2 cards in hand for Andrew? That is like something, a bright side, right? Like he doesn't have a ton of stuff to work with. Only 1 rune up, which does mean that there probably isn't any interaction happening here besides that hidden. Do have to keep in mind that if you do swing onto the Reavers, I mean, the Reavers is going to most likely save the hopeful.
Yeah. And so Eric really just kind of mulling over all his decisions, just going to go ahead and send and offer that trade for the hopeful. We'll have to see if Andrew decides to take the trade or not, or if he just wants to protect his hopeful for that following turn. Yeah, I mean, right now, Eric really doesn't have a great way to overtake this Zon Warrens, so he just wants to try and get this Conquer off, kind of bully Andrew into not taking this trade, because even if he does take the trade, very likely we'll see this Traveling Merchant go on to that Reaver's Row, trigger the move, find himself something a little bit more useful to do with his turn, and then find a way to deal with this Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, and Andrew in the tank thinking about this one. It's not actually one of 1 Jinx. It is a 1 of 3 Jinx, right?
No,
4.
I don't know if that is the Metal Jinx.
Is it?
I don't think so.
It looks different.
It does look different. It is a promo.
Oh no, it's not, right? Because they use the original art.
Yeah, they use the original. art.
So I don't know what that is. It looks cool though.
It does look cool.
All right. Stack. Wait. Called shot. Called shot. I lost it there
Called
for a
shot
second.
repeated here. Things are going to getting a little bit dark just because the lighting is a little bit weird from where they're at. That is in fact the best of Jinx,
Okay.
but metal not best of. It's best of. I don't think so, chat. That's not the original art for the Jinx, and they used the original art for the best ofs, so that doesn't make sense
Wait.
to me. It is a promo though. I don't know what promo that is from.
Wait, that is the original art of Jinx.
Head judge here.
No. Is that? I don't know. It looks cool.
That's
we
the
go.
original.
That is
Jinx.
the original art. I couldn't tell with the. Okay. You know
Oh.
what? Oh, I deck checked him. Okay. We got
I
to.
promise you, it's the best of. I deck check him. Well, okay. That's quite the flex. I don't know that I feel comfortable carrying that amount of value. All right.
It's like when you see the people with the slabs as their leaders. I don't think I could do that. Like, imagine you have like a black label.
I mean, he's just walking around with like 35K right there.
Yeah. I mean, we are well aware Eric is the Jinx master. There's a reason he is third seed here. He does like to terrorize the Austin locals quite a bit.
All right. So just going to fully stack onto this field here. He is going to be at 6 points. Make it fairly difficult to try and overtake this battlefield.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, you kind of want to just avoid that hidden plus the Forerunner and get yourself on the 6 and then potentially try and find the game on the next turn. Because going up to the odd points doesn't actually really help that much here. I will say what is a little bit scary is if that is a fight or flight that does represent more might than actually is there, right? Because you can go like fight or flight back like a Forerunner and then push that up. So there's more might represented than it actually looks like. That does mean that has to be a fight or flight, though. It could be, since this is mid-range Draven, there are like switcheroo. Most people are off of it, but there's like Edge of Night. There are a few other options.
Yep. And so now Eric is just going to try and hold this Reaver's row for now. Make it so that Andrew cannot get that 8th point very easily. He does basically have, he has access to 11 runes right there.
Yeah. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Yeah, you're right. Right? Right? Yeah, because he's got the one Dark Vader.
Well, we don't know if there's another Darth Vader under there. So hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
No,
8,
there's a-
9, 10. It looks like there's
No, there's
two.
the red rune in the middle has another one right under
Oh,
it.
yeah, you're right. Okay.
All right, so a lot to work with here. I don't think his hand is very big, though.
Right. I think he's only got 3 cards right now. And one of those cards is a rebuke, but that's not going to be doing too much right now. So just going to go ahead and try and bolster his own battlefield and make it so that Eric cannot overtake it in response. And yeah, Andrew just doing what he can to try and maintain his control over his own battlefield, because right now he is winning the race. And so Eric is going to have to figure out how does he deal with.
Yeah, how do you deal with this? So the Jinx champion unit does have a pseudo accelerate. You discard, she does ready herself. So there is potentially at least one unit with accelerate coming out, plus obviously the ganking nocturnes. You can go bushwhack. I don't believe the bushwhack has been gone through, so bushwhack plus
He
Rams
did
and-
discard his own bushwhack, so I don't know if he discarded his only bushwhack or if he's
Okay.
running 2.
Okay. All right, let's see what Eric has up his sleeve. Obviously, again, the Nocturnes, the Hopeful. Potentially an accelerated Jinx. I think I see a Rebuke.
Oh,
Yep, there's
so
one.
he is running a second bushwhack.
All right. So that's one of the things where open deck list matters a lot.
Yep.
You can see exactly how many of these cards that your opponent is playing. So now trying to dig for a bunch of Nocturnes, a bunch of Rasas, Battering Rams, all these cards that are coming out for cheap. Is that a? It's not.
It looks like a Nocturne.
If it was, you just play it, right? Like there's no thought.
That's fair. Yeah, 100% not a Nocturne.
That would be quite a nice hit if it was. But all right, so Merchant, so really digging here. I wonder what he's looking for.
Just mostly his efficient units. Has a seal in hand. It looks like there is a Rasa. So might just be trying to utilize this Rasa this turn because it really is just his only opportunity for now. I do see a Rebuke.
Is that another called shot? Looks like 0.
Yep, it is. Oh no, it's the Rebuke going to come out. I think it has to be the Ferris Forerunner.
No, it's the Darius, right?
Oh, okay.
Darius can go to 7. Forerunner's only 6.
Fair enough.
And at this point, it doesn't matter that it's floating because the game is either over or it's not, unless they have an exact trade, which is pretty unlikely.
Yep, and Eric does also have to figure out how he's supposed to get around that fight or flight, right? He doesn't quite have enough gas in the tank to take it over right now. And yeah, it's kind of a pretty difficult position to be in. We do see the double called shot, so it looks like he is going to recycle those two as well. I mean, this is the final turn of the game, so just utilizing whatever resources you have available, I think, does make perfect sense. Yep, just going to go for the double called shot. Hope that he finds a Nocturne.
Well, you can't because you've used all your purples or Rasa.
No, Nocturne is any color.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you are a smart man.
Yeah.
You can't use Rasas, though.
Cannot use Rasas anymore. Yep.
You're a smart man. You know what? Let's pull this up.
So that Battering Ram is going to get used.
How many spells? We've played a lot, right?
He's played the Seal plus Bushwhack plus
2 called shots.
called shots.
So, yeah. Yes, you are absolutely right. It is 1 power of your choice.
So 18 might here, up to against 14 might, and he will be able to tie it. No, and in fact, actually beat it. So now that's 13 might to 14 might. And I think Eric is just doing the math here to make sure that he cannot beat it.
Yep, Andrew making absolutely sure there's not something he's missing here.
Yeah.
I mean, still 4 runes up as well and 2 cards in hand. Well, we know one's a Darius, so 1 unknown. Eric is at, what, 4 runes? Or did he use both the floating?
He used both the floating to develop both those Battering Rams.
Okay.
And there comes a Rebuke. And I think with that, that seals the deal here in game number 1. And yeah. So now,
Yep.
just going to reveal that there was no fight or flight in hand, and that will be game number 1.
Yep. So Eric does, unfortunately, lose the first game to Andrew, and Andrew takes it with the mid-range Draven. I mean, mid-range Draven showing how powerful it is. I don't think that should be anybody's surprise here. It is the most represented deck in the Top Cut for a reason.
Yeah. Almost like it's a good deck.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
I've heard this before. I don't know.
There are rumors. You don't know for sure.
Yeah, you know, I don't trust things that I hear secondhand.
Not unless it's from Twitter.
Of course. And then only the negative things.
Yes. Yeah. Especially when they're untrue. That's how you know they're true.
Yes. Especially when they're about me. All right, so game 2, I think we've mostly seen Eric. Eric is Candlelit when he goes first.
Has to be, yeah, because
Yeah.
he's only used the minefield. We've only ever seen him use the minefield because he keeps winning.
He keeps
So this is
two-0-ing
the
people.
first time it will be a best of 3 if he does manage to take game number 2 here. So we'll have to see if he finds a way back into this series. But Andrew playing the mid-range Draven very well, playing it very patiently, and still managed to hold on to that final battlefield, even though he kind of lost control of the game in that final set of turns there.
Yeah, it was looking a little bit spooky. Unfortunately, Andrew only had like 1 or 2 cards in hand, so if Eric was able to find maybe a third battering ram or anything that represented a threat, like maybe the fight or flight, could have gone differently.
Yeah, I think if he had managed to find himself a his one of Fizz, things would have been a lot better for him there. But he didn't, unfortunately. So here we are. But yeah, I mean, I think him being able to rebuke the Darius plus the Ferris Forerunner would have been enough for him to actually win the game there.
It's a lot of purple power. It's really hard to play all these, right? Because you have to pay 2 for rebuke, 1 for fizz, 2 for rebuke. He did 2 seals though, so that does help a little bit.
Yeah, he didn't draw those seals early enough though, unfortunately for him. So did end up costing him a lot of runes early on, and I feel like because of that final turn, he just didn't have quite enough in that gas really to finish out that game there for himself. So Andrew here going to be finishing up his mulligans, trying to decide what is actually the correct line.
I think he's still siding.
Yeah.
You know, people.
Well, Jinx is a very weird matchup because these Mega Death Rockets just be blowing up all your stuff.
That's true. That is true. You can play like hard bargains, I guess.
Yeah.
If you have them, that might not be too bad. All right, so it looks like Eric is ready.
To rumble?
Yeah, I'm ready to rumble. I don't know. Is that something Jinx would say?
No, that's just something.
Oh,
That was a rumble joke. Because there's no rumble anywhere near the top cut, or in the tournament.
This is true.
Rather.
This is true. You know, I don't know how it keeps happening, but when I was casting the Chinese events, I kept getting the rumbles. I think I've casted like 4 rumbles, which is 4 too many.
So you are ready to rumble.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. I'm in the danger zone right now.
Okay. Oh man. All right. We're we're here.
It's
okay.
there. It's that time.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And by the way, it is dark because right now there are clouds coming over the sky, and then the clouds leave the sky, and then the lighting fixes itself. So it's just a where they're forced to set up issue. Nothing that they can fix.
Yeah. So generally, how the sky works is the sun is like up above us, and it gives us light. And when things go between,
Wait, you lost me.
Oh, okay.
What's
sorry.
sun?
Well, you know how the world is on like a giant tortoise?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, sometimes the tortoise like walks under one of the giant trees, and it blocks the sun, and then you can't see anything.
I thought sun was like, child.
Nah. Nah. All right, so Obelisk coming out for Draven. Wouldn't be surprised to see a early Draven, though that being said, a little bit dangerous when the Eric does play Death Rocket, right? You could just go, bam, Draven's dead. What if we lived on a llama? Thoughts?
Actually, the world is flat, and let me explain to you why.
Okay.
It doesn't have a bra.
It's true. It's true. You know how the Japanese have like an anime character for everything?
Mm-hmm.
There's like Earth-chan.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Nope. I've been proven wrong. Earth is not flat.
Yeah. Okay, so the Traveling Merchant being pushed up onto handle it. Dang, he did draw a Nocturne, which does kind of stink. And let's see, do these go to the bottom? That is a bit unfortunate. It means no good cards were in the top 2 and no Nocturnes.
Yes. The lighting is really hurting my ability to cast right now, as I cannot see any of those cards that Eric has. But I mean, this is honestly a pretty great start here for Andrew. He's able to develop 2 units versus the 1, but you know, Eric is going to be able to use this Candlelit Sanctum, play that Jinx, as well as that Seal of Discord. So,
Yep, it is a good way there to go ahead and. So Eric's play of not playing the Draven, good way to play around the Rocket. So ends up playing 2 little guys, and instead no Rocket comes down. Instead, Eric choosing to develop the Jinx and even putting her on the battlefield, which I find a little bit surprising. But
for me, this seems like one of those scenarios where he's just trying to dissuade this traveling or treasure hunter from really building up its board per se. So it's you know, last game he was able to get 4 gold tokens, and then because of it, Andrew just had so many runes to work with throughout the entirety of that game. And what this tells to me right now is that he's got that switcheroo, and no, it's going to be a rebuke instead, but still equally as punishing. So now I think if I'm him, I just take out that treasure hunter, don't allow it to move around anymore. Yes, you do get 1 gold, but I mean, really, the Tide Turner is not that big a deal to deal with.
feels pretty bad when you do get, like, you go for this early hold, and then your purple opponent just has one of the 15 cards that break any hold in the game with Fight or Flight or Rebuke or Spinning Axe or just a lot of good cards, and I guess that kind of is a good indicator of the meta where you just never see decks go for holds right now. I think the only deck that does sometimes is Aurelia, but Aurelia has all the counter spells. It has infinite might boosts. Makes it pretty scary to go into her, plus the deflect.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of the decks that I think I'm a little bit surprised to see a lack of is actually Yasuo. I think Yasuo is still pretty well poised. He still gets to do all the miracle-y stuff that all the other purple decks get to do, but he also gets to utilize the Treasure Hunter better than any other deck. And then Aurelia obviously gets to utilize the Stellacorn Herder, I would argue, slightly better, but it does cost a lot of runes to do so. That said, that you play the Stellacorn Herder on turn 2, turn 3, you got to move it up, and then you got to move it right back. You got to draw 2 for 2, essentially.
Yeah, the main problem, and I spent a lot of time with Yasuo in set 2, is that you're just too slow if you're going for these plays. Just to give some context, right? So you play your treasure. So you go first, you go Treasure Hunter, you push up Treasure Hunter on turn 2, you pull it back because you don't want it to sit on a battlefield. You're playing in a Draven meta. It's going to die. It's going to give them gold, or give them draws, and you don't want to give them draws. So now that is, you've developed nothing, and you've gotten 2 treasure tokens, which is good, and you have 2 runes to work with on turn 2. So you could just play like another 2-drop. It still doesn't feel good. And the most successful way to play Yasuo in set 1 was like the 2-drop build, where you play like, I forget, like 12 2-drops or something.
Right.
And you just go really hard, really early with the Yasuo leader. You go 2 points on your second turn. Awesome. But that works very poorly into the Draven deck. And you can choose to play like a Miracle style Yasuo. And at that point, you're like, well, why wouldn't you just play like a Miracle Aurelia then instead? Because Yasuo is more expensive. Like, everything about Yasuo is more expensive, and the Miracle decks are okay with playing on low rune counts. So you can afford the Yasuo or the Aurelia leader ability more often. Whereas the Yasuo one, you just can't because you're playing on low rune counts. That's my experience with it, and there might be like a super secret build out there from one of the top Yasuo players that's cooked up. I mean, Fizz copy Last Breath would be pretty cool, but I have not found it yet.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Last Breath, I think, is a card that a lot of players don't even play around because, I got to be honest, I don't even know what it does.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's like I hate to say this because it feels a bit simplified, but a bad Stormbringer, which is the volley card, in that it does damage to something on a battlefield, and then it moves your unit, and in this case, it doesn't directly move it, it readies it, but the problem here is it costs a lot. 2 power is a big investment.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Especially because it costs 3 energy as well.
Yeah, makes it very awkward. You have to play like Kayn with it to make it worth it, and the Kayn builds are How do you play Kane when everyone has Rebuke in their deck?
It's simple. You don't.
I played 9 counter spells in my hand. That's how. And then they try and Rebuke, and I say no. Jinx loading up onto the Candlelit here. Eric took it from the minute 1 and has not let go. I mean, we got to... Well, he did, but...
He did let it go for 1 turn, and then Andrew just kind of peeled back. And since then, Eric has really just trying to maintain his hold over it here. But that said, if Andrew just goes and takes the Obelisk of Power, he does end up winning the race. So it will be up to Eric to try and find his way to push Andrew off for a single turn. That said, right now there are just far too many units on Andrew's side of the board for that to really be the case. So Eric right now just trying to find a little bit of reprieve, trying to slow down the game state. He does have that Nocturne to gank over, so he can utilize that on the following turn. But yeah, I think right now Andrew's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing, which is just playing this patient game and allowing really the mid-range to do what it does best, right? Which is just win the mid-game, overwhelm them, and use that to choke out your opponent in these later stages of the game. So Draven very likely going to come down, looks like with a Spinning Axe as well. He does need to exhaust the runes. Yep, there we go.
Was there a card? I missed it. We were talking. Okay, so I was going to say, was that the second card? In which case, the
Yes.
Darius triggers. Is that enough to get over? I want to say that is, because Draven will be at 9 if the ability is used.
17 on Eric's side of the field.
Yeah, so 6. Yeah, there is enough might if he does opt to go for it. That being said, Eric is holding runes, and something like a Rebuke could be pretty awkward. That could be pretty awkward.
Yep. So I think Andrew's playing this properly here. Needs to utilize that Rebuke on the following turn. Looks like that is going to be the case as well. I mean, he does ready and he just goes ahead and passes right now, recognizes that, like, there's just no way to really overtake this battlefield right now. If there is a Rebuke, I kind of lose the game. I lose probably the Draven and the Spinning Axe unless I, recycle again. But either way, he's losing that Darius. So now this Nocturne is just going to go ahead and gank over, give Eric that point lead that he very much needed here. And so, yeah, I mean, really just showcasing how this deck is supposed to work. And boom, that Jinx will finally come back down after being rebuked on that turn 3, I want to say. And so, yeah, I mean, Eric's feeling pretty comfortable about his position now. Andrew had to kind of almost, in a sense, overcommit just to be able to pressure Eric away. And now Andrew will just bring in that Darius, take over that Nocturne, be allowed to draw an additional card for the turn. And there's 2 Rossas in Eric Lu's hand, but no way to discard them as of yet.
Yeah, the discard is not actually super big yet, is it? I think, is it just 3 cards?
Just 3 cards.
No stacked decks, no called shots. A lot of units on the board.
Yeah.
Though there is
lot of
the
might.
Merchant. So Merchant can move on the next turn, hopefully find something. Because it feels pretty bad to have these Rossas that you can't really play.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how Eric is going to navigate this turn. I expect him to utilize the Traveling Merchant to just ready the Jinx. So we'll see if he decides to rebuke some way, shape, or form this Draven. And then, yeah, Andrew here just going to be forced to play on odd points, which is not something you want to see. He is going to be able to find off the top there that Fight or Flight or Falling Star. And I'm curious if he wants to keep either of them. I assume he does, because those seems like some really powerful effects, especially in the mid-range Draven list. And I think maybe the Falling Star isn't great right now just because everything is 4 might or above. But being able to pass here with all of these runes available, a very frightening place to be in if you're Eric Lu.
Nope, you said that.
I had to caster curse him.
Maybe like 4 runes Kaisa developed. Yeah. Just putting some stuff in base, ready for next turn. And pulling the Darius back. So keeping Darius out of harm's way. Both players with infinite might on the board, but in the base. Saving them up for a big showdown in the end.
Yep. I think right now, if all things continue, Eric Liu is in a very advantageous position to be able to win this game number 2 here. He will be able to piercing light off the top here and shoot down one of these Kaisas. So now he doesn't even really need to do anything too effective. I mean, he could just send in the Jinx right now, overtake this Candlelit Sanctum, and then this Traveling Merchant will allow him to discard and draw an additional card. So
And ready the Jinx.
yep, ready the Jinx, bring her right back to base.
Is that? Ooh, you drew an Ezreal. That's big.
It is a big draw, but he doesn't actually have anything to utilize it with right now. So instead, just going to go ahead and use it anyways. Pitch away the Rasa, even though it is the bigger body. It will just be thrown away. So Noxus Hopeful, Seal of Discord, and I can't quite tell what that last card is off the top there.
Was it a third Ezreal or a second Ezreal? It might have been.
Might have been the second Ezreal. Nope. Wait.
Nope.
It was the Noxus Hopeful you picked
Oh,
up
wow.
and the Vi. Okay.
So big turn setting up for the final push on the next turn. He is at 6 points, so a double conquer will win the game.
So there is that falling star, and it is going to be able to finally get that value, actually, right off the top here, as both the Vi and the Ezreal are going to get knocked out by this falling star. And Andrew might be able to claw his way back into this game. I mean, this Traveling Merchant will be able to get stripped away by either this Darius or this Kaisa. And now he will be able to draw 2 cards. Finds a Fight or Flight off that top with that Candlelit Sanctum and 1 other card.
Yeah, and the falling star is pretty high impact here because that Vi represents a lot of might. So being able to take it out and the Ezreal, which means it's pretty unlikely, but like a top decked falling star, or sorry, top decked cold shot will now be at least a little bit more impactful. That being said, I don't think Eric really has too much to do, right? Only 1 card in hand.
Yeah, Eric will be able to draw an additional card off that Jinx, though.
It's true. Is it before? It happens before you draw for turn?
Yes.
Okay. So it does get a draw 2. That's not too bad. Is that the first time this game that it has triggered? I think it is.
Yeah, it usually only triggers once per game, sometimes twice, but very seldomly will it trigger twice. So, I mean, it's you draw on average less than you do with Draven, but it is less reliant than the Draven for its draw. So this Draven will go into the battlefield. He is going to look at the top 2. Does find a Spinning Axe off the top, so might just be able to utilize that. Doesn't have a way to draw as of yet, but if he does win one of these combats, that will be in his hand. So deciding to send 1 to the bottom, put the other one back on top, and very likely will just try and hold one of these 2 battlefields.
Yep, would not be super surprised. I mean, this is the second last turn of the game. Anything that happens after this, again, unless Eric is able to clear both battlefields without also taking one, which could happen, just like crashing, trading. Not the most likely thing, but most likely. Okay, yeah, and has the, oh wow, Treasure Hunter for 1 might. Okay, that is 1 might. Can't complain.
So that leads me to believe that he has something like a switcheroo, and that is going to be, something that Eric Liu does have to worry about here.
Yeah.
And the fact that he is hiding a card as well, makes that all the more believable. I mean, we do know that he did draw into a Fight or Flight, so it's very likely the Fight or Flight instead. But playing that Treasure Hunter there does make you wonder.
It represents the threat, right? So at that point, it gives Eric opportunities to misplay. Ooh, there we go. There's the rocket. Got a hard bargain.
We did see him discard a hard bargain. I don't know if it was last game or this one.
Could be an axe as well. Save him. I really do like the pace of play from Eric. He knows what he's going to do, and he does it.
Yep. So we do see a rebuke on Andrew's side of the field.
All right, rebuking on the Draven here. This is nice because then you can, if you are scared of the potential switcheroo, you can just go shove up a hopeful. And if they switcheroo, you can just shove up another hopeful. It's very easy. You could even just shove up double hopeful, and then that actually stops the draw too. So maybe a bit better that way.
Absolutely. And I think this is actually really, really smart too for that, it lets you just send in your hopeful. If it's a hidden fight or flight, then he's going to get pushed. The hopeful will have to be pushed back anyways. So if it is that switcheroo, you can just send in your battering ram to overtake it after the fact. And then, if there is a rebuke, well, I mean, you only lost a hopeful. So this is really good patient play here from Eric. And I think Andrew right now kind of feels a little bit forced to use this hard bargain if he does have it. And we have to assume that it is there. Otherwise, I just don't see any reason why he'd be thinking this hard. And, well, there it is at the top of his hand right next to his thumb.
Yep. Though Eric does have runes up. The thing to be thinking about, though, is Eric doesn't actually have a lot of cards in hand, so he might be just totally okay with this. He will get the rocket back, most likely. So that is something that you will also be able to hard bargain later in the turn, is if Eric does make a play, assuming that he's going to get a second use out of the rocket, and then you can just go, okay, hard bargain on the rocket, and that will just be a full negate, right, as he only has 5 cards left, or 5 runes left.
So now Eric deciding as everything gets incredibly dark.
Again.
This is dark times for Andrew.
Yes, it's representing the feelings in Andrew's heart, but I don't know. I think I'm sitting pretty as if I'm Andrew right now. I think I'm fine.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually really heads-up play here from Eric Liu. It plays around both Rebuke and Fight or Flight.
Nope, there you go. So there
So-
was one.
There's the Fight or Flight. And,
bad.
yep, he will be able to look at the top 2 and then
Get the
discard as well as...
Yep. So the Death Rocket trigger now, getting that card back, discarding a Bushwhack. Okay. And this is where the hard bargain's going to come down. Yep, there's the hard bargain. So, I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? You just shove him up, and if he's got it, he's got it. If he doesn't, he doesn't. Not
Absolutely.
really many options
So
here.
he has to have exactly Spitting Axe plus Rebuke, but we do know that he does not have it because that last card in hand is the Draven.
All right. And Eric does take game 2, so we do get a game 3. Is this Eric's first game 3 on stream?
I think so, yeah. Everything
All
else is
right.
2-0'd.
I mean, the Death Rocket, that card is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, the Super Mega Death Rocket has been
Yeah.
putting in a lot of work. Also, Regalia, I'm pretty sure it's a much bigger flex to have the Best of Jinx on board than it is to have the Arcane Jinx.
Nah. I won a lottery. Actually, was the Arcane Box a lottery, or was that one just a straight pre-order where the website crashed?
No idea, probably both.
Okay.
Because, like, where the website crashes, that's because at that point it is a lottery.
Fair enough, fair enough. Did you get any of the lottery?
No,
You did not? None of them? Zero?
None of 'em.
Nada?
not a
None.
dang thing.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I got 2. I got the lottery for the Spirit Forge box, and which is still sitting on my shelf since I got it like a month and a half ago. A month ago, probably. 3 weeks ago, probably.
The Vegas?
No, the box, the Spirit Forge box. There's a lottery for that as well, if you could buy one.
You talking about the Aurelia one?
No. So
Like, you're talking
literally
about
a
the-
box of Spirit Forge.
Okay.
Through the Riot website.
Okay.
And then also I did get the lottery for the Aurelia, but that hasn't been sent. Who knows when that'll be sent? So missed Vegas, missed Bologna. Tried for both. Sad.
Yeah.
At least I got Leo.
Yeah.
Do we need
At least you did get Leo. That's something that I wish I got. Wait, what? Ah. Here. Hold on, chat, or I'm doing something important.
He's trying to type right now. It's very impressive.
Trying to type right now. It's very impressive. You know what? That was low key a lot of shade.
This is the power of a man who knows his llamas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't get that everywhere.
Rocket should still cost 3. I'll die on that hill. You know, honestly, I don't know that that's a hill you want to die on. He is one of the best of Jinx winners, so he has a lot of merit in his comment. But here's my counter argument: no.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be dying on any hills. To be honest, I will be dying in a blaze of glory. Yeah, I'll be like isekai'd into some fantasy land, and then I'm gonna be there's gonna be some I need a hero going on in the background, and then it's me versus like 50 orcs, and then I'm gonna die. But it was cool.
That is cool.
They maybe made like a movie about me or something. Anyways, it looks like Eric is going second here. He does play the minefield. Does find the double seals. Double seals Ezreal. Okay, I mean that's a lot of cards.
An explosive start.
Hopefully he is able to find a called shot here, because that will make the following turn quite insane.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew does have to have the Falling Star right now, but that does put him back on 2 runes, and it's really just a deal with 1 unit, so just going to go ahead and send himself onto that Targon's Peak. Pretty much just allow this Ezreal to do what it wants to do, and he's going to put that Draven into that back line, and I like this a lot here, because now, even if he does manage to kill this Treasure Hunter, he is going to be trading his Ezreal for it. I see. My bad. I missed. Okay.
Why does Eric have so many different runes? Does he have like base runes as well?
No idea.
This makes me irrationally angry when I see this. I saw someone who is using, it was the base runes, so like the very basic ones. They were using the Spirit Forge Nexus Knight, the Origins Nexus Knight, and the Altart ones. And I'm like, you cannot do this. This should not be allowed. No, it's more than 6, because we know Andrew's playing multiple Draven in his deck.
I think he meant Draven
He says
players.
copies of Draven.
All right. You know what?
There are 6 Draven players, so in the top cut. We know Andrew's on multiple Dravens, so that
I was close.
No. You said the word copies. You cannot take it back.
Yeah, it was typed into chat. It's only we have the power to delete it.
Exactly, and I will not be deleting that. That will be.
That's a hill he's going to die on.
Yeah, or maybe a valley.
A valley, yeah, because he said no hills. That was the hill that he was going to die on. Was that he was going to die on no hills?
I was going to die on the llama's back, to be honest. What if we had, you know how there's like horse armor?
Uh-huh.
What if we had llama armor? Take like a llama into battle?
Lamar?
What if we sold it as DLC?
Downloadable content?
Yeah. It's
Yes.
Like only you can save your llama in the middle of a war. Okay, so so Treasure Hunter is on 2 gold tokens. Can we beat 4? 4 was the last game.
Yeah, that was in 1 turn, though.
That was a crazy turn. Purple is so good.
Yes,
Purple
agree.
is so good.
So now this Draven is going to go ahead and do the swippity swappities.
Yep, keeping Draven safe. I mean, he is our boy. He has the fancy Draven too. I don't know what the name of that skin is.
It's like $3 now.
Is it really?
Yeah, it's really cheap.
In general, those Altart like champion units that don't have the fancy overnumber thing, they're not very expensive, which is kind of cool. I think the most expensive one was like the Altart Darius for a while. It was like $30 or something, but that's because the base Darius was like 20 something.
Yeah, for like 2 days or something.
No, it was like the first month, because Kaisa was best deck and everyone was dooming about Kaisa.
This is true. All right, so a piercing light here is going to get fired off. Was considering using it twice just to deal with this Draven, but instead going to go ahead and take out both the Treasure Hunter and the Tide Turner. Yeah, Tide Turner.
Yeah.
And so now only 2 gold tokens going to be valued off of this Tide Turner, which is probably the best case scenario he could have asked for. Yeah, I mean, Eric is still at 0 points, and Andrew's just racking up these points as these turns continue. So now Treasure Hunter going to come down, going to discard a sneaky deckhand. And I think Eric Liu is just going to go ahead and get that second point while he has that opportunity. So at least next turn, he's very likely to be on 3 points and will be able to ready 2 runes. So does threaten potential rebuke or something else, but we do know that that was off the top. So Andrew doesn't have to worry about something like a fight or flight too seriously, although that is probably in the back of his mind.
I'm kind of surprised that he did kill the Treasure Hunter over the Draven, because he does have an Ezreal on the board. Well, he tapped out, right? So I guess he couldn't. He did end up using all of his energy, so did not have any extra energy to repeat the Piercing Light and not pay the power costs. So you would have had to pay the power costs and not pay the energy costs, which feels bad, deramping, so opting to save some resources for the next few turns. Here comes the Draven, paying the Draven extra cost to gain 2 might, get a gold token and a draw. That unit is so efficient. It's quite crazy.
Yeah, and it is going to strip away one of those Kaisas, so that is some good news here for Eric.
Toop doesn't know about the llama.
He doesn't know about the llama drama?
Yeah, he ain't going to find out either.
Nope.
That is for me to know and you to wish you knew.
That is calamitous.
That is quite
Calamitous.
Calamitous.
Yes.
Accelerated Kaisa coming out. Looks like Andrew will be drawing 3 cards this turn. Yes, refilling that hand. I see a hard bargain, and I saw absolutely nothing else.
So just moving up the 2 runes that he wants to ready at the end of his turn, and Andrew just deciding if there's anything else he wants to do with these 3 runes available. We'll decide to fire off a stack deck first just to see if he can find something like a falling star. Does manage to find it, so we'll have to see if he fires it off here, but it really is only going to be able to take out this Ezreal as, well, he was able to get rid of everything else, so.
I mean, I wouldn't hate doing that, to be honest. Eric is pretty far behind in everything, and it requires a miracle turn to come back from, and if you do kill the Ezreal, the miracle turn's harder to get to.
Absolutely.
So let's see what Andrew opts to do here. Thinking.
Yeah. I will say this is, I think, the first time this series that Draven has drawn more than 1 card in a single game before the end of the game.
I think he drew 2. Did he not?
I think it was the final turn where he drew an additional card is what I'm getting at.
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. And here, okay, so killing the battering ram.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I mean, also a good opportunity here to clean up the board state a little bit. What can Eric piece together on this ever so important turn here? This is going to decide a lot, because if Andrew is able to hold on to at least one of these battlefields, he'll go up to 6, can pull everything back, and set up for a big push onto 8.
Yep. So 2 runes going to be exhausted.
Bushwhack.
Have to assume it's the Bushwhack here. Ooh. We do see a Rasa in hand.
Oh,
no, it's a Vi. So just going to set up for that final turn. We'll be able to draw an additional card off this Jinx, so that second card will be picked up by this Jinx on this following turn. So Andrew will be at 7 points, but he's got a full grip of cards, and he will be able to ready his runes fully, which means that Eric is in a heap of trouble. If there is something like a second falling star, this Ezreal and this Vi are going to go away as well, which means that this game will be pretty much fully wrapped up if that is the case. So the fact that this falling star has left Andrew's hand, I felt like Eric gave Eric a little bit of reprievance and safety to feel like he could play that Vi then and there. So now Andrew has to decide if he has some sort of answers to what's going on.
I mean, what's pretty scary here for me is, let's say Andrew does double retreat, which I imagine you would. Well, it's a little maybe you don't, because you don't want Eric to be able to load all of his might on one battlefield. You want to say you have to split it up, and then it gets easier to crack. But that Kaisa, if it conquers, it's going to draw 3 cards on the next turn if you do pull back. But looks like he's not going. Oh. Okay.
No, I like this a lot, actually. See, the reason for him doing this here is it's just to force Eric to have to go onto these battlefields, but also, if he is going to go onto the battlefield, he can just sack one of the guys if it's a unit that he doesn't want there, which will force Eric to commit even further. So, not a bad line here. I mean, I think there are better uses of the Overzealous fans overall. But I think right now with what Andrew has in hand, he feels fairly confident that he will be able to take it on that following turn. So just taking out the lines that really force Eric to split up his battlefield as much as possible. And yeah, I mean, not a bad place to be. He will be able to draw an additional card off this Jinx. Does find that Super Mega Death Rocket that I think he's been looking for this entire game. And will be able to conquer one of these battlefields and get rid of, very likely, at least one of these units. We do know that he is on that hard bargain in hand. So, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how Eric decides to navigate this turn, because that hard bargain really will prove to be a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah, it would have been really nice for Eric if he had found another piercing light. I don't know how many he plays, but I mean, only being able to deal with these fans and not the backline as well makes it a little bit spooky, especially knowing Andrew plays Darius. Oh, you would have loved to draw those cards. Unfortunate.
Yep. I think call shot would have been exactly what that doctor ordered, but unfortunately for him, doesn't find it, but does have access to that Super Mega Death Rocket, so we'll fire it off here.
I am a little bit surprised at the sequencing, right?
No, I think this way he's playing around the hard bargain. He knows he's not going to be able to fire it off the second time, so just trying to play around it as best as possible. And then this way he can potentially hold on for one more turn, because he does still need to deal with this Overzealous fan, but that Vi won't be able to take it. So with that, Rasa.
Well, my thought is it's almost guaranteed Andrew's going to give up one of these, so you go for the Mega Death Rock. This all being said, Eric knows his deck infinitely better than me. He is the best Jinx player probably in the world right now. But my initial thought is you're going to go Death Rocket onto a backline, then shove up, and then you just get to add it back, right? But, all right, so going with the Vi, and does pull it back, and now push up the Rasa. So Eric did choose to tap out for that, and now is opting if he would like to add back the rocket, and I guess he cannot. He has no cards in hand, does he? Can you add
He
it
has
back?
one card in hand.
Does he?
Yeah, he's got a Rebuke, which I think he'd much rather hold on to here.
Okay.
So,
Oh, absolutely. If he has a rebuke, that could be the saving grace here, if he does have a rebuke.
so he's going to go ahead and send in this Draven. And now Eric has to decide whether or not he wants to keep that Ezreal alive. Looks like that's not going to be the case. Why did he draw 2? Oh, right, because he's at 7 points.
Yes.
Okay. And then he does have that
that's a
Falling
ride the
Star.
wind.
So that Falling Star might actually be the death knell here. Being able to get rid of this Vi might just be good enough. He's going to go ahead and use that Ride the Wind.
Yeah, I think the Ride the Wind is the scarier card, because now you cannot, no longer can you deal with, oh, this was a really weird way to play this. Oh, it doesn't matter.
GG.
All right.
So very well played here from Eric, but just not enough to be able to deal with everything that Andrew had going on, especially in game number 3. Kind of a bit of a slow start. Didn't find any stack decks or called shots in game number 3. So, yeah, because of it, it feels like Eric just did not have what was needed to be able to finish that game. And unfortunately for him, he did hit the one called shot he would have drawn because of that minefield.
Yeah, it is pretty unfortunate. I was talking with Eric a little bit on before this round, and we were talking about the differences between the Draven Miracle and the Jinx Miracle deck, and he said one of the, and I'm going to apologize to Eric if he watches this back and I'm totally butchering what he said, But I believe what he said is that the Jinx deck, Miracle deck, actually has a better matchup into some of these control decks because of you have the Mega Death Rocket. It can pick off the back line, but a little bit worse of a Draven matchup. So, though I will say, Draven into Draven, that should be a 50% matchup, you'd hope. But unfortunately, Jinx is not Draven, so a little bit worse than that.
Yeah, a little bit worse for Wear, and unfortunately for him, not going to be able to close out game number 3 here. Game number 1, it felt like he really didn't have anything to really gain control of that, and then game number 3, it did feel close, but I think if he just had a couple of different cards, he might have been able to get there. And unfortunately for him, he's not on something like Draven to be able to draw additional cards for winning combat. But yeah, I think both of these players played really well at avoiding combat when needed to. But unfortunately for Eric, that is going to be the end of the line. Will is able to make it to a top 8 finish, so we'll be able to take a huge piece of that 25K pie,
Absolutely.
which is nice to hear. And very well played here from the Jinx player, just showcasing exactly why he's one of the best Jinxes in the world.
Yeah, do we have a graphic for the top cut that we can look at and see some of the matchups that are going on?
Let's take a look here. We'll see if it's all set up. Doesn't look like it is. Yeah, but we do have the bracket set up, so we're just going to pull that up real quick. So right here we had the Eric versus Andrew Barnett finisher right here, and then it's Koku versus Emil. Emil was performing incredibly well during the Swiss. Just did I think he ID'd just to be able to get himself to that top finish. Not sure. I think once you go 6-0, you can just ID twice, and then you're not going to get top seed, but you are for sure going to make it to that top cut. So,
yeah, and my highlight of the top cut, outside of Eric, of course, was the 5th-seeded Volibear, who unfortunately barely lost. Again, shout-outs to Skylar. I did watch his games, and it was incredible watching him pilot his way through that.
I thought you were going to say that you got to see Draven representation.
Oh, you're right. You know, shout-outs to... Which Draven do I pick?
Draven.
Shout-outs to my boy Draven and his brother Darius. And
yeah,
I really hope that they can, take this one home. It's a uphill battle. Only Dravens, and I mean,
and
3-on-1.
Draven.
Like, can Draven beat? Can 3 Dravens beat the one Lonely Aurelia? I don't know.
Who will win, 3 Dravens or 1 Aurelia?
Okay, if this is League of Legends, it's probably the Aurelia, but
yeah, we'll have to find out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So for real though, guys, it is going to be exciting to see how the rest of the series pans out. Hopefully, we'll be able to get to see the Aurelia matchup. But it looks like that's not going to be the case. So it is, in fact, the League of Draven.
Absolutely, we have a lot of Dravens, and can Draven come out on top?
I don't know, Draven.
Well, sounds like we got a lot of spinning axes ahead of us.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to see Draven, but you will see Draven.
Absolutely. I will say I hope there's a little bit of variety in the Draven variants. If we see some miracles, some mid-range, I know we will see at least one mid-range. And
yeah, and we do know that at least one of them, if not 2 of them, are on Detonate.
ooh,
So
okay, something at least a little bit different. So
yeah, some spice within the not so spice. Like if this is like mayonnaise, like one of these is at least spicy mayonnaise.
yeah, Chipotle mayo.
There you
versus, I love Chipotle mayo. That's really good.
There you go.
Yeah. So yeah.
All right. When we're back, we will get to see this top 4 finish, but we'll send it off to the BRB screen here shortly, and we'll be back very soon.
Sounds good.
And the semifinals.
Yes, here we are.
Yeah. Guess who's playing?
It's got to be like Garen, maybe.
Draven. Yeah.
Oh, I was close.
Yeah, you're close.
It was like almost.
They had an R and an A and an E and an N. So there was some letters.
no V.
No V. But
Alexa, play
yeah.
Despacito.
Alexa, play Despacito.
Yeah, but anyways, so hopping in, we do get another Draven mirror match, as we knew this was going to happen. But we get Andrew up against the second seed, Andrew. Yes. You know
We
what
got D and B.
you know what we can do? Let's add another Draven to the screen.
Yeah. That's actually how many Dravens are left.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, we're going to find out
I was going to say, don't want to spoil that.
who the last Draven is.
Yes. I really do like Andrew, and I'm just going to say Andrew and point at the screen. I really like Andrew's sleeves, the Darth Vader ones. Those are pretty cool. I can't tell
Andrew
what
B.
the other one is. What is that?
That's One Piece. That's Ace.
And what is that?
That's One Piece. That's I forget her name, but she's like one of the spooky ladies from the
Spooky?
Thriller Bark.
That's the one with, what's his name? Gecko.
Gecko Moria, yeah.
Yeah, I remember him because he looked weird.
Yeah, he's cool.
And also, I hated his card in the One Piece TCG.
He was not balanced.
I love when my black deck goes, how can I fit Gecko into it?
My black deck kind of sucks, but I put Gecko and then I go. Brr!
I go Gecko into Rebecca into, yay. Anyways.
Yeah, that's like what's happening now, but for
Yep.
for the Bounded Rift.
Oh,
I can't
no.
think of any good jokes right now. I'm trying.
Look, one of the chatters has died on a hill.
Yeah, on his Jinx Hill.
Alexa, play Despacito.
I'm Sasuke.
Alexa, play.
Sasuke Sito.
I was gonna try and say one of the Naruto themes, but I don't actually know what they're called.
So fun fact, I don't really know anything about Naruto.
Oh yeah, did Sasuke come to you in a dream?
No, my friend was a huge Naruto fan, and I
Okay.
was trying to help him come up with gamer tag.
Okay.
And so I was like, what about Sasuke? He's like, no, that's too edgy. And I was like, no, okay, but what about Sauce K? And then he looked at me and he was just like, no.
K.
He was annoyed. And so I changed my name to annoy him. And then I just kind of kept it.
I mean, that's how my email worked, and I'm not gonna dox myself on stream, but I have an email that I made in middle school, and it's awful. It is very, very bad.
Yeah, same here.
And every time I have to enter my email somewhere or tell worse, say it over the phone, I'm like, don't judge.
Yep.
And then I say it.
Yep, I'm with you.
And they always get a chuckle out of it. So
Dude, when I was 20, I made a super edgy email. It's not like offensive or anything. It's just like, like I thought I was like really hip and cool. Mm-hmm. And like now, 14 years later, I'm like, ugh, why did I do that?
yeah, the things we do when we were young.
Yep.
So it looks like this is probably either the Detonate or the Miracle Draven versus mid-range.
Yeah, just based off of the
Battlefield.
Yep.
Yeah. So you know what? Let's click something. We haven't clicked something in a while.
Well, now we don't know if they're playing Draven.
Sorry, Draven does need his third brother on the field. You think they're like twins?
They're
Maybe
clones.
Triplets?
Clones.
That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. Well, there is
Draven
only
got
one Draven.
access to some Hextech cloning technology, and here we are.
Have you seen the mods for League that makes like all the characters have Draven heads?
No, but that's amazing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I feel like right now. It's like
I liked the Majin Buu Zack mod. That was funny.
that exists. It's
Yeah.
kind of cool. Do you use mods when you play?
No.
Oh, okay. I use one.
Do you?
Yeah, I play.
I'm always like afraid that they're like jacked with viruses.
Oh, it's just there's a mod loader that makes it pretty safe. The one I use the most, and I actually I touched it up. I made some enhancements to it because it already
He
existed.
enhanced the enhancing.
It was Yumi Twitch, so it takes Twitch and then it turns them into Yumi. and Yumi has an AK-47.
So what is that? That's like Pal World.
I don't know. It's
Like
well,
because Pal World is Pokemon with guns, and so you just Pal Worlded Yumi.
well, it's like a demented Yumi. Like it's not proportioned right. It has like stretched.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But anyways, so we do have the merchant come up. I'm surprised at pushing up onto the Reavers over the Zon, but maybe doesn't. I guess Andrew did start with a Treasure Hunter, and this is one of the issues with starting Treasure Hunter when other people are not playing Treasure Hunter, is you don't actually threaten their 2-drops at all. You cannot go in for a trade or anything. You end up just dying.
Well, that's not true. He can go into the Reavers row and try and bully him out of it. And I think Andrew right here, feels fairly confident that Andrew does have something like a spinning axe. So he just kind of wants to force that spinning axe to come down right now, and Andrew will have to oblige. So we'll have to see if that is going to be the case. That is going to be the case, in fact. And so there it is. But now Andrew does have to recycle a rune to do so, but we'll be able to draw a card and at least get rid of this traveling merchant.
Yeah. Yep. So even though a gold was generated, a rune was paid.
Are they selling that playmat anywhere? Yes, we are. You can come by the booth. We have a whole bunch of people standing there right now to go ahead and sell them to you. But yeah, you just got to go and ask. But yeah, it's there. And then also, I believe they have it on the website. Never mind. Don't quote me on that. I'm not going to say that. Don't trust me.
I like the art. It's pretty nice looking.
Yeah, it's really cool.
I will say it definitely looks better than the Summoner Skirmish playmats. I am not a huge fan of the ones that they've done yet. Hopefully they do some cool ones in the future, though.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank one was kind of lame.
Yeah. I want them to do, like, Twitch as Yumi.
With an AK-47.
With an AK-47. Surely they would do that one, just for me. Pretty unlikely. I will say I'm really looking forward to when they do end up doing alt arts, because I think they've already kind of not hinted, but they've shown they can do it with the Vegas promo for just participation. Like, it's a participation promo. A lot of people got that.
I like my participation trophy.
Yes, especially when it is shiny and worth money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mine's graded.
Ooh, that's pretty fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty shiny.
All right, so Ty Turner is going to come down, give Andrew a second gold token to work with on this following turn. But now Andrew D has to figure out how to respond in kind. I think he wasn't ready to lose that traveling merchant. He just was like, okay, have the answer. And unfortunately for D, he did. So he's not Monkey D. Luffy. He's Andrew D. Luffy, which is different than Andrew B. Luffy.
You know what I saw on Twitter that was really funny? Sorry, I'm going back to alt arts. I saw someone post it was a made up promo for Lille. I think it was for Lille because it's in French, and it was repost, except it was 2 baguettes crossed.
That is wonderfully dumb, actually.
I was like, that is incredible.
I hope these guys don't ever commentate again.
You have to understand, we are after so much Draven. But anyway.
There's too many dad jokes for Salve to deal with right now.
Absolutely. So Andrew, a couple stack decks later. I wonder if we will see like a battering ram this turn, if he is playing them. Has gone through a bunch of cards. Couple stack decks. I don't think I saw a called shot yet. The Reavers Road trigger comes back, pulls back the Tide Turner, gets the gold token and the draw.
Not sure what the 2 is. Oh, that's how many points he has. Okay.
That's the point.
So yeah, I mean, Andrew has a full group of cards. Can't quite see what they are, so can't really talk about that too much. But Andrew B, we'll have to figure out really how to deal with this Draven right now. I mean, he has his own Draven, but he doesn't have it on the board as of yet. So he has to have something like a spinning axe to be able to deal with it. And I do see a battering ram in hand, so I feel like we can at this point fully confirm that D is on. Andrew D is on.
There you go.
Oh no, that was the spell count. Okay.
Yes. So there goes the battering ram. Still one rune up. Can't really imagine we see anything else here. Probably just pass it over, saying, I'm going to take control of that Reavers, and you are not going anywhere near it. Andrew does only have 6 might developed with the Treasure Hunter with the Axe, plus the Tide Turner. And we do know Andrew does play Darius's, but should not have the runes for that, right? You have 1, 2, 3, 4, going up to 6. You'd need a stack deck plus a Darius. Does have access to the treasure tokens. Oh, I guess you could play Called Shot plus Darius, but I'm fairly sure, Andrew, we have not seen any Called Shots, right? He is on the mid-range version.
Yeah, I don't know that he's on any, but I don't even think he's on the Ezreals.
Yeah, mid-range, right? Mid-range
Yeah.
does play Ezreal, yeah.
Okay. So, gonna exhaust one more rune.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, never mind.
Okay.
Okay, so I think he's going to be a little bit patient. I think he wants to hold on to that stack deck for the following turn. Maybe has something like another battering ram in the wait that he wants to utilize. So now Andrew B is going to have to figure out how to really overtake this Reaver's row for the time being. I think Andrew just wants to go into that Zon Warrens with just that Tide Turner, and then maybe he'll hold off for a turn or two before he can really deal with what's going on Andrew D's side of the board. Because there is just one rune available, but I just don't see how Andrew B is going to have to deal with this without something like a Rebuke. I guess he does have the 2 gold tokens to really just kind of mitigate the negative effects of that Rebuke. So that could be the situation that he's in.
We do know that he plays Falling Star, right? So there is like a Falling Star option. That being said, I feel like you're just going to say, okay, that's fine, and then I'm going to go onto the other battlefield. Yeah, so which seems to be the case for now. If you did have like a Falling Star, you could go Falling Star onto Draven or better, well, your choice. I guess it's probably Draven is better, and then go up and push Tide Turner Treasure Hunter, and that's 6/5. Andrew is tapped out, but that does give him the opportunity to retreat off with the Reavers and then potentially contest the Zon on the next turn.
Yeah. So it's going to be a Ferris Forerunner for now, and I like this patient play. Like he just doesn't really have anything to do, like we had mentioned, to actually interact with Andrew D's side of the board, and so now Andrew D can just go ahead and decide to pass for the time being. I mean, he could even retreat one of the 2 units, and then that way, if there is some shenanigans going on, he could just retreat the other one through that Reaver row effect, allowing that draw to really complete. So the gold token going to get consumed here by this Ezreal, and then very likely allow something like another Called Shot to be played. But Scrap Heap is going to be discarded, which means that Andrew gets to discard or draw an additional set of cards. And he could be on this Detonate version. I'm not sure. Scrap Heap does kind of lead me to believe that he is leaning towards it. I haven't seen him utilize anything like a Fight or Flight nor Treasure Trove yet. So I don't know, but I do see a Call Shot in his hand. So it could be just digging for those seals. Not sure.
Wow, okay. Another Ezreal.
Yeah. Another Ezreal is going to get played.
All right. Getting rid of a Nocturne. Infinite cards, no Jutsu. Like you said, I see a Called Shot. Only 2 cards played this turn so far, so nothing like a Battering Ram can be played yet. Could play like a... I don't think we can play a Rasa yet either. Yeah, so just opting to pull back. I'm surprised he hasn't seen any seals yet, if he does play them. As we've dug pretty deep here. All right, so the board is open here for Andrew B to push up if he would like to do so. I would imagine that we do see the Forerunner pushed up somewhere. That's something you're not super upset about losing, as it is going to float into the tokens. But in the mirror match, you do need to be aware of the Rebuke card. In fact, I generally see it just not as a super powerful mirror card, specifically because you do see potentially multiple Rebukes by the end game. You can even just Fight or Flight it every single turn you're going for combat. You have 3 of them. You can easily win the game in 3 pushes. That's 6 points there if you're going double score on both. Yes, there was one Aurelia in top 8. Unfortunately, they did lose in the round of 8. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Guess who they lost to?
Who?
Draven.
Incredible. Incredible stuff. Unfortunate.
And you know who made it to the finals?
Can't spoil it.
Draven.
He spoiled it. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I do have a spoiler. And
Yeah.
Co-commentating with me, but we will have to deal with that.
I'm sorry, chat. Listen, I really wish we could have gotten to see at least the Jinx for one more round, but instead we have Draven versus Draven versus Draven versus Draven.
Yep.
But no, in all honesty, I mean, it is exciting to see different flavors of Draven. I think that Riot does need to do something to kind of answer what's going on here because, I mean, even if it is Draven, the fact that it is Draven is you know, like something needs to be looked at. Maybe it's the Draven signature card, maybe it's Draven himself, maybe it's the called shot, maybe it's the Ezreal's, but mid-range is making it, Detonate's making it. Something needs to get dealt with.
See, this person's smart in the chat. Ban Stack Deck.
Yo, Fritz has actually been the one to say that Stack Deck needs to get hit.
Yes.
So, yeah.
I am a stacked deck. See, thank you. That is my reasoning as well. I think that you need to hit all the purple decks. You can't just hit the miracle variants. Because if we looked at just this match right here, Andrew is in the top 4, and he plays 0. Well, as far as I'm aware,
He plays Stack Deck.
No, plays 0 called shots.
Oh, called
so
shots.
if you ban called shot, I mean, Andrew B's deck is just as good as it was before. So this is a turn for Andrew where he potentially needs to deal with the Reaver's Row. I mean, you do have double Ezreal set up. You have no seals, though. So going for the big miracle turn could be a bit expensive. I know we saw at least one call shot in the hand.
Yeah, we do know that there is a call shot in hand. We also know that there is a rebuke in hand. And I did see some glimmers of a fight or flight as well.
Yeah.
So he does actually have the opportunity to overtake this battlefield, but that's only a temporary issue or a temporary thing. So I think he just wants to try and take on the Zon Warrens for the time being, get himself up to his 4th point. And then, yeah, just kind of figure out what he wants to do with the rest of this turn. That Overzealous fan really isn't doing much for now. And while unfortunately for him, he has not seen any of his purple seals. And I think at this point, he just has to fire off one of these called shots, hopefully find something to do in these next couple of turns. Because right now, if this game continues, Andrew will just get further and further ahead. Yeah, so D needs to figure out exactly what happens, but okay, Overzealous fan going to be the card that gets exhausted or played here, just to protect that Ezreal for a little bit longer. It means that Nox Soulful isn't going to be able to get over this Ezreal, and it means that Andrew D will be able to draw a card if he decides to do so. And a second Overzealous fan, that means all 3 were in his hand to begin with. I mean, yeah, sure, just holding the line for now, playing a little bit patiently, and hopefully finding something a little bit later on.
Yeah, you don't have to push up on this turn. This is a fairly safe turn to not do so, as you can make the push on the next turn when Andrew B does, well, could go to 6. It's a little bit hard to push through double fan. You'd need like multiple fighter flights or more units, because right now there's just Hopeful plus Tide Turner. Though Andrew does play Darius, he plays Kaisa, so plenty of options for Accelerate.
Absolutely. And I did see that Seal of Discord right there, and it comes down. So, yeah, Andrew D going to have to figure out how to deal with this.
1, 2, 3.
Andrew B, oh my gosh, going to figure out how to deal with this, because I do believe that the other card that he picked up with that called shot was Rasa. So he might even just opt to play it right now, get himself a little bit of further backline.
Yeah, and now he can play out the Rams and such, as we played quite a few cards this turn. So here goes the Rasa, the Ram, and that is quite a hefty backline built up. No, the other semifinal is Draven. So unfortunately, all top 4 is Draven.
It means, though, that you will at least get to see one Draven in the final.
This is true.
Yeah, at least one.
In case anybody out there was disappointed by the lack of Draven so far. Me too.
I need to stop making these jokes because it sounds like I'm dooming at this point, but I promise
No,
I'm
it's
really
just
not.
being
It's
silly.
just-
See,
I think it's funny.
I think it's funny as well. I actually don't mind Draven, so I
You like
Personally,
mirror matches, though. That's
I
the
like
thing.
mirror matches. I like seeing high-level players play the same deck against each other, so I don't mind them too much. That being said, I totally understand why people don't like them, and I don't think there's anything wrong with disliking them. I think it's pretty likely that Riot does something, but I don't think the game is unplayable without a hit. So that is my hot take. By all means, that I'm just saying that for me. Okay, going up. This is representing something in hand, right? This is not. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I like this a lot. He just wants to win the combat. There could be some sort of cheeky things that Andrew B could be doing. We don't know if he has a second spinning X in hand, so just playing around that capability, I think, is very smart here. It does mean that Andrew B could have something like a Kai'Sa or a Darius, and he does, so that does mean that this Ezreal does get to be overtaken here. And now, Andrew B will be at 6 points, so Andrew D has to figure out something this turn. If he does not, this game will be over on that following turn. So Andrew D down to about 7 runes on that following turn, which doesn't give him a lot of opportunity to work with. But
8 runes.
Yes, 8 runes on the following turn. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, he's
You're
at
good,
6.
you're
I
good.
thought I counted 5. And yeah, so I'm wrong. But still, regardless of that fact, Andrew B in a very commanding position overall. And Andrew D is going to have to figure out how to get over everything that Andrew B has set up.
I think the scariest thing for me is actually the fact that Andrew B was able to push up and clear the battlefield and still have 2 runes up. So now he's representing like a rebuke.
Or a fight or flight.
Or a fight or flight, yes. Though I think he does have a hidden there, does he? Okay, I didn't see it, but there is a hidden at the Reavers.
Is that a hidden?
I think so.
I think so.
Because his battlefield sleeve is not
Yeah, I think you're right.
blue, so I would guess that. All
A
right.
hidden card.
Who would have guessed? Personally, I put my hidden cards under the mat so they can't see them.
That's thematic.
Yeah, exactly. I play Teemo and I hide my cards, and then when they go up to push it up, I'm like, haha, fall into my trap, my noxious trap. But anyway, so it does pass over to Andrew D. Like Sasuke said, this is the big turn. You do need to at least clear off 1 battlefield. I think it's pretty easy to clear off the Darius. But you will have to deal with this Reaver's Row at some point.
Absolutely. Yeah, this Reaver's Row is a big problem right now, and I think Andrew D kind of recognizes that fact. So he's just going to go ahead and deal with this Zon Warrens for the time being, but it is going to cost him several cards to be able to do so. And yeah, there it is. He's going to send the Rasa, the Battering Ram, and that Traveling Merchant. And that means that Andrew B, if he decides, will be able to just get rid of at least 1, potentially even both of them on this turn. And yep, just going to go ahead and choose to get rid of that Battering Ram and leave both the Merchant and... okay.
Yep, so leaving the Merchant Rasa. Do I see a Ride the Wind in his hand? I can't quite tell. It's a little bit dark. Wow, okay, discarding a Fizz.
Yeah, that tells me that he wants every single card in his hand for the time being.
Yeah.
So that Battering Ram in the base, a Draven, as well as an Ezreal in the base, still not quite enough to overtake what is happening on that Reaver's Row. 10, 16, 18 might that he has to answer with at minimum.
I see a Rebuke. I see a Hard Bargain. I think I saw a... I see a 4 cost in that. I can't tell what it is. Oh, okay. There's a Nocturne. That is a good start.
That is something. So 4 might going to be added. And I like adding it here to this on Warrens. It has that kinking, so you don't actually have to worry about it being at the battlefield for the time being.
Yeah, that might even be a signal that he is just going to go for the hold this turn and say, all right, I will deal with this Reavers on the next turn. What does make that a little bit scary is it does mean Andrew B will just have all of his runes potentially and build up the defenses even more so. Oh, Piercing Light. This card's pretty good. I like this card a lot, especially with the Ezreal double. Oh, sorry, only 1 Ezreal on the board now, but you still get to remove a lot here.
Yeah. So you only have to recycle one rune, which is a saving grace, but this piercing light will be able to interact with both that hopeful and potentially that tide turner in that back line, as well as be able to strip away that treasure hunter. So instead, he's actually looking to get rid of that overzealous fan. I don't hate that at all. Both choices do feel pretty good.
Did he point at the treasure hunter twice?
He pointed at the Noxus Hopeful and the treasure hunter, so just wants to get rid of both of those units. Would rather deal with
He did. See?
the spinning axe as well as that overzealous fan.
So now spinning axe is most likely going
Or
to die
something.
unless Andrew B is playing angle shot, which is pretty unlikely. Have not seen that in too many decks or too many Draven lists. Still 3 runes up. I have not keeping track of how many cards have been played this turn, so I don't know if we can drop battering rams yet.
Seal piercing.
Did he play seal this turn?
Seal piercing light. He played one seal.
Okay.
So yeah, because he had
Okay.
the first seal. He used the first seal to play the second seal. Then he used the second seal to play the nocturne, and then
Yes.
he used the nocturne.
So he did play the nocturne as well.
Yeah, so 3
Nocturne stack deck. Wait, nocturne stack deck,
piercing light.
piercing light, and you said seal. So 4.
4. Yeah, you're right. Yep, and then Andrew has a 5 marked on his die, so I assume he's at 5 points, not 4.
Yes. It was both players on even going into this turn, so no, I believe he was thinking and targeted the fan and ended up changing his mind and got rid of the treasure hunter with the axe on it. And which does make a little bit more sense if he is opting to go to hold here. Oh, wow. Okay, double Rasa. That is a lot of might. Double Rasa in the base. So really setting up for a big push next turn onto that Reavers.
Yeah, I think this is where that where Bushwhack really tends to come in handy, but the fact that it's not available in hand is kind of a big punish for him. So, yeah, I mean, Andrew isn't really going to be able to take over this battlefield unless he's got a set of miracles that just don't really exist in this archetype of Draven. So I expect to see Andrew just continue to play it slow here. He's at 7 points. He might even just continue to bolster up this Reaver's Row and play this slowly here. Just might even drop that Vanquisher into the Reaver's Row, move the Tide Turner into that Reaver's Row, and just really hold it for as much as he possibly can. And while there is a plethora of answers at Andrew D's disposal, there is also a plethora of answers available for Andrew B. I would argue more so because he hasn't actually had to dump his hand.
Yeah, that is true. And there are still other options as well. Like you can go Tide Turner, pull back a Forerunner and stuff if you did want to go for game this turn. The only thing to really keep in mind is Andrew D did save 3 runes, and that 2 rune mark is pretty notorious for the rebukes, for the fighter flights. A lot of cards there that are a little bit spooky. I would not be surprised if maybe he doesn't. Oh, okay, that's a very good one.
So Falling Star going to be able to deal with a couple of things here. The Ezreal as well as that Traveling Merchant, which soften things up. Or he might even just go ahead and get rid of the Urasa on the Zon Warrens. He's still got a ton of runes to work with, so if there is something like a Darius that he can play just to kind of retake that battlefield, it would make sense to me. I mean, Andrew D is not at 6 points yet, so he's not too concerned with what's going on, and instead actually just going to use it to get rid of the Nocturne. Doesn't want that ganking happening.
Yep, trying to limit the next turn a little bit. Maybe potentially going for a push here. Yeah, okay, wow. Okay, so Rebuke onto the Merchant, or onto the Rasa, trade away the Merchant, and then I can only imagine he has another push in hand here. There you go. And that'll be the game. Andrew does end up... Andrew ends up taking it against Andrew.
Wait, who won?
Andrew.
Oh.
Draven.
Oh.
Yeah.
That narrowed it down. Andrew on Draven. That's who won.
Yep, so the hard bargain into the Falling Star ended up being a bit rough there, as it did end up meaning that Andrew
On
So
Draven.
confusing. Andrew Andreven wasn't able to take it with the Conquer.
Yeah, and you know who he beat actually just in game number 1? Andrew on Draven.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Ezreal and Battering Ram.
Mm-hmm.
All these cool things.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Anyways, going to game 2 here. I'm not quite sure what I would expect from game 2. Oh, wow. Is that double rebuke inside? So maybe only one rebuke in the main deck for
You know,
Andrew D.
okay, this might be a super hot take, but low
let's hear it.
key, is Rasa the ban?
I don't hate it. I don't like cards that play themselves for free, even with a little bit of setup. I think that paired with enough card draw is an issue. So the only thing that makes me hesitate is this kind of card that just like plays itself is only good if you can back it up with ways to find more cards, because otherwise it's just like, oh, I play a guy, right? The thing that makes it broken in Draven, and I say broken, the thing that makes it very strong in a lot of these purple decks is because they're backing it up with ways to like replace it. So I called shot, I get 2 cards I can play. If I play one of them for free, I still am a net neutral in cards. But if it was like, let's say this was, I'm going to give the example of a deck with 0 draw, Volley Bear, and Volley Bear had Rasa in it, and it was just like dump Rasa, dump Rasa, dump Rasa. Well, Volley has no cards in hand then. And then you're just like, I'm playing with the Rasas on board. So that's my opinion there.
K-Dragon, all right? Draw 4.
Yeah, you play Kindergarten.
That's his name now?
Was it you who said that?
No,
Or was it Toop?
probably
It was
Tubes.
probably Toops. But he.
I am the king of dad jokes. Tubes is the king of actual jokes.
Yeah, he called the. Oh my gosh, I'm not gonna pronounce this now.
K-Dragon.
It is the dragon. I do like that the card pool is small enough right now that I can type KA and it comes up still.
K-Dragon. Yeah, K-Dragon. K-Dragon.
No, there's an R there. Cadragon. That's how I would guess.
Oh, okay, Cadragon. Sure, that sounds actually
Cadragon,
better.
not kindergarten. I have no idea
That is such a
how he
Tubes
got
thing.
kindergarten out of that. But that card does draw cards. You are correct. Absolutely. And we saw it used to great effect by the volley player who did make top 16, which was very impressive. I do love seeing the rogue decks make it up there. And volley, I mean, that might not even be rogue. That might just be like not competitive in a general sense.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I love the deck. I think it's cool. I am a big, what's the word for it, Timmy? I love seeing cool things happen, even if it's not good.
Yeah.
And volley is kind of the epitome of that. It's like big unit, big unit, big unit. And even his signature spell is big blast. Volley blast.
Yes.
And then kills the battlefield.
Blast. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. I'm gonna do that a lot if I keep doing that.
Okay, so moving on to game 2, it looks like both players are finishing up. Oh, I lied. Andrew's still pile shuffling, so.
Oh. The one on the Draven, right?
Yes, the Draven is still pile shuffling. So this is something that if you are playing, you should take note of and make sure your opponent does correctly, is your champion does need to be on the outside of your legend. So Andrew has it, one of the Andrews has it switched here.
Why does it need to be on the outside?
Because it makes it very clear that it is not in the playfield. And the board state gets a little bit messy when you have the Miracle Draven putting 3 million units on the board. So when you separate it with the legend, it makes it very clear that it is not in the on the battlefield. So
For me, it's like it just looks ugly.
oh, I agree, but it makes it more clear. So
I don't like that.
I value the visual clarity, you know. All right, so I would not so there's the obelisk, there's the candlelit. I mean, there are nocturnes in the deck. Candlelit is kind of a gimme when you're going first.
It's true.
So I wonder what the confusion is here. Looks like they're discussing something about the battlefields.
Did he switch? I wasn't paying attention, actually. Is there a link to the bracket somewhere here? While this is getting fixed, why don't we just show the bracket?
Yes. Wonder if it's updated. It
And
is
then
not.
we can see what's going on.
So, despite our spoilers being given, we do not get. All right. So, as you guys can see, we had 6 Dravens and 6 Dravens in top 8, but top 16 was a little bit more varied. Dennis on the Kaisa, Sean on the Aurelia, Skylar on the Volibear, my fan caster favorite. And then we had Eric on the Jinx, Joseph on the Victor, and Alfredo on the Ezreal. Oh wait, and there's another little Victor down at the bottom. Hey,
Yeah, there was
Frederick.
2 victors in the top 16.
Frederick.
None of them made it to the top 8. They lost to Draven.
You know, my name is Frederick.
I thought it was Fritz.
It's a nickname. I got like a nickname for my nickname.
Okay. That confused me. I don't know why.
It's okay. It's okay. Anyways, so thankfully we do not get the spoiler on the results of the other match, though. That is a good thing.
Yeah. But here's a bit of a spoiler without the spoiler. Draven will win.
I don't know. I saw in China they did give a retroactive match win. They can do that.
How?
Maybe you didn't see that one. It was in the one where the Jax made, well, he didn't make top 8. I think it was the top 16 match with the free buke.
Whoa. That's quite a free rebuke on accident?
Yeah, it was an accident. But so the Draven player, I believe it's been a while ago. I know we talked about this on my podcast, but it was the Draven player ended up playing a rebuke and didn't pay the cost. And direct cause of this play was the Jax player lost.
Yeah.
And then they retroactively, after top 8 started, they said, okay, the Draven, you just get a match loss for the previous match, and Jax gets the top 8 prizing, I think is how it worked. I forget. But it was pretty crazy ruling, to be honest. I'd never been in a TCG that had given retroactive match losses. That's like totally new to me.
That is brand new, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so it looks like the players got it figured out.
Yep, and it looks like the battlefields are the same, so whatever was decided ended up being relatively minor. Players doing their mulligans now. I think I saw a battering ram in one of the Andrew's hands.
You know, that is still blowing my mind. It's Andrew versus Andrew, Draven versus Draven, and you got D and B, and the will of D. I hope manages to bring us to a game 3.
Can we find the stack deck into the Noxus Hopeful? That is the ultimate turn 1 combo on the Obelisk.
Yep, and that was what Default was complaining about, actually.
That is true. Pretty powerful opener, but wow, not only misses the Noxus Hopeful, but misses a 2-drop.
No Nocturne either.
Yeah, quite an unfortunate one. And Andrew finds his treasure
drop
hunter.
for Andrew.
Ooh, that is a strong one.
Yep,
Hopeful treasure hunter.
that is a hopeful treasure hunter. Pun intended.
Absolutely. And 5 runes to work with. What will we develop? Because I can't imagine passing it back over again. Have to do something here.
I'm so glad we got chat doing it now.
All right. And Draven does get developed. Still 1 rune up. I believe Andrew here does get to go up to 2 points.
Whoa. You're talking about the Andrew on Draven, right?
Yes, the Andrew and Draven. The one with like Draven as their leader. Yes.
Okay.
The one playing purple and red.
Oh, yeah.
I got you.
Thanks.
All right, so Treasure Hunter getting pushed up onto Candlelit here, gets the gold token, and gets to look at the top 2.
Jokes aside, though, I do think Andrew B has been playing exceptionally well in both of these series. Managed to take down Eric Liu, who I think was playing phenomenally. It really just, I don't think either of those players in the previous series were playing any mistakes. It really just felt like Andrew B was able to just slowly but surely overpower him with the toolkit that he had available. And I think he's favored this matchup to be able to beat these Miracle decks fairly well, as here we are in a second series against a Miracle list, and it's really just popping off. And I think part of it really does come down to these treasure hunters able to make all these gold tokens for him.
Yeah, it's been a pretty high value card in these matchups. It doesn't help that Andrew D did end up obviously missing the turn 1 unit, which really does suck when you do go first and that happens, but that is kind of part of the game, right? Sometimes you're going to miss that, and you do have to play from behind. Andrew B taking his time here, thinking on what to add, or sorry, what to put on the top or bottom. I think that, yeah, that was the Candlelit resolving, and then pushing up the Hopeful onto the Obelisk. Falling Star, that's a pretty clean opening from Andrew.
Yeah, that is a very devastating scenario to be in here if you are Andrew D. So Andrew B is going to finish off his turn by playing a Draven Vanquisher in that Obelisk of Power, and is going to go ahead and even put down a hidden card. It's very likely to be that Fight or Flight, so worst case scenario, he can just bail out his Vanquisher. But now Andrew D has to figure out how to get himself out of this position. This was an incredibly difficult scenario to be in. He was at 6 runes this turn, so
Yeah,
just
this
double
is
checking, making sure that everything is kosher.
That is a very aggressive end of the turn there, playing out the Draven, hiding a card. I feel like it's very aggressive. I don't know if you need to with Andrew D just not having a board at all. Obviously, Miracle can start to build up a board, but you need the Ezreals, you need the Seals, you need called shots. Like, there are a lot of pieces that get there. And if you do want to go ahead and start doing that, you also do need like the Bushwhack generally to. Ooh, that's a shiny rune.
That's a fancy
Hey,
seal.
that's 2 of the 3 pieces.
That is 2 of the 3 pieces to get us there. So, I mean, Andrew D not out of the woods just quite yet, but is finding a light at the end of this tunnel. So
I see
he does
called
find
shot.
himself a couple of called shots as well, and it's going to be up to Andrew B to be able to get rid of this Ezreal before too much damage is going to get dealt. But yeah, D off to a great position now, and this Piercing Light going to come down. 4 runes going to be exhausted.
So
And it looks like he's just going to clear that entire left battlefield if he chooses. Nope, just going to be that that Draven instead, and the Treasure Hunter.
Yeah, so what he's doing here is he is using the second trigger on the Draven for both. The second target, because the second target doesn't care if it's on a battlefield, so even if that is a fight or flight, he's unable to save it. It will kill the Draven regardless.
Yeah.
So it does save the Hopeful, as the damage does need to be. Oh wait, no? He only put 1 trigger on the Hopeful anyway, so he could not kill the Hopeful.
So made the mistake with the fight or flight there, just misunderstood what Andrew D was saying. But
Yeah,
I mean, those do happen, especially in high pressure situations. But regardless, that Hopeful is going to stay safe.
Yep.
And he will be able to potentially just go ahead and move over onto that that Candlelit Sanctum. It would have been nice to have had that extra point, because now he will be fighting on odd points. And that could be a pretty costly mistake.
Yeah, that does set him a whole turn behind here, unless he does commit some like combo piece from hand, like another fight or flight, or he is on 5. It could technically be an accelerated Kaisa, though that feels pretty bad. Pretty bad here. You would be tapped out. Would get 1 draw, but and that was pretty much what Andrew D did want to see there. He cleared the battlefields. He stopped himself from falling 2 turns behind. Admittedly, it was slightly a misstep on Andrew B's side.
Yep.
But you do have to, when you have these weak openers like Andrew D did, is you have to put your opponent on making these misplays and do your best to facilitate them.
Absolutely. Yeah, Andrew D here in a pretty precarious position. I mean, he is starting to get himself out of this hole. And, I mean, it does feel nice to have this Seal of Discord here, as well as that Ezreal in play. So, very likely just going to go ahead and start, well, with the stacked deck. I thought it was going to be a called shot instead, but regardless.
Yeah, I actually like Andrew D's position here. I think he's in a pretty good spot now, as he did. The Ezreal lived a turn. The Seal is getting a lot of value now. You can have your miracle turn now. This can be the miracle turn if he opts to do it here. I wouldn't also hate just developing a little bit and saying I'm going to push up, because you essentially skipped a turn. Pushing the hopeful up onto the candle, it doesn't really do too much. Like, you're on odd points now. In fact, I think there's a world where you don't even push up the hopeful, but
We'll have to
not
see
the
if
worst thing in the
Andrew
world.
D decides to use that second called shot. He does have the Ezreal in hand. So,
Wouldn't hate it. It depends, again, if he does want to have his miracle turn here to set up a bunch of battering rams, set up a Rasa. I know we did see at least one battering ram in the hand, I want to say. All right. Oh, there's the second Ezreal.
yeah.
So that is at, I want to say, 2 cards played.
And he's going to get rid of this Nocturne, which
It's
does feel
unfortunate. He
great
keeps drawing
to-
those.
Yeah, it is unfortunate to draw them, but it doesn't feel bad to just go ahead and discard them. And
Yeah.
with this second Ezreal, he will be able to get his first point. So it is going to slow down Andrew D just that little bit. And now, battering ram and a second battering ram going to hit the field.
Yep, so pretty big turn there developed. 13 might of units. Only actually paid 1 power. So that is the power of the the power of the Miracle deck.
That is the
Thank
power of
you.
the Miracle deck indeed.
I'll be here all night. Well, at least for one more round. Okay, Thundersong coming down. That really does not feel good when you have to play the Thundersong just as a body. You're not comboing it with removal or a push to go with it. I mean, that's a sign of weakness from Andrew D.
For me, that just tells me that he has both of the Thunder Songs if he's running multiples in his hands. And the third Ezreal going to hit the field as well.
Wow.
So, yeah, really just digging through that entire deck there. Gets rid of that Traveling Merchant for the Ezreal. Picks 2 cards back up. And hopefully finds something a little bit more useful to do with his turn. Because, I mean, yes, he does have these battering rams and a couple of things to do. But that Brainer Thundersong as well as that Hopeful is a lot of might in that back line that he has to deal with.
You know what's crazy to me is comparing some of the cards from set 1 to set 2 is most of the set 1 cards do like one thing, right? And then you have Ezreal, who's not just a champion unit and has even stats like 3 for 3. And sure, you do play a power, but 3 for 3, right? But then it has the on-play ability and it has the repeat ability. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
The change in the card quality after just one set. So, hey, reveals coming in just a few days, right?
Yes, starts Monday.
That is so exciting.
So tomorrow.
I'm really excited.
Yeah, I can't wait to be at work and then randomly just see every Twitter freaking out. It's going to be fun.
All right, so huge base here from Andrew D, and I believe did pull back. So now it is on Andrew B to go up to, if he does want to go up to 6, he does have a turn to work with here. Could opt to just develop in base for one more turn. It is a little bit scary. It is a little bit scary to do that, as Andrew D could just generate another casual, like 18 might. Play some Rasas.
Yeah, I mean, he could opt to go here just onto that Candlelit Sanctum with this Noxus Hopeful. Hopefully, get to look at the top 2 cards. Hopefully find something a little bit more useful to do on these following turns. And it looks like that is going to be the case, except he is going to choose that Brandy Thundersong to do that. So she is going to be put into harm's way, if you will, and 2 cards will be sent to the bottom. And now this Tide Turner going to be used to swap her back to safety.
Yep, that is I'm not going to say the strongest turn. I mean, still, what, 6 runes to work with? I mean, the fact that the Thunder Song was just played out as a body, just, yikes. Okay. All right, and the whole battering brigade is ready to attack. Wait, is that a...
So
Why
if
is
you
there a
get
rune
all
there?
3 battering rams, is it a battering ramus?
Why is there a rune there?
Not sure.
Am I dumb?
No, I just
Whoa,
don't
what am I
understand it
missing?
either.
There's a rune on the seal. Oh, okay. I was confused. Maybe he was like representing something, but no, that was just a rune on the thing. Yeah, if I am Andrew B, I am really not feeling good about this. Maybe he was a little bit, what's the word for it? He made that small misplay, and it's really come back to bite him. So not feeling good about himself, maybe a little bit rustled. Ooh, a Nocturne is hit. Is this the? It's not the first one. We saw one in game 1 that was hit, but
Yeah, I believe this is the second one in this game,
Yes.
though, because I know that he did discard at least one. I'm not sure if
Yes.
he discarded 2, though.
right, still a lot of runes to work with here. I can't see how many cards are in hand. A fair number. It is Draven. There are 3 Ezreals on the board. We've resolved some called shots.
A lot of cards.
I think the question here for Andrew D is when he wants to decide is the go button. When do you want to start committing heavily to the battlefields?
Yeah, there is only 3 cards available here for Andrew B, but that does not mean that that Tide Turner is not threatening, because he does have to play around Spinning Axe, and is just going to use that one
Yeah.
floating. Go ahead and stacked deck here. Don't get to see what he has.
Ooh, another
Reveals
Nocturne.
that third Nocturne. And
See, this is
I
a
know.
game that if it wasn't untimed, so specifically because it's untimed, play it out, right? But if I was playing this in a normal round of Swiss, I would pick it up and go to the next game because this is such a rough spot. And not only that, but it's like a mental reset because you can tell Andrew B got a little bit flustered. Thank you. That's a good word. Flustered over that misplay on the Noxus Hopeful, which made such a big impact on the rest of the game, right? Because you would be on 6 points here. Like that in itself is huge.
that is a very big difference. 5 and 6 is a very significant difference. But yeah, I mean, look, he is going to just go ahead and try and push into that battlefield. So the battering ram is going to be successful in doing so. And yep, is going to look at the top 2 sides that doesn't want any of those, and well, does actually find himself a seal. We'll have to see if he has another called shot to utilize it with, or even a Rasa. But Scrap Heap is going to get thrown away, and I do see another seal in hand, so that seal is going to come down, and Andrew D in a very commanding position.
Yeah, I think I see a Rasa or 2 in hand, at least one. At least one. And yes, heat right on the top, right? Yep, there's one, and we got the seal for it, so it's free. Come on, Andrew D. Where are your 2 other overnumbered seals?
What happened to Andrew A and Andrew C?
Yeah, we don't talk about them. There's a
Oh.
reason their top 16 is now only top 4, you know.
Okay.
This battle of the Andrews.
Rest in peace, Andrew A, Andrew C.
Yep, so pushing up an Ezreal.
Do you think they were on Draven?
Yeah, probably. At this point, everyone's Draven. I'm Draven. You're Draven.
It is the League of Draven.
Yes. And it looks like Andrew D did develop his own Thunder Song as simply just a... Actually, it's pretty good here because Andrew B was holding so many runes, right? It says if you have a spinning axe or something, you use it now, and I still have enough might to deal with anything you do.
Yep.
So at that point, that Thunder Song just says clear the battlefields, and now you're stuck with 2 units. Pretty rough spot, and still does have both of the Nocturnes, plus the Thunder Song, plus the Ezreal as might in the base.
Yeah, and he is going to be able to hold here pretty easily, I'd argue. I mean, 9 might is nowhere near as much as 15 and 14. So has to find a way to get back onto this game because right now it's just not happening. Brynir Thundersong proving to do exactly what she's supposed to do, which is just kind of take away a turn from your opponent. And the fact that she costs 6, everyone was like, oh man, it's so expensive. But the difference between her in set 1 and set 2 is absolutely stark. So we'll have to see if she gets even better in set 3. But I just have to assume that she will.
To me, the reason she's so much better in set 2 is that the purple deck got access to so many low cost cards and the ability to reduce the cost of their cards. and then so much draw that you can find the seals, which means that you aren't recycling as many runes when you're playing all these power-hungry cards. So you end up just naturally ramping up enough that you can play the Thunder Song and then still have like 4 to 5 to 6 runes, or even just develop a board and then just play the Thunder Song with 6 runes and tap out. But it doesn't matter because you're just pushing aggressively and then clearing things through combat. So
Absolutely. So Draven going to be put down here. Looks like
Draven.
Andrew
That's
is
the wrong blood brother. That's Darius.
Everything is Draven.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Darius wouldn't be happy about that.
Yeah, well, I made the mistake. So Darius is going to come down here. And he chose not to recycle the gold token, which I think is a little bit surprising. I think it really pieces to your point that Andrew just kind of doesn't really see a way out of this game and is just kind of hoping
It's
that
because he's at 10. Right? He was at 11 runes. So you want to go down to 10 because you're getting 2 at the start of your next turn.
Okay.
Yeah. So now he does use it, though. So, yeah. Falling Star coming down. Clearing out something. So it is a lot of might with the Darius plus the Thunder Song plus the Hopeful and another one.
Yep. That second Falling Star actually going to be doing a lot of work, and it's going to strip away one of these Rasas, actually, in fact, the only Rasa in play. And so now this Darius does have a little bit of extra reach, and Andrew might just be sitting on exactly a hard bargain. Now, if that is the case, Andrew D will not be able to respond in kind. I believe he's got a Rebuke in hand, so that would be the only way he responds. It might also be that fight or flight, but it looks like he's just going to allow this to happen here.
Wait, why couldn't you respond with a hard bargain?
Andrew B could respond with a hard bargain.
Okay. You're right.
Yeah.
All right, so Darius does clear, and Andrew B goes to the magical 6 points.
That he has been so desperately trying to get to.
Yes. And this would be very different. But there is still hope. I think both players are still in this. I think Andrew D is in the commanding position, but never count Andrew B out.
Yeah, Andrew D does need to... Wait, you said Andrew B twice.
No, I said D.
Nope.
Okay, my bad. All right,
You
we'll
said
go
I
with
think
that
Andrew
one.
B is in the commanding position, but I think Andrew B is still in this.
We'll go with that one. And he plays out everything to that candlelit. He says, I'm going to hold. Probably this means trying to go and hold up to 8. But the thing that makes this a little bit weird is...
This is very actually smart here from Andrew B, because if his last card in hand is actually a Kaiza, it does incentivize Andrew D to pull out of the first base here, at least with these battering rams. And if he doesn't utilize that Rebuke properly, and if maybe Andrew B does draw into a hard bargain, which I believe that last card in his hand is hard bargain, but we haven't seen any of those Kaizas, so he could just draw into the Kaiza. Yeah, I mean, he's in a pretty interesting position. Andrew D has to figure out how to get over this battlefield. Does play a last rites, so he will be able to bring back a battering ram or a Rasa if he chooses.
Yeah, very cool interaction that the last rites does allow you to pay less for the cost of the cards. So Rebuke coming out to bounce the Darius, which significantly softens this battlefield up.
Absolutely. I mean, reducing the might by 5 is a pretty significant margin.
Yeah.
Obviously, you don't want to give him to bring here Thundersong again, so just giving him that Draven or Darius is okay. I mean, it doesn't feel great, but it is really just the best line you have available right now. He might even have something like a fight or flight to just push him off even further. And then in that case, then it is going to be pretty safe to do so. So actually, instead, that overzealous fan going to be pushed away. And now, with this last rites, I think he will be able to overtake the battlefield.
8. Okay, so Thundersong goes up to 7. 7, 11, 15? Yeah, right?
8, 13, 15, yeah.
I was going to say, I don't even hate bouncing the Thundersong if you are going for something like that, because the Darius is effectively an accelerate unit, whereas the Thundersong is not. And if you are going to pay out and tap out, Thundersong isn't really hurting you because you're not going to do anything, and then it comes back to you and you're on 6 points. But obviously not the play here, going all the way in and saying, I'm going to clear this.
Yep, 14 versus 15. So now he has to get rid of the last right unit no matter what, which is this Brain Here Thundersong, which means that at least one of these Nocturnes gets to survive. But also, Andrew B no longer has any units available. So 6 points is Andrew D, and he does manage to find a hard bargain off the top there. And, I mean, I think if I'm him, I just kind of bolster this Candlelit Sanctum with this Rasa.
Double Rasa.
Double Rasas here. And then maybe even go a step further.
Wow.
And bolster with that last rights. So instead not going to do so, but...
yeah, so apparently he did miss the draw off the Draven leader, I believe. But it should not matter as he's tapped out.
Yep.
Well, I say it should matter. It could matter if Andrew B is able to crack one of the battlefields. We do know as well that Andrew D did stack a hard bargain to the top. So you would have had a hard bargain, and then maybe you don't play out the merchant, right? But
Yep. Game number 3.
yep, that should be game. And Andrew D does take game 2. We will be seeing a game 3. Yeah, good stuff from Andrew D coming back from a rough start, putting Andrew B in a position where he could misplay and then taking advantage of it. Good stuff from him. Impressive play. And now we do get to see the game 3 of the Miracle Draven versus Midrange Draven. Get a little peek at their side decks as well. I see a couple rebukes. Looks like those are going in. Not quite sure what the last card is there. Both players opting to play Thermal Beams, which does make sense. Yeah, the Thermal Beam card is... Set 1, it was like whatever. It was like, oh, I'm going to play Thermal Beam for a single Aurora. Like, eh. But now when Thermal Beam can just say like, haha, Ornn, die. The card has aged pretty well.
Yeah.
It's only been one set too.
You still have no idea how much it hurts my soul that Ornn is just basically unplayable because purple's just that good.
No,
paired
but
with
like,
Bryn here.
but he has like Deflect 6. It's so good.
Yeah, right?
Anyways, Rebuke.
Yeah.
I'll put
Oh,
back
I have
6.
to recycle 6 runes?
Okay.
Oh, but you lose though, right? Yeah, but don't think about it like that.
Yeah, true. You're right.
You have to recycle 6. You don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that. That's like a big punishment.
Yeah.
Oh.
Think about the next turn when after you won.
Oh, and wait, but you don't win on the next turn. I'm just gonna play him again. Rebuke. Oh, you have no runes? Push up. 7. Push up. 8. Yeah, very sad for the Ornn players out there.
Guess not so fast is okay, but you don't understand. Not so fast isn't a card when Bring Her Thundersong is.
Correct.
All right, you monster.
Yeah.
I was like, oh yeah, I have all the answers. I can not so fast your Rebuke, and they were like, yeah, but what about if I play Bring Here first? And then you're like,
Yeah, there are a lot of ways that make it really miserable for them. And one of the other problems is it's the same problem Aurelia has a lot of times where it's like, sure, she has answers. You have to draw them. And if you don't draw them, it's not just like bad, it's unwinnable.
yeah, that's true too.
Because you can work with bad matchups. Those happen all the time. But when things just get to the point of your strategy just doesn't work against the most popular stuff, I think Ornn will get a lot better if they do end up tuning purple down a little bit. I think that will help. As
Purple's at like a 13. They need to bring it back down to like an 8.
Yeah. Yep.
Like a lot.
Ban the stack deck card. That's what I'm saying.
They should just ban the color.
I think there are a lot of Magic players who would agree with you if you were talking about that blue color. Like, no counter spells ever.
Yeah.
All right, so
I do think counterspells are an interesting thing because they do keep balance in the game in a sense, but they also do hinder game design in the future. So it's like it's weird.
Yeah, I agree a lot. I think one of the difficulties with the green color right now is the green cards mostly suck. And it feels difficult for me for them to print really good green support in the future because now you would have a good color backed up with counter spells, right?
Yep.
And at that point, no one's gonna like playing against it, and it's just gonna be broken. So it becomes a little bit weird. And I like negates. I think negates are interesting, and I think they allow you to print stronger cards because there's a counter for those stronger cards. But at the same time, they do limit card design to an extent, unless they just want to accept and say green is always going to be a supporting color rather than a primary color, and say, all right, well,
They
any
must not know the color wheel.
yeah, it would end up being that like the green side of a leader is just you get to play Defy Not So Fast Wind Wall, right?
Yep.
All right, very aggressive start here from Andrew B. Ride the Wind, pulling back the fan, and playing out a hopeful. Okay, yeah, very
I see.
aggressive
I see
start.
the reason. Yeah, I mean this honestly is a pretty good play pattern here. He's using the right to win just to score an extra point. I mean, this is one of those cards where you're just going to play it early just because it is an extra point. And I know there's a lot of players that'll hold on to the Ride the Wind in their anti decks just for that Vi Ride the Wind combo. But I mean, you're running multiple copies of a card like this for a reason, and this is absolutely one of them right here. So the Seal of Discord is going to get played here on Andrew D's side so that this Ezreal can come down. And now he's just going to discard a scrap heap, draw 3 cards, and probably find a whole new group of cards.
Yeah, 3 cards, quite a lot. I wish I could draw 3 cards across 3 turns sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, anyways, we're going to ignore that. But so Draven is available here to push up onto the peak if he does wish to do so. I wouldn't be super surprised if we just developed, but yeah. So it does look like he just does opt to develop. It is a little bit spooky when you may leave your units kind of stranded out there on the battlefields when Andrew B is going to work with a hopeful plus a full set of runes. And he is in the range where you can start using, like, you could start doing stuff like axes and still have units to develop, and just don't want to give him draws, which is one of the cool things with that Ride the Wind play is no opportunity for draws if I just abandon the battlefields.
It's true. I mean, he is able to stay on that even point parity, and he is ahead on points here, which kind of pressures Andrew D just kind of passively to deal with it. And because he doesn't really have that answer to do so, Andrew B is just going to really take full advantage of it. And I believe they passed it back to Andrew B, and so Andrew just going to figure out what he wants to do with his turn here. But for the time being, it just kind of feels like neither player really has an advantage over the other. It does feel like as long as Andrew B is able to continue this game plan of cheesing out, points every turn, that he will eventually win. So if Andrew B does have the second Ride the Wind, which I assume he does, in his hand.
You assume he does? You think he plays multiples?
I assume he's running 2.
Okay. I've seen that card in many, like anywhere from 0 to 3 in these Draven lists. So
yeah,
that's why I'm curious. What is he gonna do? A lot of thinking. And so Falling Star coming out. I can only imagine he's hitting. Okay, yeah, hitting both the units. The Ezreal is the main engine of the deck, plus the seals, but is not quite able to hit the seals unless he's playing like a Detonate build, and you are generally not going to be popping seals with a Detonate. That feels pretty bad.
That does feel pretty bad.
Yeah, so both the units dying, stuck back down to 1 unit. I don't think Andrew D is playing Bushwhack. We haven't seen it once, so not too much in the Accelerate. And the Draven comes out. Targon's readying to.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong position to be in here if you are Andrew D. You did just soak up a whole bunch of runes from your opponent's side of the board, and they're only at 3 points, so it's going to be a while before they're really able to take advantage of it. And you have that Fight or Flight to push back that Overzealous Fan or that Noxus Hopeful. So I mean, it's really not going to be a one combat from either player if that is the case. But you could also just even opt to recycle a rune to do so, but instead just going to go ahead and call shot once, and hopefully find something a little bit more useful. So does find a stacked deck, and we'll keep digging through it.
Yep, so seen 5 cards already. What else are we going to do here? Do I see a piercing? Can't quite tell. It's a little bit
I
dark in
believe
the
there is a
sand.
piercing light there, but does just drop down a second Ezreal, and well, we'll keep going through his deck and very likely drop down another called shot at least in these coming turns. So
Rasa getting discarded there.
there is a Seal of Discord.
Yeah, I see a seal. I see 2 called shots. I see a fight or flight. Can't quite tell what that last card is.
Neither can I. Now, 3 more runes going to be exhausted. Is that another Ezreal? No. It's going to be a piercing light instead. And he's going to be able to shoot both the Draven and that Noxus Hopeful.
Yep. So clearing quite a bit here. Spinning Axe coming down to save the Draven, which is going to feel pretty bad because that was a lot of runes spent to make this play. And then if you do end up shoving up your own Draven, I mean, it's you just can't shove up your own Draven now because then you lose the Draven, you give a gold, you give a draw. So.
Yeah. Well, he does have a fight or flight, but, I mean, you do have to play around hard bargain, and both these players are eating their runes for breakfast, so we'll have to see if that is going to be the case, but yeah.
Okay, so opting to do it. So yeah, like you said, probably going to commit the fight or flight as a hidden. So Andrew B thinking here. I don't think, yeah, just thinking if he wants to use the overzealous fan here. The reason being is it would prevent a draw. So you
And a
do
gold.
keep him off of the draw and the gold. That's a good call out. For the following turn.
I don't think there's too much to think about here. I think every time I'm taking this advantage, I guess he just wants to decide whether or not he wants to get rid of this Draven.
Correct. Well, it's, yeah. Because then you do get to, if you do that, then you get to win the next combat with your Draven and you get your own draw and gold. And you come out slightly ahead, but... So it does look like he opts to allow the combat to go through, deciding that on the next turn he is going to go ahead and try and take out that Draven via combat. So now the fight or flight hidden.
Oh, that misses the Targon peak trigger.
Oh no. That actually matters too, because if he does end up playing a unit, you can pay for a hard bargain 1. A non-repeated hard bargain.
Oh, finding out now, and we'll have to see if the judge allows it. But I believe the trigger was indeed missed. And at these high stakes here, usually do not allow something like this at this high of an elo game. But looks like that is going to be the case.
All right, so he does get the runes off the Targons. So 2 runes to work with. That makes things very different because now you do need to play around a fight or flight in hand. You need to play around, yeah, so now ending up to go on to the other battlefield. So at that point, I wonder if it's even, do you really let your fan die? I feel like you don't let your fan die then. You just use the trigger, right? Just say, I'm going to push it back if you're going to go for this route.
Absolutely. I think one of the big things that I would have liked to have seen here from Andrew B is just use that overzealous fan. Even if he didn't know that there was going to be a hidden card played, you have to expect that he's going to be able to ready 2 runes if you do that. And then you have to play around a lot more cards than you otherwise would like to. And you need to be able to develop your board just that little bit further. And if you allow this to happen, well, your opponent gets 1 extra card, 1 more resource to work with, and a gold token.
Yep.
So a lot of things going to be utilized there, and now this Tide Turner going to be placed down, and Andrew B going to pass the turn.
Yep. So goes up to 2 here with the hold on the Draven. Still representing threats with 3 runes up for Andrew B. Quite a lot in that range. Again, the rebukes, the fighter flights, the axes. It is one of the cool things that the mid-range build does have access to that the traditionally the miracle builds play at least less of is the axes.
Mm-hmm.
Though you do see more cards in the miracle build. So, and it looks like a Nocturne was hit off of the called shot.
Yeah, but Andrew D does need to pay the power cost before he goes for the repeat effect, I thought.
Did he not?
No.
Oh, he has the Ezreal.
It's not an optional cost.
Yeah, no, he tapped the seal, right?
Now,
Oh, did he do it? Well, no, you have to tap the seal for the first use.
yeah,
Because Ezreal only reduces the second. What am I missing?
he revealed the Nocturne off the first trigger. Of the
Does it
call
work
shot.
that way?
You have to do it when it's revealed.
Okay. Okay.
At least that's how I thought it worked. But
I thought
I
it
mean,
was
there is
like
a judge there that's clearly. I guess I'm very.
I thought it
clearly wrong.
worked as it was after the thing resolves. So you reveal it, you banish it, you do the second because the stack or the called shot is like one effect, and I thought it would have to fully resolve, but
Okay, you
I could be
right.
wrong.
Could be right.
But anyway, Nocturne does get played out. I mean, I think I see. What do I see in hand? So another stack deck. Can we hit another Nocturne?
Another one.
Another one. I see a seal. I see. Is that a stack deck?
I saw a seal and a hard bargain. I don't know if
Okay.
I saw the stacked deck. Oh no, it is a stacked deck.
Yeah. I do see a Bushwhack. So that is new. We have not seen him play Bushwhack yet, correct?
Yeah, not this series. No.
Okay. So that's interesting. I was just assuming he was playing a Miraculous without the Bushwhack, which we did see in, I believe, was it Randy who played the non-Bushwhack Miracle Draven at Vegas? It was one of the Miracleists in the top cut, or at least in the top 16, was playing a non-Bushwhack Miracle Draven. So thinking if he wants to flip the fight or flight there, maybe attack the other battlefield, pull back the Draven, push up onto the Tide Turner. So you do start opening yourself up to like another axe, fight or flight.
Yeah, I do think it was a bit of a tell here that that it is a fight or flight.
Yes, absolutely. I think Andrew B should have a very clear read that this is a fight or flight. That being said, the Miracle Draven doesn't play a lot of other. It's like one switcheroo, right? All right, Andrew D pushing up 2 units here. This does play around both, actually, of the potential options here, both the fight or flight or the spinning axe. Gets the gold token, gets the draw.
And just keeps plugging away here. We'll be able to draw that additional card. I'm not sure that I saw him draw. May have missed it. But he does have a battering ram that I think he wants to try and develop and just start holding on to this battlefield. So
It's so crazy to me that you get to play these giant units for essentially free.
but you have to play 4 cards first.
That's crazy.
3 of them can be called shot.
This is true. That is unfortunately true. And looks like he passes it over after stacking up a little bit into the obelisk. Oh, look, my fan's back. That's crazy. Thank you, Mr. Ronald Sunkist. I appreciate it. You know, as a llama connoisseur myself,
A Kalama.
a Kalama connoisseur,
Kind of sour.
kind of sour. Kind of sour.
Kalama kind of sour.
Absolutely.
He's not in
And
the finals.
I don't think Draven likes sour. He seems like he'd be a savory guy. What do you think?
I'm with you on that. That makes sense.
No, there is no repeat. count.
Repeat works
Yeah.
like if you ever played Magic the Gathering, it works like kicker cost. So it's not an additional spell that you're playing, it's just an additional effect that you're getting when you
Yes.
pay the cost.
Yes, and repeat costs are optional costs, so you can reduce them. However, the unit reduction, so Rasa and Noxus Hopeful and Battering Ram cannot be reduced because those are not optional costs. They are just the cost of the card.
Well, sort of.
Well, they can, but not by Ezreal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm just like, they're kind of optional. You know? You're like, I could pay the full energy or
Or I could just like
play it for
it.
free.
Yeah, I could just play it.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not? What are they going to do about it?
I played the cards.
I mean, I have a battering ram. What are you going to do? I show up to your house with a battering ram.
Counterspell. That doesn't work.
That does not work. Draven pushed up with the axe, so very thematic here. Draven and his axe going into a fight. We'll have to see if Andrew B does decide to use the trigger. That should be 7 might going into 5, 8, 12.
Yeah, 9 might into 12, essentially.
Yes, and Andrew D can also use the trigger as well. So maybe a little game of chicken here, deciding who does want to do this. To me, this is representing that Andrew B does have some sort of combat trick here, because even with the trigger, that would only be 9. But no, instead opting to trade here, maybe going for a accelerated Kaisa or a Darius to finish this off.
Yeah, a little bit surprised to see Andrew play this so timidly. I mean, there's 3 runes available from Andrew D, so he just doesn't want to commit anything further to get hit with something like a fight or flight or even a hard bargain if he tries to commit anything further. And because of this, you know, he's kind of walking into a wall, if you will. And now this Kaisa is going to come down and force these runes to come together.
Did he get the draw off of the Draven combat win there?
Yes, he did.
Okay, nice.
Yep. So just going to go ahead and attach that spinning axe to this Kaisa here and then allow himself to really get over that Battering Ram's reach. And now Andrew B still has 2 runes available, which means that Andrew D has to play around this hard bargain. It's going to be a little bit difficult to try and get over this here, but he is going to try and deal with it. No hard bargain in his sights.
Yeah,
which
that's
means
a
that
really
this spinning
impactful
axe
rebuke.
is just going to stick around for a turn, but really just die.
Yeah, very high impact rebuke there. It stops the combat one. It gives another Draven draw. It outs the spinning axe. It essentially blanked that whole turn from Andrew. Like, sure, you did remove the Draven and the Ezreal, but do you care? Like, I mean, they're annoying, but do you care? So
Yeah, I mean, I have to say no, honestly. So Andrew D going to go and bring himself up to 5 points. It is that odd point threshold that we often talk about as a big detriment. But even still, Andrew D just going to continue to try and bolster his front lines with these Rasas. And it's going to be incredibly difficult for Andrew B to come back as he really only has 2 turns to figure it out here. He's going to go all the way up to 7 points before Andrew B can really take advantage of this scenario and these Rasas, just showcasing how powerful they can be.
yeah, and opting to hide a card here, I can only imagine it's another fight or flight. I see a fight or flight and a hard bargain in hand, so quite a lot to work with here in terms of combat tricks. Though I will say this is the 5 point turn, so 5 going up to 7 if he does hold. That is not winning the game. There is still time for Andrew B to be able to come back here.
And then Andrew D on the following turn can even just opt to move both the units that are on that Targon's Peak to the other side of the base, or to that other base. You just use that fight or flight on the Rasa, and then Nocturne himself has ganking. So
Yes, this is true. If he does wish to do so, and you can just hold, right? Like going on odd points, that does give you the hold option. Draven is fairly good at going tall, so holding can be a little bit difficult. But if Andrew D holds all these runes for interactions, it gets a little bit scary. The axe does end up dying from the temporary, as expected, and the Darius coming out. I imagine we have a 2-drop, so here comes the Tide Turner, readying the Darius. Does he opt to actually swing in? I can't imagine you would here. Yeah, probably just developing, saying going up to 7. Yeah, so there we go. Passes it back over. See if he goes for that play you said. Could fight or flight back and then move over. Full send the hold. I can't imagine you would, though, because you want to force him to take both battlefields. That seems harder to me.
Yeah, I mean, we do see a Piercing Light in Andrew D's hand, which is, at spell speed, which means you can only do it during your turn.
Yes.
So that is the only downside here of the Piercing Light, but, I mean, he's got so many different tricks at his disposal. It feels like it might just be a better idea to try and hold one of these battlefields rather than keep this Rasa on this Targon's Peak, but there could be a reason as to why he doesn't want to do so. We'll have to see if he decides that that is going to be the case. The Nocturne is getting ganked over, which leads me to believe that he is going to take that fight or flight and utilize this Rasa. Instead, just going to move it to base. Nope.
See, the thing with the fight or flight is you can also just use it to win a combat, right? So is it even worth it? You could just leave the Rasa here and say you have to take both battlefields. You don't have an answer on board, so it has to come from your hand, and then you have to push through the hidden plus fight or flight in hand, which is not super easy.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that is going to be the case. He is going to have to figure out how to get rid of both of these battlefields on this turn. There is 15 might on that Obelisk of Power, as well as an additional 6 on that Targon's Peak. And while there was no Piercing Light used, it would have been interesting to see him, use that Piercing Light on that Tide Turner. Just shoot your Rasa once and then shoot that Tide Turner once and then get rid of it. Just kind of restrict what other options he has available. That might have been a slightly better option, but we don't know what choices he has going for him here. So Andrew B just got to start out here with sending both of these units in and seeing what Andrew D has available.
Yeah, it seems to me like a pretty... you could just say okay and then trade with the Darius. Yeah. You could just say, okay, traded with the Darius. Now he is forced to commit units from hand, right? And at that point, you have to commit units from hand that have accelerate and go with deal with double fight or flight. So, yep, Andrew D does take the win, and Andrew D moving on to finals.
All right.
Good stuff, good stuff. These Draven mirror matches are tough. See, this is why I like this. A lot of back and forth. When you have two decks that are like a similar power level, they mean that both players are playing on even footing rather than like it feels so rough sometimes when you see stuff like I don't know, just like the Ornn deck versus Draven, right? Like, oh, rebuke, and the game's over, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, the first rebuke's probably not going to land, but if you do something like a Bring Here into a rebuke,
sure,
the game is over.
Yeah.
It's going to take 3 turns before you're really able to get back onto the battlefield, and at that point, the game is just over. So, yeah, I mean, it was great to see there. The Piercing Light might have given a little bit of help there, just to make things that much more difficult for Andrew B. But even still, Andrew D just having full control over that position, and it really didn't feel like he needed to do much more. So, with that, we're going to set it off to a break, and when we come back,
Finals.
Alrighty. So it looks like the round is just about starting here. And yeah, kind of scarfing down a little bit of food right before this round starts. And NA45, it has been an absolute delight to treat to cast with you. Words are hard, but it is going to be a Draven versus Draven finals. I do know it is Miracles on the right-hand side, and I believe it is Detonate Draven in the finals here. So.
Okay, that's new. That's interesting. I like to hear it. It does mean that we will get something a little bit different, at least for our stream monsters, but it is still Draven versus Draven. So.
Yeah. I mean, at least it's not Andrew versus Andrew. Imagine if it was Andrew D versus Andrew D. That would have been...
Andrew on Draven versus Andrew on Draven was a spectacle.
That was...
Imagine if they were playing the same version of Draven, too. That would have been funny.
That would have been pretty funny. Do you know who won, though?
Andrew on Draven.
Huh.
Yeah.
Oh, go figure.
I'm a smart guy, sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are these sleeves? Oh, it says Dragon Ball.
Those are his custom sleeves.
No, I don't mean the one in the middle. I mean his deck.
Custom sleeves.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
All of his sleeves are custom.
Really?
I think so, yeah.
I mean, I like the, is that the rune deck? It's like two Saiyan hairs. It is Saiyan, right? That's the word?
Super Saiyan. No, you're right. Yeah, it's just Saiyans.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched TBZ, though I did read the first, like, just Dragon Ball. I read Dragon Ball.
Were you not from the 90s?
My parents didn't let me watch stuff as a kid. They thought I was, like, evil.
Mm.
So, yeah.
That's fair.
I will say I did watch some of the early Pokemon because we have some of the VHSs of them, like the Squirtle Squad and stuff.
Dude, Squirtle? Okay. Squirtle Squad was great.
Yeah, good stuff, good stuff.
Okay, weird side note, but have you ever heard of Turtle Squad?
No, what on earth is that?
Or Lizard, is it Lizard Squad or Turtle Squad? I can't
Lizard
remember.
Squad? Isn't that like, is that a hacker group or something?
Yeah, okay, you have. Yeah, what they did is they DDoSed, what was it, Bank of America, and then got arrested by the CIA.
Well, I guess the CIA does do things sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, they did what they were supposed to.
Yeah, so this is going to be, I believe, Detonate versus the...
Versus Miracles.
Okay, a Nocturne was hit. That does got to feel good. You do start down a rune, but 4 power is a lot. Sorry, 4 might. I'm so used to saying power, because in other card games...
It's power level.
You know, something like that.
His power level's over 4.
That's a lot of power.
Well, his is exactly 4, but you know. Draven's is over 4, technically.
So Stack Deck played out, and Coco does not actually have a 2-drop, does not have anything, so the Nocturne going to go in free.
Yeah. And if he has a, whatchamacallit, scrap heap, then he will be able to draw an additional card off this on Warrens as well.
Yeah, the double Zon is quite a aggressive turn 1, or turn 1, game 1. I expect to see a lot of cycling. I think Coco is deciding if he does want to fight or flight this year. And it looks like opts to not. So going to discard.
I actually think he's faking it. I don't believe he actually has a fight or flight in hand.
Ooh, some bluffing. I do like some bluffing.
Yeah.
That is something underutilized by players, but you do need to do it in a way that is not just stalling the game, right? You do need to. Can't take too much time on it.
Oh, no, there was. Okay.
Okay,
I'm
there
wrong.
was? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do like bluffs, especially in these final matches where these players are obviously very, very good and they're going to be playing around things. So
it's actually really cool because he hit the Nocturne off of the stack deck. That Nocturne represented 3 points because he can just gank it over if he wanted to. Oh, he could also just go like fan up and pull back the Nocturne, but like that's a lot of points by 1 unit on the first turn.
yeah, I would like to see him gank over onto the other Zon Warrens. He will be forced to discard yet another card, but it does feed that the Fizz as well as the Rasa, which I don't think he quite yet has in hand. So we'll have to see if he decides to do so. But regardless of the fact, Right now, Andrew is just deciding what he wants to do with the rest of his turn. And instead, he is just going to pull back this Nocturne. Oh,
See, I was thinking you can push up the fan onto the other one and then just pull back the Nocturne because the fan is not a super fun target to go after. It does mean that you can't win a combat versus it because it'll always just kill itself.
yep.
At worst. So no draws, no gold tokens.
No draws, no gold tokens, but at least you do get rid of that fan.
Yes, absolutely. So that does get the unit off the battlefield. Andrew in the tank here. No Ezreals yet. No Ezreals, no Seals.
Andrew does have both the Seal and the Ezreal in hand.
Nice.
And if you are paying very close attention, you can see it just kind of feigning
Oh, wow.
off the background there. So going to
Oh,
go ahead
wow.
and spend all of his runes, just go and commit to that second Zon Warrens that he just played that Overzealous fan at, and make Coco Lopez really have to think about whether or not he wants to commit to that battlefield. So Coco going to go ahead and use his stack deck, going to find himself a Seal of Discord, and really be off to the races now.
All right, so still a lot of cards to work with here. You know what's interesting to me is Andrew has discarded his Fizz every game on stream. He has not actually played the Fizz once, has he?
No, the Fizz in the Draven, I feel like in the Miracle Draven list
Yeah.
is not nearly as good as it is in the Ezreal list, because in the Ezreal list you have things like Arcane Shift, Wages of Pain, which are just incredibly impactful spells. Whereas, like, getting a called shot or a stacked deck, while nice, isn't really, generally speaking, pretty very game work.
I think that's a good call out. And so the stacking of the units onto the second Zon Warrens does dissuade Coco from pushing up onto it, even though there are a lot of runes available. Still opts to instead go for the other battlefield. I think I see an Ezreal, a called shot. Ezreal coming down, or at least looks like he's deciding if he would like to do this.
Yeah, I would like to see this Ezreal here. I mean, he's not going to be able to utilize it too much as of yet, but I mean, the Miracle Draven list doesn't really have room for cards like Falling Star, so he isn't really too threatened by it.
We know Andrew plays they do see each other's lists, so he does know that Andrew does play the Piercing Lights. I don't know if we saw the Piercing Light in game 1, though.
I think it's a sideboard card, yeah.
You think it's a sideboard? I don't remember if we did see it in game 1 or not, but that would be a something to keep in mind, because a Piercing Light here would go pretty hard, take out the Draven and the Ezreal.
That would be pretty devastating, yeah.
All right, so
now
here, a lot of cards in hand. Wow.
we do see Piercing Light on the side of Coco, though.
Yeah. I like that card a lot in the Draven Mirror match. I think it's such an incredibly powerful card, and it does hit that very important 4-might threshold. And because it can hit the second unit anywhere, you do have the option to get around stuff like fight or flight, like we did see Andrew actually do to a great extent in the second game. Was it the second game, I want to say?
Yeah, it was the second
of the
game.
previous match. Yeah.
So here we go with the stacked deck. Gonna go ahead and put a Noxus Hopeful into hand, and then finds himself another called shot, potentially.
Yeah.
Nope, gonna go ahead and put that on the bottom. I didn't get quite to see what that last card was, but regardless, a plethora of cards available to him.
Yeah, and I haven't seen a detonate yet, so this is detonate, right?
I was told it was detonate.
Okay.
But not by Coco himself, so
see.
I don't know.
All right, so playing out a hopeful and a battering ram here. That is a lot of might. Both of them opting to build up their own battlefields. And a bit of a standoff, though. I will say Andrew is in the lead here with 4 points. If both players do continue to hold battlefields, that does slow things down pretty considerably, though, as it's only 1 point per turn. Still potentially at least 4 turns for each players. So I would imagine at some point in the next few turns, we'll see things switch up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you here. I think that what Coco is trying to set up is just this Piercing Light, but didn't really want to recycle 2 runes. Would much prefer to just hold off on that and recycle the 1 rune, pay that extra energy cost, and set up for that lethal play. So makes perfect sense for me.
The Ezreal Seal coming down for Andrew and discarding the last rites. Okay, that's a bit interesting because I did feel like he was maybe not prioritizing it, but he was utilizing it a fair bit in the previous Draven versus Draven matchup. Though maybe it is less useful specifically into the Miracle list because this is a at least Coco is presenting a miracle list, even if there may be detonates and stuff in it. We haven't seen them yet. Andrew hasn't seen them yet, though he should know the list though, because again they did show each other their list at the start of this.
Yep. So Andrew just going to utilize these called shots, or this called shot, and is going to be forced to recycle 3 runes this turn.
Yeah, it's quite a lot.
Doesn't feel good, but
Battering ram to base. Checking his discard for a Rasa. Andrew is not happy.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. Called shot, seal, Ezreal. That is 4. So just going to go ahead and pass it right back to Coco Lopez here. He's going to be able to bring himself up to 2 points and, well, continue to stack the cards in his deck. I mean, again, we still haven't yet seen those detonates fire off, but I mean, he's in a pretty good position, I'd say, overall. He's got a couple of fizzes in hand, has a plethora of card draw available if he so chooses, as well as that piercing light.
Yep, a lot of cards available, a lot of options here. This is one of the harder things, at least in my opinion, in the Draven Miracle Mirror match, is when you are both on these giant battlefields, and it's when do I change things? When do I start pulling things back? When do I feel the need to start going more aggressive? It looks to me like Coco's deciding here if he does want to use the Piercing Light, because he's pulled 4 runes with that one magical red rune out to the side. Maybe hit away a... The battering ram's in base, right? I can't... It looks
It's
like
in the
it
battlefield.
Is it on the battlefield?
Wait, are you talking about Andrew D?
Yeah, Andrews.
No.
Okay,
that's
so
in
that
base.
is in the base. Okay.
Yeah.
So many units. Yeah, some deep thinking here. These turns do matter a fair bit. As we saw in the previous match, that one misplay can end up
Costing a lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So what is cool about the Piercing Light is you can copy it with Fizz, though. So that might end up being a good way for Coco to clear out this battlefield, is you can go like a repeated piercing, and then on the next turn, maybe another repeated piercing.
I think that is going to be his game plan here. So actually, instead, just going to go right for that called shot. Just wants to be able to find some cards. He does have a second Fizz in hand, so finds himself a Seal of Discord. We're going to send it right to the bottom. And finds himself a 3rd Seal of Discord, I think. And then he's going to keep that one, so...
Let's pass it over. I didn't see.
No, I think he was just picking up his deck.
Okay.
Or hand, not his deck.
At some point, they're pretty similar sizes, so, you know.
Yeah, it's getting there.
You know what would be really funny, and I can't say I've ever done this, but imagine you had your deck, you've drawn so many cards, like you're playing Ezreal, and your deck is like 15 cards, and your hand is like 15 cards. Set them right now, you sit your hand down, and then you accidentally grab your deck.
Like, whoa, this isn't my hand.
All right, so Piercing Light is this a Piercing Light? He's holding it upside down.
No, I think he's just counting, doing some mental math.
That is not
looks like a
piercing.
Noxus Hopeful. Nope, Battering Ram.
Okay. So continuing to stack up this battlefield. Oh my gosh, that's so much might.
Yeah, these Nocturnes are going to prove to be quite the problem here for Coco Lopez. Just allowing them to stick around for one more turn might be a mistake, but, you know, I mean, he has managed to make it to the finals twice here at CCS for good reason. I mean, definitely one of the most feared players here in the tournament. I know a lot of the top players here are very afraid of him, so a very strong player indeed, and has some game plan that I think neither you or I quite have clear understanding of what it is yet.
Yeah, I mean, when you are a top-level player, you are thinking really far ahead, and I think it's sometimes a little bit difficult to conceptualize when you are not actually on the table, because you're thinking, okay, he has these many cards, he has the information is a little bit more accessible to you, so you can make these dastardly plans and plan out the rest of the game, especially seeing as Andrew is creeping closer to the victory. I mean, 5 points, it's only 3 away, and has a army of Nocturnes and that fan there. I will say I think the board is a little bit favored for Coco, and knowing that he does have the Piercing Light in hand changes things a little bit too, because that does mean that a repeated piercing light, I mean, that's taking out at least 2 units, especially with the nocturnes, with the fan.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of those situations that you have to kind of really like analyze deeply. I would like to see him just get rid of these nocturnes on this following turn, because I think that if he lets these nocturnes gank over, they're going to do a lot of damage. And yes, they are going to go away, but not before they get to do what they're set out to do, which is hold the battlefield, take over the other battlefield when necessary. And right now, Andrew D is just considering all of the options available to him, counting out all the might that is available on Coco Lopez's side of the field. But there is 18 might, potentially 20 on that Draven.
Yeah, it is quite a lot, and the hit in there is especially scary because then you do need to, if you do go in, you run the risk of getting hit by like a fight or flight, and then you don't barely win, you lose, and then you lose everything, and then things get really, really rough. So Andrew really in the tank here. I mean, it's pretty important here that you don't end up overcommitting, that you don't end up making a small misplay that, as we saw, the small misplays end up just losing you the game. And did he just play double scrap heap? Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he has no way to discard right now and just no way to overtake that battlefield. And if he decides to pull back his units so that he can reconquer that Zon Warrens, it's going to be incredibly difficult to do so, as Coco Lopez has a hidden card. You have to expect it to be a fight or flight. And if he puts that Draven in there, you're very unlikely to take it back. So glad to see that Andrew understands he's in a precarious position, but not out of the game just yet. He can play down these scrap heaps, find something a little bit different to do with his turn. Doesn't have anything like a Traveling Merchant or an Ezreal to just pitch these scrap heaps as of yet. So instead, just going to, again, play those scrap heaps because he really doesn't have anything else he wants to do on his turn. He knows that Coco has a while before he's really going to be able to interact with that Zon Warrens, so Andrew just has to keep on holding.
I wonder if Andrew is perhaps forgetting. I'm not going to say forgetting because I'm sure it's in the back of his mind. He's a great player, a lot thinking out pretty far ahead, but maybe forgetting a little bit about the possibility of like a piercing light play, where the piercing light away almost all of the Zon Warrens. Like there is only double Nocturne. Is it the? I can't see what the second unit is. That the Draven? I think.
Yeah, it is the Draven.
Not double Nocturne Draven fan, which is not insurmountable, especially if you're moving 2 of those with the piercing.
Yeah. So now Coco.
And playing out so he does have a hard bargain in hand. I'd be curious to see when he drew that, because if he had it in his hand before he played the scrap heaps, well, and I mean you don't have enough to stop the piercing with like a repeated hard bargain.
Yeah, this is definitely a very difficult position here for Andrew. He understands that this might just be a game-losing line. I think this is one of those scenarios where he just kind of hoped that his opponent didn't have it, but, we have 20/20 vision. We knew that Coco Lopez was sitting on this piercing light for quite some time, and now Andrew feeling pretty bad about his position. I mean, he kind of, I felt like he needed to use these Nocturnes sooner than he did, and, well, because he didn't, he's going to lose both this Draven and this first Nocturne, which means that this second Nocturne really isn't going to be doing much.
Yeah, it does sink, and now the little standoff they had on the battlefields is pretty favored to Coco, especially considering that Andrew didn't develop at all on the previous turn. It was just play the double scrap heap, draw 2. If he had played, so if you don't play out the scrap heaps, you actually are able to double hard bargain that, right? So just a thought. And he could have just drawn into it off of the scrap heap. That's also an option.
I think he was holding on to it here, but I think this is one of those scenarios where he was just sitting onto these scrap heaps for too long, and he was like, look, I'm going to lose this game if I just try and hold on to these scrap heaps any longer. So I just have to hope that my opponent doesn't have the piercing light, because I lose to it anyways. And it could have been why Andrew was playing so passively these last couple of turns. He was trying to play around that piercing light, but understood that, Coco just has a way bigger line of effect that he can utilize than Andrew D. And so now this piercing light going to come down yet again
with this Fizz. But here comes that hard bargain, like we had talked about, and it is going to be able to protect himself for just that a little bit longer, which means that Coco Lopez will be forced to pass the turn.
Well, I think he's thinking here if he wants to go up still with like the battering ram. But yeah, you are correct. Able to then reduce the. Actually, he did? I'm sure he paid the power for the piercing. I just missed it.
Yeah, I think he forgot to pay the power.
I'm sure chat's paying good attention is able to look that we cannot rewind, so it is a little bit hard to see with so many cards on the board, right?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of such, I mean, there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's not our responsibility.
Yep,
to
100%.
maintain the game state.
Yep, so fight or flight coming down. Looks like he is going to opt to pull back a battering ram with that, so then is able to push up onto the Zon Warrens with like a double battering ram. And what's cool here is the double battering ram would, oh, well, maybe not. I was going to say a double battering ram kind of wins regardless of what Andrew does, right? Even if you choose to push one back. But looks like they're talking here. Maybe Coco's talking to himself here.
Yeah, I mean,
Such a complicated game state with all these cards on the board.
absolutely. So it looks like this fight or flight is going to come down. I think he just wants to hold on to his Ezreal for just that little bit much longer. And while his opponent is fully exhausted, you know. Oh, there it is. Yep. He's nodding his head, which tells me that he did pay that power cost. So.
All right, gets the draw and gets another draw because of the Zon Worms and discarding a scrap heap. Wow, that is a lot of draw.
Yep.
So Andrew having a lot going on in the board right now, just the Ezreal and the battering ram. Hopefully is able to establish something this turn as, again, essentially passed his previous turn, which doesn't feel good when your opponent is continuing to advance the game state like this. It's going to be pretty hard to approach the big stacked battlefield, but I think it is possible to contest the other one, and you might want to go up to 6. And if he can do that plus establish a board, you can set yourself up for like the win on the double push. Though I can't say that feels like it happens that much like this. It feels like these miracle decks more are like push, and then you have this giant hold.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're absolutely correct here. Look, he is sitting on a ton of Rasa here. I think it's all 3 of them, in fact. So it might just be one of those cases where he's going to go ahead and play the move this battering ram as well as this Ezreal onto the Zon Warrens, allow the Ezreal to die. And then just discard that last scrap heap in his hand, draw 2 more cards, drop down all 3 of these Rasas, and then probably put down this battering ram as well, and then just try and play the hold game here. But instead, actually, Coco Lopez less threatened by this Ezreal. And then he is going to draw off the Draven trigger, then discard, draw an additional 2.
Yeah, so now I would expect the Rasas to come down in force. Just say I am going to play some, and nice, okay. It does have the stack deck here. I see a called shot, a battering ram, so potentially could be a really big turn here with a bunch of Rasas, a battering ram. We'll have to decide if he wants to play the base right, or if he does want to go ahead and try and threaten the battlefield. I think you are in a points lead, so you would be fine if you did decide to try and go for a big hold and say, hey, it's on you to move all your units over. That's on you. I'm just gonna sit here and you have to deal with it because you are in the point lead. You can't afford to do this.
I wholeheartedly agree here. So he's looking at playing the second Rasa right now. He's already played that stack deck. That second Rasa would be the 3rd spell for the turn. And yep, gotta go ahead and recycle 1 rune. Oh, wait, did I do my math wrong? I think he only played 3 spells this turn.
I'm not sure. Too many cards on the board. It is a little bit difficult.
Yeah, my brain
to
is
track.
melting.
And is it the 3rd Rasa?
have to assume it is.
Wow,
Yep.
3 Rasa, 2 battering ram in 1 turn is crazy.
That is the literal definition of a miracle right there. 28 might able to be developed in a single turn.
Yeah.
And now Coco Lopez is very much threatened on what's going on the side of Andrew D. And so now on this following turn, I mean, he is going to be able to use that rebuke as well as that fight or flight to potentially even take over that Zon Warrens on this next turn. So Coco Lopez will have to play incredibly defensively to try and stave off the aggression that Andrew D has put forth here. Coco in a very precarious position, has a ton of cards in hand, but still might not be enough.
We'll have to see. I do like that he does have the board established. I think he has the other fizz still. I'm not sure if he's discarded it. Again, too many cards have gone by, but you can do stuff like play the fizz and then copy a piercing again to try and ease it up. I will say, though, that's not going to be super effective against like the Rosses and the battering rams, whereas before, pretty good against the Nocturnes, not so much once you get into the higher might thresholds. I would expect this turn is if he does opt to clear that battlefield through combat, is start pulling stuff back. Either do it immediately this turn with like fighter flights, or do the slow pullback. But the one thing you do need to be a little bit careful of is Andrew does have the double battering ram Rasa still established in base. So if you pull back too much, the second Warrens is looking a little juicy. And if you don't take the other Warrens from Andrew, I mean, the game does go to 7 points, which is scary.
Absolutely. So Coco Lopez here trying to count everything that is on the side of Andrew D to see what his best avenue of attack is. And right now, defending feels very difficult. He does have 10, 16, 18 might still remaining on his side of the board, but with a rebuke as well as a fight or flight and a hard bargain in Andrew D's hand, it's going to be incredibly difficult to stop what Andrew D has in store for Coco Lopez on this next turn.
Yeah, this is a very, very, very spooky moment. So this is going to be make it or break it, I would say, is the decisions Coco makes this turn, because the game can end on the next turn. It looks like he right now is trying to do some math in his head and say, okay, well, if I do retreat this stuff off to deal with the other Warrens on the next turn, will I have enough? But opts to play the Rasa to base, okay, and here comes the hopeful.
So 22 might in total now, but again, you know, a rebuke as well as a fight or flight being placed onto that battlefield going to be very difficult to deal with on the side of Coco Lopez. But looks like another Noxus hopeful very likely to come down. Actually, it's a traveling merchant that he's considering playing in the base. I think this is at this point just to be able to discard a card and hopefully find something better to do on his following turn. But because of this, feels a little bit afraid to commit it to that Zon Warren's battlefield, so going to place it in base. And that Rasa going to be the last consideration here.
Yeah, so he needs to make sure that he does have enough in base to attack that second Warrens on the following turn, while also defending, because again, if Andrew does take this second Warrens, the game is over.
Yeah, so 7 points going to be established here for Andrew D. Does manage to successfully maintain the hold on that first Zon Warrens, and is now at 7 points. We'll have to see what his last card drawn is.
Yep, this will be where Andrew does decide if he wants to go for the hold or if he wants to go for the conquer. It is what? So 3, 6. How much did he say you calculated it? 4, 8.
10 because the 2 fizzes and the hopeful. 6 from the Draven. 4 from the hopeful. 2 from the Zon or the Overzealous fan.
Well, this looks like Andrew is bolstering up the Warren, at least for now. I guess he still can push in with a 3. That doesn't really change anything, does it? Because the Ezreal was coming in rested anyway, so might as well. The next turn is the end of the game in one way or another.
Yeah, I think I would have liked him to have not have developed this Ezreal here. I mean, it's 22 might, but you can push off 10 of it, and then it's 12 to 16. Your opponent only has 2, but I didn't see a hard bargain, so it might not have been a hard bargain, in fact. And
It's very scary to commit more runes to this because at that point, your opponent's hard bargain is coming into play.
Yeah.
He's thinking. He's picking up three runes. What could 3 runes be for here? So he does have double Ezreal. I don't know if he has the piercing in his hand, but that does mean that the second use of the piercing is pretty cheap. Yep, okay, so the piercing is being used. Going to pay...
He's going to have to pay the double power cost if he reduces the energy cost so that he can use this rebuke effect. And I like this actually quite a bit because now it forces the hard bargain out a little bit earlier than he would like it to be. And this means that, well, now Coco Lopez has to respond in kind.
Did he
Piercing
pay
light.
3 plus 2 red?
Yes.
Okay, why is it not...
I would like to see him
Isn't
just
it-
get rid of the battlefield here.
Shouldn't it be 2 plus 2 red? He has 2 Ezreal.
Yes, it should.
Okay. Okay.
Or it should be 3 plus
1.
1.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Opting to go for a hold and hides a card. So now the hard bargain is absolutely going to do something. It's either going to. I'm really surprised he targeted that battlefield with the piercing light when.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it felt like the better line was to just get rid of both the Noxus Hopeful and the Draven, and then, you know, force him to use his hard bargain to deny the rebuke, because then at that point you do actually just win mathematically. And I guess even still, Coco Lopez just does not have quite enough in that gas there and was forced to play that scrap heap just to be able to draw a card, wasn't able to move that Traveling Merchant, and because of it, game number 1 going to Andrew.
Yeah, good start from Andrew. It did go out to a strong start. That it all snowballed off of the stack deck into the Nocturne on turn 1. I mean, it was that Nocturne scored 3 points on its own, and at that point, he won by 3 points. So there you go.
Yeah,
it shows how impactful the early unit can be. Yeah, it did ended up not mattering, but that is something to keep in mind, right?
Yeah, I mean, these players are playing for, I think, what they've been playing since 9 a.m. It is now 5 o'clock.
And then
so they've been playing for 8 hours straight. I mean, I'm sure that Coco has made 1 or 2 other mistakes throughout the day, but I mean, not even the judge was able to catch it. So, you know, we're watching here from our ivory tower. We get to tune in and tune out whenever we want. We're going to catch those mistakes. They're in the heat of the moment. There's a lot going on. We got to see just how many cards Andrew and Coco were dropping down each turn. You know, it gets confusing at times. It's just the nature of the beast.
Yep, that is the deal when you're playing these really combo heavy decks and you play for so long. It does a little bit of brain melting. And I think the other side of things is when you're playing. That is the benefit of playing some of these decks like Aurora, where your early turns, you don't really have to think. You can just go, and you got like little happy song in your head, and you're like, anyways, mobilize, catalyst, Aurora. Yay, so happy. Where your opponent is...
That is magical happy land.
Just imagine your opponent is that gif of the dude sweating while he's typing on his keyboard. As you are happily flipping over Mind Splitters and discarding cards. Maybe that's the tech. Just play Aurora.
Yeah.
Not have to think.
Me no think.
Me no think. That's what I like to hear. So it looks like players are almost ready here for the next game. I think Andrew's finishing up his siding here and now going into shuffling. And I think he's already presented his battlefield as well. Yep. So just waiting on Coco now.
Yeah, it's time to wait for Coco. I mean, I'm in a pretty happy position if I'm Andrew D. I got to have the early win, especially on the double Zon Warren's game. I think that's probably the most pivotal of the games to win between these two players. So Coco Lopez definitely on the back foot, but he's one of those players that, you know, has played on the back foot many times and was able to take it in the last tournament against Kaiza, or on Kaiza, I want to say. I think he was on Kaiza.
Do not remember.
Because I believe Minwin was on the Annie. So.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. All right, we will have to see what is going to happen on the second game and what battlefields we choose to play, because I can only imagine that it is Targons for Coco and then the obelisk for Andrew. But there always is the little mind game of like, if you're gonna play obelisk, maybe I don't want to play. I don't know. It's something to think about. I personally don't really think about it that much. I just go, this is my going first battlefield. This is my going second battlefield. This is my game 1 battlefield.
Going third.
I like going third.
Yeah.
It means I went first. All right, so shuffling now and almost time to go.
Yeah. Super Saiyan Min, Super Saiyan Coco.
Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool.
I like it a lot, honestly.
I wish I had cool sleeves. I just have like turquoise ones.
You can spend like an extra $20 to get your custom sleeves.
Yeah, I don't like dragon shields though.
Oh, is that?
I use
those dragon
katanas.
shields?
Well,
I use katanas too, actually. They're so hard to get, by the way.
yeah, you got to get them from like distros and stuff if you want to buy cases of them.
You buy cases of them?
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
it's not that much. It's like $200, but then it's like sleeves for over a year.
$200?
It's like how many packs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's more than an entire box worth of schmeckles you're talking about here.
I'll put it this way: they work for Pokemon decks, they work for Riftbound decks, and you can sleeve your whole collection. So, absolutely, I actually bought 2 cases. So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, a lot of sleeves. Too many sleeves.
No, yeah, I was going to say 3 mini sleeves, but no, you
No,
bought 2
no,
cases,
no.
so 2 mini sleeves.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
If you had bought 3 cases, it would have been 3 mini.
All right, so
Oh, okay.
starting off, making it simple, drop the merchant, and let's see if he does opt to play out the Draven. Yes, he does.
I reuse sleeves until they break. No, I don't know how you say your name, but you're not. It's not bad. I do the same thing. It probably is bad, but I do the same thing.
No, you guys are crazy. See, the moment my sleeves are not very slippery, chuck them.
So what, like after 2 games?
Like 1 tournament.
This
Yeah.
man's crazy.
I like being able to hand shuffle really fast, and I can't do that if the sleeves are sticky. So
You know what stops you from having sticky sleeves, right?
what? Clean
Don't
them,
eat-
wash them.
No, don't eat candy and then touch the sleeves.
What? Okay, I did find that there was someone online. I was having an argument with someone because you know how online goes, right?
Yeah.
And someone said that they scrub their sleeves.
I mean, they're clearly trolling.
No, they were arguing for this. They're like, well, and they said that they take a little brush, they take some soap or some like dishwashing fluid, and they scrub their sleeves out.
That is a troll.
No.
That is a deep troll, and you fell for the bait.
No, I don't think so. I think I'm right. But anyways, so Coco ending up playing the Draven onto the merchant battlefield, saying, no, Andrew, you will not deal with this. So what is Andrew going to do? I see a couple stack decks, maybe find a Nocturne here. No Nocturne. Absolutely not.
Does find himself a called shot, so might consider just going for that for right now.
Yes.
So it looks like that is going to be the case. He might also have the Ezreal. Looks like he's got the double Ezreals, in fact. So going to put one down for now. Doesn't quite have that Seal of Discord to be able to mitigate this rune cost that is going to be quite costly, in fact. And he's going to get rid of a scrap heap. Going to be able to draw 3. Hopefully find himself that Seal of Discord. Looks like that is going to be the case.
I just think it was in this order, but
Well, I mean, he drew it off the...
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. It does think that he did have to do it here, but that's okay. We have a called shot to play out anyways. Finds the Nocturne. So this is going to be a pretty expensive turn in terms of power, but can't be too unhappy when you get to establish this much.
Yeah. So I would like to see the Draven just go into that Obelisk of Power for the time being. I mean, it's not the greatest feeling in the world, but at least you can, you know, utilize it in these coming turns. You do also have the Bushwhack as well as a couple other Ezreals to try and find something a little bit more impactful on these following turns. I'm not sure you're going to be able to find the opportunity to play this Bryn here this game because of this turn. So I might like to see him just get rid of the Bryn here. It doesn't feel good to discard it, but again, I'm just not sure you're going to get that opportunity.
See, I'm surprised he pushes up the Draven here because this does open up like a fight or flight the Draven back, and then the Draven's dead. and then you have to recycle even more runes, and at that point you're working with almost nothing. That being said, the Ezreal and Seals are online, and maybe you don't care. You're just like, oh, whatever, that's fine. I don't care. I have Ezreal Seals online. I can see most of my deck.
Yeah. So gonna go ahead and pay 2 power, recycle, and use the called shot. Does find himself a battering ram as well as a called shot off the top there. So 2 really powerful options on the side of Coco Lopez. He wants to decide whether or not he wants this battering ram for this turn. He has the runes to pay for it right now, but he might even just opt for the called shot. It doesn't feel good to play down because you are recycling a ton of runes to do so, but this called shot, being able to look at 4 cards, might just be worth that pretty penny.
Yeah, Cold Shot's such a crazy card. I will say what's cool is that an invert timelines I see in the discard?
That is yeah, that is in the discard. So this is something that Prismaticism actually decided was very good for the Draven Mirror. He kind of showcased that you can use invert timelines to negate all of that, what do you call it, hand sculpting that your opponent gets to do. They get to like 5, 6, 7 cards in hand. You essentially discard 3 of them, but also get to get rid of a lot of their really important cards.
That makes sense to me. You play out your turn, you end up playing out all your battering rams, all your Rossas, whatever, and then you just say, all right, in my turn, invert timelines, and you have 4 random cards. I hope they're the good ones.
Yeah, yeah.
And they probably will not be because you've already picked all the good cards from your deck with the stack decks and the called shots and etc. So yeah, I like it too. It's very cool if you can combo it. This isn't something Draven would do, but this is something you could consider in like Ezreal is comboing it with stuff like Downwell. It's a cool little interaction.
So Coco here considering playing the Hopeful in that Targon's Peak. Instead, we'll potentially opt to play it in the base. And that will be the second spell that he plays for the turn. No, third spell, rather.
Yes, 2 called shot and the Hopeful. So that does open up a couple battering rams.
He's got all 3 in his hand here, so...
Actually, that is all... You could play all 3 of them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you did want to.
So he's going to use the 1.
Is there a downside to playing all 3? I guess if you're trying to hold runes for something else, but...
I don't see the downside between playing these 3 battering rams, so it looks like that is going to be his...
Nope.
Nope. Going to go ahead and drop down the spinning axe, keep it out of that...
Piercing light range?
Yeah, that piercing light.
Did he pay the power for that?
I don't think he did.
I don't think he did either.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I don't think he thinks he did either. So...
All right, good catch, good catch. Down to 3 runes. This was an insanely expensive turn as well. So they kind of went back and forth with it. Like, I'm going to pay 6 power in a turn. You're going to pay 6 power in a turn.
Yep.
All right, battering ram number 1. Number 2.
Number 1, 2.
And now number 3.
Number 3, 2.
Number 4, 2. And a hide. Wow. Okay. Down to 2 runes.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Oh. What?
What?
Okay.
Yeah, he just hit it. So, all right. Said, I'm going to build my board, and I don't care what you do, and I don't need runes after this because you really
Who
don't.
needs runes when you don't have cards?
Yeah. Well, not only
I
that,
think that
but
last card in hand is his Rasa, so just wouldn't have been able to play it anyways.
oh, is it really?
Yeah.
Well, he has a. Oh yeah, he does. He only has 3 cards in the discard. So once all these units start dying, then sure.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine Andrew's going to be doing too much to them here unless he does opt to play like a piercing light repeated. I don't see one though.
Maybe we ban Chaos Rune.
That would be pretty funny. And then eventually in set 3, Riot reveals Chaos Rune 2 that, you know, instead of recycling it, you just tap it. Yeah. And they're like, well, that was fun while it lasted. Anyways.
Yeah, we were like, you know, Chaos didn't have enough.
No, true. Good point. Is that okay? Bushwhack discarded, right? Yeah.
Yeah, to the Ezreal, yep.
Okay. I was gonna say, what sort of madness are we cooking up here? What kind of big push? But no.
The big push is Ezreal.
Yep. I don't think we are going to be doing too much here. I mean, that is a pretty formidable battlefield, and he has a lot in base. It would be pretty hard to actually contest or hold on to this battlefield in the next turn.
Yeah, so it does look like there's another scrap heap in his hand. So he's got. Oh no, it's a hard bar.
Oh, he does have the piercing light. Okay.
Yeah.
Can't imagine you'd use it here though.
Nope, just gonna pull back this Draven and pass the turn. So a little bit too afraid of what's going on the side of Coco Lopez, which is absolutely fair to say. Coco has a ton of power, and Andrew does not have a ton of energy to work with. So, yeah, I mean, I'd like to see him potentially just move in this Draven onto the Obelisk of Power for the time being, but instead just going to go ahead and discard that Rasa from last turn. And yeah, we'll see what happens on the side of Coco Lopez here, because I do think he needs to get a significant enough of a parity lead. He is at 4 points, but I think he'd much rather be at that 6-point threshold.
He's at 3 points, right? He can go the 4 points, and I imagine he will. But I mean, only 4 runes. I mean, plenty of time to build them up, right? He doesn't have to actually do too much to the board, as he has infinite power on the board. Sorry, I just said it too. Infinite might on the board.
Infinite power.
Infinite power.
He's not Victor.
No, that's a Fat Rat song. The Fat Rat. It's a
Mine was an arcane joke.
what I was seeing was a song. Tisk tisk tisk.
We're on 2 different levels right now.
All right, Coco deep in the tank here. All right, playing 3 here. Finds the fizz. Okay. Play out maybe a called shot or the invert. Ooh, that is rough.
I like this fizz play a lot. So
I think you have to. You have
to hard bargain here. So that is going to be the case. And now Coco Lopez is in even deeper trouble in terms of hand quality here. So yeah, just gonna go ahead and consider what he can do. Just gonna try and maintain his game state position. Might even just go ahead and reinforce the battlefield of that Targon's Peak. But yeah, I mean, he doesn't really need any runes just because he has nothing he can do right now. So it's fine to just go ahead and recycle those 2 runes anyways. He doesn't have any Seals of Discord regardless, so not really going to be doing too much. Instead, just going to move in these Battering Rams, bring 10 Might onto both sides of the battlefield, and still has that Draven in the back line to protect.
Just in case. All right, so this will probably be a turn where Andrew decides to push. I mean, Coco has next to nothing backing up the board. So mind you, if the board dies, I mean, Coco's in a really bad spot. So if Andrew can pierce together a turn with like the piercing lights and such, that could be pretty strong. Could go even like a piercing light to try and clean up the Targon's Peak. I think it's just a Battering Ram plus an Noxus Hopeful, and then obviously the hidden, right? But I think it actually is probably possible. We'll have to see what he does have access to, though. I would love to see like a Fizz Piercing Light and just wipe everything. Because he does have double Ezreal, so the second Piercing Light is almost free. So the repeated Piercing Light is almost free.
Yeah, I mean, he does have this double fight or flight. He knows that Coco doesn't really have anything that he can do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, instead, just going to go ahead and keep playing down these Ezreals. Really wants to be able to utilize that draw while it is available. So just going to get rid of this Nocturne, find 2 more cards instead, and continue to bolster his backline. And now this Piercing Light really only costs 2 and a power.
Yeah, and if you repeat it, or if you play it with Fizz, it just costs a power for a repeated.
That's true.
Yeah. And here comes the first one. So opting to pay the repeated, and let's see what he does decide to go for. If you do go for the Targon's Peak here, there is potentially a fight or flight, right? So I think it might even be worth to go for the Obelisk and then just say 4 on each, and then you could trade in. Oh, okay, nope. So it does decide to put a trigger onto the Hopeful. So trying to actually weaken up this battlefield a little bit. Now you do open yourself up to like a fight or flight back onto the Noxus Hopeful. to save it, as I believe both of the battlefield triggers are on it.
Yep. So I think Coco's okay with this. I think he'd much rather protect his battering ram than this Noxus Hopeful. Because if he does just leave this Noxus Hopeful up, well, there is more than enough power on that board there, including that Draven, to be able to answer what is happening. So I think Coco's okay with letting this Noxus Hopeful die. I think he'd just much rather protect his battering ram. So considering just popping it right now, but instead actually is going to try and protect.
Okay, so he flipped it, and now he's, I guess, talking it out to himself.
Must be, yeah.
And if there is any time to go through all of the options and make sure that you are doing things correctly, it is now.
So Fight or Flight showcasing exactly how powerful of a card it can be. You wouldn't think that the hidden makes it so strong, but the hidden does.
Yeah, the hidden mechanic is really interesting because it kind of limits the power they put on a card that has a hidden, right? Because otherwise you can just say, hey, I'm using this for near free.
Well, I mean, clearly not.
Yeah, that is true, but...
And then they were like, switcheroo, we're going to make it cost 2 power unless it's hidden.
Okay, so he opts to actually save the battering ram there, which means that if... And Andrew doesn't have the energy for a fizz, so there will be no repeated...
I like this a lot, actually. So the reason why I like this a lot is it denies the draw from the Draven Legend, right? It lets the Hopeful die, but you know that the battering ram is going to die regardless this turn.
Well,
if he does try to protect the Hopeful,
yes,
right? Because there's only 5 might, so then therefore this Draven can just go in and overpower him. He has no way to deal with that, in fact. So just going to go ahead and send a Nocturne in, bring himself up to 3 points, and allow Coco that freedom to continue to bully this this game.
The scary thing here for me is that this does mean that you've pushed up the Nocturne. You kind of have to reinforce this now, or you're going to be giving draws over the Coco. And Coco has no cards, so you really don't want to give him more cards to work with. As there is like a battering ram plus, say, 7 might Draven in the base. So now you're kind of forced into reinforcing, unless you opt to hide, which, I mean, you could hide a single Fight or Flight. I imagine that's probably the... At this point, I think we can say that and Ambush are like the only... Sorry, Ambush. Bushwhack. Bushwhack is a hidden.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. My, the only reason I know this is because it came up in a Runes and Rift game.
Huh. Oh, I see it now, yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was an action, not a hidden.
Because this came up in a Runes and Rift game that I casted because he didn't have the runes to do the full line, so he hit it on one turn to bluff a Fight or Flight, and the next turn he just flipped it for free because he didn't want to go on to the Bushwhack or onto the battlefield with a hidden because you'd expect it's the Fight or Flight, right?
Right.
So very cool thing that you can do with that. Looks like he does opt to defend the battlefield with the Draven plus a hidden. Wow, Stack Deck is a good top deck. Wow.
Absolutely. So does find himself a scrap heap, a Noxus Hopeful, as well as a hard bargain. And I think right now this hard bargain is probably his best bet for what he wants to be doing. So actually instead leaning towards that Noxus Hopeful. Yeah, I mean, just I guess setting up for these following turns. That damage is no longer there on that battering ram, so nothing to worry about in that regard. But yeah, Coco Lopez, considering all of his options, going to take some time to think about it here. And
yeah, I mean, I don't hate taking the Hopeful, just saying I'm in only a couple turns away from winning if I do win. So picking the card that's immediately going to help me keep my board established and keep myself in this winning position, because the moment he ends up losing the board, I mean, at least with the current way the game is looking, the game is kind of over. So he wants to maintain his board, and picking cards that he can play because he doesn't have a lot of runes to work with that also help keep the board, I don't hate it. Not at all.
I tend to agree with you here. So, look, there's only 3 Ezreals on the side of Andrew D that can really defend, if you will. But if he does do something like that, that means that, well, he has to figure out a way to overtake this battlefield.
when by that I mean Andrew. So yeah, Coco just considering playing on that defensive route, saying, look, this game's going to end in 3 turns if I go this route, but at least I have the most options available to win. So considering that as his as a avenue of attack, we'll just spend 2 here and instead just continue to play towards base, but allow that battering ram onto that base. So 15 might has to be the case here. Andrew D cannot just gank over and send in those 3 Ezreals, has to figure out a little bit more just to get over this.
If it is a fight or flight, it does become a lot easier. And what is kind of cool as well is the rebukes become way higher value here when Coco has almost no cards, is because it's pretty much impossible to chain cards that replay the battering ram for nearly free. So the rebukes become really high value here. I believe that is a hidden fight or flight, so if he does want to, he can still send both the Draven and the Nocturne over. That is a possibility, as you just retreat the Draven with the fight or flight and then swing up Draven plus Nocturne ganking. If he does want to, again, that obviously does not need to happen here. He is pretty happy with his board, and it does look like Coco has kind of decided I am going to instead be fortifying the obelisk. All right, so this, I imagine, is the double piercing light turn. Or, sorry, is going to be repeating the piercing light.
Yeah.
What is he going to do? So maybe just soften up the battering rams and then send a Nocturne over and clean up a couple of them? I wouldn't hate
It
that
looks
at all.
like it's going to be a bushwhack
Oh, wow.
instead.
Okay, okay. So maybe he has some Rasas?
Yeah, I mean, this does make sense. I think he doesn't really have any. The piercing lights aren't really going to be doing enough for right now. So
Well, you
does
could-
have a battering ram as well as a couple of Rasas, or at least one, and can use that fight or flight that is hidden as another spell. So 1 and 2 Fizz and that Bushwhack have been developed. So 2 spells have been played this turn. That fight or flight would be the 3rd one. Rasa would be the 4th.
That's true. See, I thought that you would go for the other play because the piercing light plus the piercing light does clean the entire battlefield because you go 4 onto 2 battering rams, and then that is only 7 might of like damage left to do, and then you can go just gank over. Sorry, it's gank over with Nocturne and push up an Ezreal, and that clears everything. But this is good too. Has the battering ram in hand and a Rasa, so a lot of might on the board. This should be able to clear out if he does opt to go for that. I imagine you are going for that, seeing as you've committed the hidden, and now you have played out the Rasa and the Bushwhack, and I mean that's a lot of cards. Still 15 might to work to deal with though. He has what 12 with Rasa Draven. Plus battering ram that does clear it. You do need to keep in mind that there still are units in the backline, right? So you do still need to worry about those. And again, if you do set yourself up in a spot where you are losing your units, then Coco's going to get draws. And giving Coco draws gives him more plays for the next turn.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Coco or what Andrew spent the rest of his runes on, because he just exhausted a couple of runes but didn't actually use them.
It might have been the Rasa. He might not have 10 in discard.
Ah, okay. That would make sense.
See, this is why I really liked the other play better, because it doesn't cost anything extra, right? Like, you play... It's board. You literally go Fizz,
Piercing light.
Fizz Piercing Light, weaken up the battering rams, and then you can go pull back the Draven. Sorry, you don't even need to pull back the Draven. You go gank over with Nocturne and send up an Ezreal, and that clears everything. And then you still have all your runes up, besides the Fizz cost.
Yep.
And you can just go establish the Rasa. You still have your Draven. You still have your hidden. You didn't have to use your hidden. Yeah. So, yep, going in and does opt to use the Draven ability. Take everything out. We'll get a draw off of this.
Yeah, and just going to go ahead and leave that Nocturne alone. So now his Coco's Draven is going to be able to answer the board, and Andrew is going to be able to tie up the score. And he has a plethora of cards as well as a much stronger backline. So Coco Lopez in a very, very difficult position. It's going to take a miracle, pun intended, if you will, for him to be able to come back.
Yeah, I actually don't think this is that bad for Coco now. I don't like this play really at all because now you can go, unless he chooses to fortify and maybe even hide, like you might have to hide your fight or flight here to really dissuade Coco from getting draws because now you can go. If this is how the board is left, it's just like push up Draven. That's a draw plus a gold. You can push up on the other battlefield, but you don't even have to. Like, right? You can just say, okay, I'm on 6 now. Right, so is he counting his discard for another Rasa? What? Oh, he must have drawn that off of the combat, I imagine. Otherwise, there's no reason you're just killing your Draven off, right? So, yep, and then does choose to hide the fight or flight. So this is representing 10 plus a fight or flight, which makes the Draven a lot worse here.
Yep.
What is a little bit spooky is now Coco is still in the point lead, though, because he can just go up to 6 on the other and then full send on the other. Other one, I guess that doesn't really work because you have the fight or flight, so you can like fight or flight a Rasa back and then go Nocturne Rasa. So yeah, maybe not quite as much as I thought.
I'd be interested to see if Coco decides whether or not he wants to go for something like a double push if he drew into a hard bargain. Because then he could just send in both of his units, draw a card, force out that fight or flight, and then win with that hard bargain and just like completely negate everything that Andrew wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then you also just get to eat an additional unit. That said, you do lose quite a bit here to do so. So going to go ahead and play this Seal of Discord. Finds himself finally a Seal of Discord. We know that the last card in his hand is an Ezreal, so we'll be able to draw 2, but definitely not in a great position.
Yeah, then that is not quite what you want to see unless the last card in your hand is like a called shot. Do we know what it is? It has been so long ago since we saw his hand.
It's Ezreal.
Oh, it's Ezreal?
Yes.
Oh, that's actually a good one. Okay. If it's Ezreal, wouldn't you just slam it here?
I think he is bluffing something, but I'm not sure what it is yet. Yeah, I mean, he flashed the Ezreal, at least I thought, a couple of times, so...
I just feel like if it's Ezreal, you're slamming it, but you could absolutely be correct because you'd go Ezreal, and I believe how it works is you just draw 2, right? You don't have to discard because you don't have any cards in hand, and at that point, then you still have 3 runes to work with, and you have 2 cards. All right, so Coco thinking.
Yep.
I might have been optimistic when I said hour and a half finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, both players doing their absolute best to play out is... Yep, you're right. It is an Ezreal. Play to their absolute fullest, and so does get a draw 2. The Spinning Axe is a good one. Absolutely.
Yeah, but he didn't need to exhaust 3 there. He only needed to exhaust 2 because he has that one floating from that die there. Which is what it represents. But I think Coco Lopez right now has so many things, so many different things, rather, on his mind that it's difficult to think about everything he needs to do. So would like to see what those last 2 cards are.
That's crazy. That's actually one of the better top decks here because that represents like a permanent power increase, and it can also be a combat trick if you do choose to use it as so. So pushes up the Draven, I guess, asking, do you have anything you would like to... Oh, wow. I'm surprised you just fight or flight that. I guess you do want the draw is nice.
No, I like the fight or flight here.
I guess it keeps the axe on the Draven. That is true.
Yeah, it keeps the axe on the Draven, and it also just protects both of his units. And then it really just forces Coco Lopez to play on an awkward position here, or in an awkward position here. He doesn't want to commit this Fizz to the battlefield. He also just doesn't want to play that second Spinning Axe, but he might just be forced to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very, very difficult position to be in.
What, you're thinking he might just go like Fizz, hope? No, okay, absolutely not. So he's just going Fizz onto peak. Or not. Yep, Fizz on Topek up to 6. Maybe try and set up a win push next turn. He has the Axe. That's a good card for it. And we'll have to see if Andrew does walk into an Axe on the Fizz. That could also not be good.
Yep. That definitely could be a scenario that Andrew faces. He's only at 4 runes, so both of these players absolutely starve for resources, but Andrew is on that Rebuke, so...
We'll say Rebuke would feel pretty bad onto a Fizz, giving him back the Fizz. If he doesn't end up putting himself in a spot where he shoves up and then there is the Axe coming down, right? Okay, so right here, I imagine he is trying to play around a Fight or Flight or a Rebuke. So all of these would work into those. The Spinning Axe does not save it, so it looks like he will end up just trading with the Ezreal, which I think is fine at this point. I don't think Andrew cares too much. He has double seals plus the Treasure Hunter, and the game Treasure Hunter and a gold token. Near this end game, the repeat, unless you're playing a lot of repeats, that's not really going to matter too much. So maybe going a full hold here. I see a Rebuke in hand. I see a Bushwhack. I see
Brinier.
Oh. Does he have a height? That's the Bushwhack. See? It's actually coming up. He is threatening a Bushwhack height. That being said, it's a bit of a fake one here because I think if you are Coco, you just have to say, like, you don't
You just
have
have
it.
to ignore it, at this point. You can't play around it, so you just have to hope that your opponent's playing a bluff. And I mean, I think fortunately for Coco, there is a bluff. I would have liked to have seen Andrew just use the Seal of Discord rather than the gold token, but that's just me.
Yo, what's kind of cool is Coco has his own Bushwhack in hand. So if he is able to get a draw off of killing like the battering ram, there's a chance he could draw into like a unit that he can play.
Yeah, I mean, this Rebuke is going to be very problematic to deal with here. So I would like to see Coco just go ahead and send in the Draven.
I mean, I think it should be like, is it like Hopeful plus
9, 15,
Traveling Merchant?
19 might on the side of Andrew there, plus a hidden card. You assume it's the third and final fight or flight if you are Coco Lopez, so you're doing all of your work to play around it here. So,
what's actually pretty rough is if you move the Merchant, then you have to discard your Axe or your... So if you did want to get like the absolute most value out of your Bushwhack plus Axe, you literally have to like preemptively use them both. But then that gives Andrew full knowledge, and the game gets like, I don't know, it's almost over, right? So
yes and no, right? Because this Bushwhack comes down, so does the Spinning Axe, but when he moves the Traveling Merchant, he gets to draw a card.
And you do get to draw a card off of the Conqueror as well. So that is true.
Yeah.
So potentially 2 draws. It does limit the number of cards you can draw, though, right? Because now you can only draw units that cost 3 or less, or a Rasa. No, you could draw a Battering Ram, right? Because that you have 3 left and you've played 2. Okay, yeah, you could.
Yeah, I think you have to put this Spinning Axe here onto this Traveling Merchant, and then you send in the Traveling Merchant by itself into this Battering Ram. And he does have to pay the power cost, which he has not yet done so. There it is, off that Seal of Discord. So now he will be able to draw and find another card. It looks like it is a Called Shot. So
that would be an insane draw if he did draw that. All right.
All right.
So does trade, gets to keep the Axe here for another combat. So he right now has access to 7, 8, 9, 12, 16, 19 power. So that's actually, obviously we know the Rebuke, right? So we know that there is the Rebuke, but other than the Rebuke, it's a fighter. That's a really good draw. Ooh.
So he's going to pay the power here, but he is going to walk into a Rebuke here.
Yeah, and I think it's a pretty clean. You just rebuke it and say, yep. So now You've used the rebuke. Now the axes are 6, so you have 10, 13. You only have 13 power, so that is not enough. If you do go fight or flight, yeah, you can actually fight or flight back the Rasa. And that does trade,
Well,
right?
here you're going to go ahead and try and force whatever other interaction you have with your opponent. So you do need to use these spinning axes aggressively. Just equip it to the...
Do you think you just... Actually, you're right. You probably just swing in one by one with the axes and say, I'm going to use all my power. It doesn't matter. I'm getting the most out of these possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you're either dead or you're not. So
Yeah.
at this point, it doesn't matter how many runes you have available.
Yep.
So going to go ahead and use the 9, and then there's the rebuke. So that is going to be the game.
Wow, he had double rebuke. I saw one. I didn't realize there were 2.
Yep. So
I mean, is there a world it's not game?
fight or flight plus 10 might is 16, and there is 19 on the side of Andrew's board here. So going to go ahead and recycle those 2 with the fight or flight, but yeah, just not going to be enough.
Yeah, really thinking about this one. I mean, it makes sense. This is potentially the last play of the game. Make sure there is not something you're missing.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense to just play this Ezreal here. You do get to draw a couple more cards, so maybe he just wants to be able to find a couple of different cards and hopefully find himself like a Rasa or something like that. I think it might be more impactful than this fight or flight. So just going to go ahead and
Why is the...
play the Ezreal, discard a card. He played the Bushwhack this turn.
No, he didn't. He discarded it off of the merchant.
No, he didn't.
Didn't
Played
he?
it. He played it.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay. I believe you.
So does find himself 2 more cards, but 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, just doesn't have enough power. Going to go ahead and give out the handshake, and Andrew D is going to be the new winner here for this 25K. Absolutely incredible performance from both of these players, but unfortunately here for Coco Lopez in game number 2, wasn't able to find any called shots, and it really feels like that has kind of been the script for a lot of these players in this Miracle matchup. If you don't find the called shots, you can't really find the win. And, well, he did play as well as he could, but, yeah, Andrew just had the early advantage, and, I mean, those Nocturnes just showcasing exactly what they could do.
Yeah, I mean, the Nocturnes were crazy, right? They kind of solo won the first game, and then game 2, it gave them some opportunities with, like, the Genki and stuff to actually...
Hello and welcome, everyone.
Sorry, go ahead. I was trying to do
They were
this.
able to close it out there and find the win. Yeah, that was a really high level match. I mean, a lot of back and forth and so much thinking. There were multiple points where I thought the game was over, and then it wasn't. Like, it very clearly wasn't. Like, that last turn, I was like, there's absolutely no way. And he actually got pretty close. Like, it was, what was it, 6 might away? 6 might away, and the top deck, the draws, I mean, they were live cards, which is good. Maybe if one was a called shot, I don't know. Maybe
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the the tides had turned just ever so slightly differently, it would have been enough. But yeah, I mean, look, the like you had talked about, the feigning of that Bushwhack forced Coco to play differently. He was expecting it to be that fight or flight, but it simply wasn't. So, he played that last turn differently, and I feel like if he played it different, I feel like there was a avenue to where Coco could have won that game if he just said, I can't play around fight or flight. I just have to hope that it's not that or a switcheroo. I have to hope that it's exactly Bushwhack and that there's actually nothing that my opponent can do to me. He might have been able to get there, but I mean, even the cards that he drew on that last turn through that Ezreal the second time, it just wasn't enough. And yeah, I mean, he needed to be able to play that Bushwhack to hopefully find himself something like a Rasa, and then a Rasa with the double spinning axes might have been able to get him there. 6 might for 1 power is great, and then being able to get an additional 3 power, at 12 power, it just unfortunately wasn't enough. And well, I mean, huge congratulations to Andrew there. Very phenomenally played. I mean, he played a ton of Draven Mirrors to get to that finals.
Absolutely.
I think, played 3 of them, right? Top 16, top 8,
At
top
least,
4.
not counting Swiss.
Just to get to the finals.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, knows that matchup very well and was able to take it 2-0 here in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Very well played from both players. I mean, it was a very high-level gameplay, and if you are looking to learn to play at the top level, I mean, you should watch that match.
Yeah,
Go back and watch that. Absolutely.
So I think with that, we'll send it off to the BRB screen. I think if we come back, it will be with the winner here in the booth. We'll ask him a couple of questions, try and do our best to ask the most important questions that we can. But yeah, again, huge congratulations to Andrew. Very well navigated. I mean, it's been a long day, and to continue to play at that level that he did, absolutely phenomenal player.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and potentially see you guys in a bit.
And we are back. We have the winner, Andrew.
Andrew
Doe.
Doe. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge congratulations. I mean, you took down the most feared player of the tournament. He managed to make it all the way back to the finals. Nearly got the
for real?
back-to-back.
I wasn't discrediting. I didn't know. I really didn't know that. I promise you, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, he was an absolute house of a player, and I mean, huge congratulations to take him down in 2-0 fashion at that.
Yeah.
So game number one, it was very back and forth, but you had that pivotal turn where he kind of, I mean, he used the piercing lights to really take advantage of you, but you still managed to come back and overtake him. I think on that last turn, it's kind of a blur at this point. So what was going through your head? What were you playing around, and how'd you manage to figure it out?
To be honest, I might shout out a different game, which is my favorite game, Yu-Gi-Oh! Primarily Edison format. First, I want to give a shout out to Johnny and Michael for topping. There was a big Edison event in LA, and they both topped. Proud of them. You know, I'm proud of all my friends. I'm proud of everyone who does well, friends or not. You know,
Right.
I just do like the game. But I wanted to shout out Yu-Gi-Oh! For example, because when you mentioned why I was willing to take certain trades and like do certain things in that format specifically, or the game in general, you learn a lot about like just accepting trades, right? Like accepting like you can like swing out a monster out there and then like you don't care if it dies as long as your resources don't go, as long as your power cards don't go around. Like it's very bad that I'm saying is like cards like Heavy Storm, Brain Control, you know, power cards, or even in modern like your Ash Blossoms and Nibiru's, as long as they're not gone and all your little check, I call them check cards, all your little like weenie cards or like cards you don't really care about get destroyed, your opponent had to waste resources to play those cards, and sometimes they're a hefty cost. And you know for at least for the rest of the game, it's going to be hard for them to get it back, or they might not get it back at all. So those are the reasons that you keep in mind. But like I said, when I didn't really tilt or anything like that because in the Draven Mirror match, a lot of people don't realize this. They want to burn a lot of their ink, I don't know, their runes. Mm-hmm. But for me, how I played all like weekend, it's about like saving your runes. Like I'm a big believer in the more cards you can play, the more cards you would be able to play, and the more cards you would be able to play, the more like options you have compared to your opponent. You know, like I'm not a huge fan of like playing any card game or playing any game state where you're just playing one card pass, playing one card pass. That's why I like Miracles so much. You really get like an unlimited like plethora of options to play, and it's just really about like proper sequencing, learning the right trades, learning to make the right sacrifices, and like not being afraid of like letting your opponent get ahead. Because there was multiple times I've only been on stream twice in top 4 in the finals, but I would let them get ahead like so drastically to the point where it's like they're almost like 4 or 5 points in before I finally start developing on board. It's just like
you don't want to keep mitigating trades because you'll never win that way. Like you're burning things just to stay in the game when you know like your game plan isn't really to like trade back and forth. It's really to like develop and just go wider than them. So that's just kind of how I played it.
Okay. Yeah, great. Well, with that said, I mean, so what caused you to come into the Riftbound scene? Is this your first major tournament?
No. Well, I guess this would be my first Riftbound major tournament. I didn't get to play Vegas, so I just judged and just kicked it with the friends and stuff like that. I come from a pretty competitive TCG background. I play a lot of TCGs competitively, but this is like I really do love League of Legends. Like, it helped me get through college and stuff like that. It helped me meet a lot of good friends. I play with my siblings and stuff on that. Shout out to Brian and Bree, my siblings, and even Darren stuff, and all my cousins. I will not be playing ARAM. I hate that. I hate Mayhem. I will only play ranked or solo, duo queue or flex. But yeah, I just really grew up like going throughout my college years. I really liked that game. I would spend like nights just spamming it, and it's just like it was a really intricate game. And that game translates well to the card game, where it's like, don't be afraid that they took Baron or Dragon early. Don't be afraid that like they're ahead in kills. Like don't tilt off that. Like there's multiple ways to win, and that's why I love this game so much. Because like I think it was game 1, my opponent had like 20-something might in one battlefield, but it's fine. Like I'm checking him on the other side of it. I don't need to interact with that battlefield at all. So there's so many ways to win that you don't have to like brute force your way into like a linear play style. And yeah, so this was I guess my first major. Happy I won. But no, all in all, it's just the game's really fun, and I really do like League a lot. So
awesome. So I guess just your love of League is what brought you here.
yeah, just the IQ for like I guess League and just video games in general and card games in general, and just like the community, right? Like the whole time everyone was pretty chill and stuff like that. Just being able to see people play their favorite. I mean, this one was a little different because it's not a best of, so everyone's spamming Draven, but
Yeah.
being able to like pick your favorite champ that you liked in League and like being able to represent it. Like for example, I think one of my brother's favorite champs is Azir, right? So he got into the game playing Azir. So like I'm really happy for that. Like he's not meta slaving Draven. So you know what I'm saying? Like like me. I've never played Draven in the game, but like he's just too broken in the card game. So
That's fair. So okay, quick question for you then. What lane do you play?
I'm a
What's your
jungler, so
main?
you can
Jungle?
see that it takes a lot of composure. But I mean, I used to be pretty toxic, but nah. But like when you play the jungle, you have to accept certain things, right? There's 3 lanes you have to worry about. And like most of the time for me, like my bot lane is getting smashed or my top lane is getting smashed. So it's like you kind of have to accept this might be bad logic because I'm kind of washed. But like when I was in my prime, like you have to accept sacking those lanes. Like don't try to gang them; they're behind, right? Like don't try to force a battlefield if you're not gonna win it. They clearly have a face down card, 20-something might. It's like don't even worry about interacting. Just keep calm, play your game. Farm or develop your board, and just try to get the pieces and try to get to the mid or late game. And that's basically, like I said, this is what this game transitions to. So.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I mean, so any other quick shout outs you want to give before we head it off?
Yeah, obviously, shout out to my siblings. I mean, my sister was messaging me yesterday. She was like collecting Pokemon cards. So it's nice that TCGs like help really just keep people out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't the straight A student, I guess you would say. Like, I was kind of a little rascal when I was younger. But it's nice that card games really get to, keep people off the streets and like help them do things that are very like productive and like at the same time they have fun, but they're not really getting in trouble and stuff like that. So
Absolutely.
so that's my siblings. Shout out to Dennis Nadas, Fetty Guap. I flew into Dallas, and then him and Brenna picked me up, and then we drove here. Shout out to Jake and the other homie for just all kicking it. Shout out, like I said, to all my, I wouldn't really call them Yu-Gi-Oh friends. They're actually my real friends. So, but they just play only Yu-Gi-Oh.
Sure.
So like, shout out to them for going out to LA instead, and then for topping and then doing really well. Yeah, let's hopefully, if I missed anybody, I apologize. Shout out for everybody who's rooting me on. I would like to not get hate that I categorize all you guys as that group of people that are rooting up for me. It's just too many in a name. So.
I mean, I feel that. So, all right. Well, with that, guys, we're going to head it off. Thank you so much for tuning in. And
one more shout out.
Oh, go ahead.
Shout out to Alyssa Liu, the Olympic gold medalist.
Mm-hmm.
I was just like, I don't know. She's psycho cool. Like she chill. Like just real quick. She's an inspiration, really, even though she's only 20. It's pretty cheesy to say, but like when she won Olympic gold, like she was just having fun out there in the ice ring. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of the main thing. It's just I really just genuinely enjoyed this game, and each round and each game, I was just genuinely having fun. Like the game is just really cool. Like the interaction's nice, and it's just when you're not over stressing trying to win and stuff like that. Like I guess it comes to you more naturally. So
Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Well, with that, guys, we are just gonna let it go for now. And again, one more congratulations to you, Andrew. Huge win, and we'll see you guys next time.
Peace.